Mahabharata. See, such a beautiful story. It is such a wonderful story. Actually, I can't tell this in one hour or 2 hours because I can tell that all of you guys know the Mahabharata story, na? Anybody who doesn't know the story, basic story of that war, great war? I think all of you know the story. You know the story, ma? Don't know? Oh God. If you know the story, then I can just open the mystery step by step. It's a too big story to tell the story itself. Alright, just forget. Huh? Later on you read the story, then see this DVD. Maybe that only. Unless you know the story, I can't open the mysteries of step by step. See, the number 18 is a very mystical number. Very mystical. You cannot count more than 8. You cannot count more than 8 with your logic. Understand? Let me now give you the theory of numbers counting. The more the numbers you guys have started counting, the deeper the vengeance or the logic which cuts is developed in your system. In Satya Yuga, people were able to count only up to 3. And then comes the Treta Yuga. People were able to count only up to 7. Then comes Dwapara. People were able to count up to 8. When people started counting till 9, came Kali Yuga. Because the counting means the logic able to move step by step. If your thought can flow, if your 8 thought can flow towards outer world without having any break, you are materialist. Understand? 8 thoughts without you being reminded about going introvert, you are a materialist. You will be in depression. You will be in depression. 8 thought without having a self-recovery, self-healing thoughts, reminding your nature is a hell. Whenever your 10 senses are added to this 8th thought, you are in depression, you are in difficulty. These fellows are sleeping. That's why I told, this is a very strong, subtle science. It's a very beautiful thing if you guys understand. See, as long as you don't add depression to your hardware, 10 senses, you don't have 5 senses. Please understand, you have 10 senses. Jnanendriya, Karmendriya. Jnanendriya, Karmendriya. Your tongue, when it does talking, it is a Karmendriya. When it does the tasting, it is Jnanendriya. Input 5 and actions 5. Dasa Indriyas. When your 10 Indriyas added to the mind which can count 8, you are in depression. Either you should not be able to count 8 or 10 Indriyas should not be active. If both 10 Indriyas are not active, in some of the animal things, they are saved. Your 10 Indriyas are also active and you can count 8 means you are depressed being. That is why the number 18 plays a very major role. To get enlightened, you have to break from this 18. See, when your mind which can count 8, which can continuously go for 8 thoughts extravert, touches the eyes, it creates so much of millions of thoughts related to eyes. When it touches your nose, creates millions of thoughts based on the nose. When it touches the tongue, creates millions of thoughts related to tongue. Oh, right. Yes, come. I'm talking what you asked today morning. The Mahabharata war. You have come in the right time. 18 crore soldiers means 18 crore thoughts. 18 crore thoughts. Always the thoughts will be more, the more number of thoughts will be depression oriented. That is why 11 crore joined the negative Sena. And 8 crore are only self-healing thoughts, self-recovery thoughts. You see, let me give you the description of destruction thoughts and self-healing thoughts. You get a message. Somebody has entered your home and all the money has been taken away. Now this is a destruction. The moment you hear the news, oh God, what will happen to me? Everything is lost. Oh, nothing is there, and all kinds of depression thoughts. This is depression thoughts. The thought trend which starts. Self-healing thought means even if I had what is there, even if I have 10 times more what is there, I am going to live one day and die. Tena tyaktena munjitam akrita kasya siddhanam. And the person who has renounced enjoys everything. These thoughts are self-healing thoughts. You should have had some click with these self-healing thoughts, either by listening it from a master or you yourself contemplating and experiencing it. The thoughts which you heard from a living master and had click, got initiated, got the click, yes, what he said is right. Or you yourself contemplated and got initiated, got self-illumined, had the awakening of the Kundalini. Yes, right. Those thoughts are called self-healing thoughts. The self-healing thoughts are 8 crore, destructive thoughts are 11 crore. The fight starts. Understand? Arjuna is the individual consciousness who is suffering between this and that. Your laziness to fight with the negative thoughts only comes as a tamas. No. What is the need to fight with all these negative thoughts? It's okay. Let them rule. Your body is the land. Your body is the land. Your body is the land for which this 11 crore and 8 crore are fighting. Understand? 100 brothers. 100 brothers means cloning of one main thought. It's a cloning. First cloning happened on planet Earth. He's the Kauravas. First cloning happened on planet Earth. It's Kauravas. Who are Pandavas? The sons of the nature. Immaculate conception. Sons of the nature. Who are the Pandavas? 5. See, one from Yama, one from Indra, and the one from the Bhima, who from whom? Vayu. And then one from the 2. Actually, Nagula and Sagadeva from? No, Ashwini Putras. Ashwini Putras, Ashwini Kumaras. Nagula and Sagadeva. And all these guys are the sons of nature. Sons of nature. They are this side. All the sons of nature will be always self-healing thoughts. And all this cloning of the negative thoughts will be always depression, destruction. Possessiveness is the Duryodhana. The energy which fans the possessiveness and exploits is Saguni. Cunningness is Saguni. And all these fellows are gathering together with the help of 11 crore self-destructive thoughts. The problem is, whenever Arjuna, the individual consciousness, thinks, God, I have done so much of sins, I have so many negative thoughts, when am I going to finish them and conquer? You are in depression. That time only you need an enlightened master, Krishna, to tell you, don't bother. They don't have life because they are unclutched. Understand? All your negative thoughts do not have power over you because you are unclutched. That is the truth you need to learn. That is the essence of Gita. If you have done Nithyanandam and know Mahabharata story, now you can understand completely. The whole scene, you can understand. One side, 11 crore past negative thoughts. Naturally, an individual consciousness, when he sees 11 crore negative thoughts, what he will think? How can I become enlightened? When will I get all these guys out of me? And what is the need? After all, I am a grihi, I am an householder. It's okay. Let it be there as it is. I have responsibilities, I have duties. Why should I kill all these thoughts? I have responsibility. I can't leave this guy. I can't leave that guy. And your not having courage, your cowardness, you will blame as your commitment to your parents or family. See, a real commitment will never have any contradiction or conflict. But whenever Master says, if you say you have a commitment, be very clear, it is your tamas you are justifying. Purely your tamas you are justifying. You are just exactly in the place of Arjuna when he was in depression before the war. That is why it is called Arjuna Vishada Yoga. Arjuna Vishada Yoga. The arrows which Arjuna had, every arrow is trying to unclutch. Once if you unclutch, you have put one arrow. One fellow has gone. Once if you put once more if you unclutch, you have put one more arrow. When you are depressed and you say, no, this is not possible, why should I kill? Your cowardness justified by you as your compassion. Your cowardness expressed by you as your compassion. You fall in depression and confusion. That is the time you need master who will appear and tell you, no. No. You have to finish. Understand one more thing. Why then Bhishma, Drona and all are there in the negative side? This is the important thing. Sometimes, just because they have been empowered, surrounded by negative thoughts, even some of your self-healing thoughts can become negative, the support to the negative thoughts. Let me give you some example. Then you will understand. I think this example may hurt you guys, somebody. It's okay. If you are caught by some technique which has helped you to grow to a certain extent, even though knowing that it is not helping you to grow anymore further, those thoughts are Bhishma and Dronas. For example, you are with some guru, or you are with some technique, you are with some system of belief. After some time you understand it is not helping you to grow further. But just because it did something good to you, you are stuck with it. Those thoughts are only Bhishma, Dronas. They are equally dangerous like Duryodhana and Duschadana. Understand? They are equally dangerous like Duryodhana and Duschadana. That is what is Bhishma and Drona and Karna. All these guys. All these guys are also that only. Why Drona? Drona, who is Drona? Who taught you the archery? Means initial level guru who would have given you inspiration. But when you see the Sadguru, even he is your enemy. When you see your Sadguru, even he is your enemy. He is also equally dangerous like Shaguni and what? The Duryodhana. Who is Karna? The attitude of charity. There are people who are caught in creating the wealth making system just to do charity. That is also equally negative thought. Understand? I know many people, no, I'll make money and do charity. You are caught, you will never become enlightened. You can become a Karna. You can become Karna. But does not mean you will become enlightened. No. Maybe at the last moment, if you are given something to enlighten master itself, like how he handed over everything to Krishna, that is a possibility. Now I promoted my game. Giving money to master will give you enlightenment. Now that is what the Krishna says. That is what the story says. Means what? He takes away all the things. You see, understand, Krishna did not become rich by taking things from Karna. Can you say Krishna became rich? So master accepting something from you is not for him to become rich, to liberate you from something in which you are caught. Because Karna was not able to die, because the Dharma Devata is not allowing him to die. The Punya which he did is there. So Krishna was not able to liberate Karna. So he appeared and said, what do you give me all your punyas? He just gave all the punyas and got liberated. That very moment he became enlightened. That's why we say Karna Moksha, not Karna Vada. Karna Moksha. Gamsa andal Gamsa Vada. But for Karna Moksha. It's never Karna Vada. And who is Drona? Drona is the guy who taught you logic, who taught you the spiritual inquiry. After some time, he himself may be abstraction. He is also equally dangerous. Who is Bhishma? Embodiment of your parents and elders. Past conditioning. He comes with a big, first when the moment you unclutch, the first guy will come up. Who? Your conditionings. Bhishma Pitamaga. Bhishma will stand up in front of you. That is why Bhishma came to the war first. With his big, fresh 11 crore Sena. 11 crore thoughts. The parental conditioning and the conditioning from the young age, your society, whatever you respect is Bhishma. Then, after that, who gave you the spiritual fire in the initial level? Who was encouraging you to raise to 1 or 2 frequency level? He will come Drona. After that will come your charitable attitude, Karna. After that, your very ego will come and stand, Duryodhana. After that, you will see the enlightenment. That is the way the whole Mahabharata unreveals. That is the way the whole Mahabharata opens up. Understand? Your negative thoughts will never oppose you, come and stand in front of you without any positive front. It cannot justify itself. 11 crore depressing thoughts will not attack you without Bhishma or Drona or Karna. Beware of Bhishma, Drona and Karna, you are enlightened. If you are hypnotized or if you lose your confidence, seeing Bhishma, Drona and Karna, you are lost, gone. You are Arjuna, gone. Now, Arjuna's assistants, just see, who are all Arjuna's assistants? Dharma means morality. Even while you are doing the unclutching, have Dharma as a base. Just because you are unclutching, don't start just straight away womanizing. Don't start straight away, after all I am unclutched. Let me start using drugs. Let me start doing this. No, that is not going to work. Dharma is supposed to be a base. Next assistant who? Bhima. Courage. Strength to unclutch. Whatever happens, I am going to unclutch. I may have knee pain, I may have back pain, I may have this pain, I may have that pain. I will unclutch. That courage is a Bhima. Who are these Nagula and Sahadevas? See, the whole Mahabharata had only 3 enlightened beings. Krishna, Balarama, Sahadeva. Krishna, Balarama, Sahadeva. Sahadeva is a guy who gives you the tips from enlightened masters. Tips from enlightened masters is Sahadeva. Means reading the different biographies and books of enlightened masters. That is Sahadeva. Sahadeva is embodiment of knowledge. Embodiment of knowledge. Nagula is the embodiment of science of keeping your body till you become enlightened. Means need for little maintenance of your health through yoga, through some techniques till you become enlightened is Nagula. These are the guys who you need as an assistant. Of course, above all, the person who is sitting in your chariot and driving you, Krishna, Antaryami, enlightened master. Now, when you start the Yuddha, first, you see 11 million standing in front of you. And you see all the great, your conditioning, your parents are standing in front of you. Your elders are standing in front of you, who are teaching you from the day one what you should do and what you should not do. And next, who is standing? The guy who gave you the spiritual inspiration, he is standing. Third, all your charitable attitudes, they are standing. What will you do now? Saguni, Duryodhana, all the fellows are hiding behind. Understand? All the fellows are hiding behind. They are all not in the front. And now starts the Yuddha. The moment you see the whole thing, oh God, 11 crore, what will I do? You will tell, no, Krishna, I don't need, no. You tell whatever you want. I am going, no. I am disappearing. Even if I beg and eat, that's okay. But I don't want to be in all this drama. No. But Krishna says, fool. Whether you kill these 11 crore thoughts or not, they don't have life, they are dead. That is what Krishna says. Whether you kill them or not, they are dead already. You just take your arrow and act as if you are killing. You just unclutch a few times. They are not there. It is your fear which is giving power to those 11 crore people. It is your fear which is giving power to 11 crore people. This fool never bothered to look at the 8 crore people who are standing behind him. Self-healing thoughts. Never bothered to see that. That is what I always tell people. You clutch only the negativity and see. You never clutch the positivity and see. You never clutch the positivity and see. Clutch only negativity and see. That's the first step. Finally, after all the teachings, even then when you are not convinced, Then master gives you energy darshan and gives you the darshan. An experience. All right, fool, you are not understanding the intellectual things. Now at least see who is talking to you. All those things. Then you get shaken up. Oh God. Then you see, master is the embodiment of all the negative and positive and beyond everything. Beyond everything. Vishwarupa. You get the courage. Yes. After all, I will not be lost. You get the courage and take your Gandiva. Understand, that is another important word. The word Gandiva means which cannot be taken away. Understand, Gandiva means in Sanskrit which cannot be taken away. The unclutching is the technique which can never be taken away from you. Any mantra can be taken away from you. Unclutching can be never taken away because it's your very nature. It's your very nature. All you need to do is unclutch, unclutch, unclutch. Suddenly you will see in 10 days Bhishma dies. Means all your conditioning disappears. The parental conditionings disappears. And few crores of thoughts have disappeared. The parental conditioning disappearing is something like a big success. Now understand, parental conditioning will never die because the language which you learned will never die till you leave the body. That is why Bhishma was never dead. He is lying there in a corner. He can't be active. That's all. Understand? He can't be active. He is no more, he will not attack you anymore, but he will be there in one corner. He will be there in one corner. That is the Bhishma. So all the things which was attacking you from your parental conditioning will lose its power and it will be lying in one corner. It will be lying in one corner. Till you leave this body, the inner chattering or the genetical development, genetical structure of your parents will be there on you. That is what? That body lying down. But it will not have the negative qualities which it is having now. Beautiful story. I'll end up with this story. Maybe I'll continue the Mahabharata later on. Because still few guys are sleeping. Mahabharata war is over and Bhishma is lying on the arrow bed of arrows, and all the Dharmaraja and Yudhishthira, Arjuna and everybody is going there to ask for his blessing to get coronated, and Bhishma gives a beautiful teaching lying on the arrow bed how to rule the country. Then Draupadi was not able to bear. She comes out and tells, Father, why don't you keep quiet? I feel so dirty to listen your words. You talk all these tall things, but what happened to you? When my cloth was pulled, when I was abused in public stage, what happened to your dharma? Come on, answer me. Bhishma says, that time I was not able to talk. I did not have any intelligence because I ate the food of Duryodhana. Ashraya dosha. Understand? Whoever pays you, their quality will be on your head. Blessed are those who work under enlightened master. Blessed are those for whom boss is also master. Whoever pays you, their quality will be on your head. Whether you believe it or not, unconsciously you will be imbibing their quality. You will be imbibing their quality. And beautifully, Bhishma says, I ate his food. Ashraya dosha. So, my intelligence never worked. So, if your parental conditioning is being enriched by your depressing thoughts, or it is bringing more and more depressing thoughts, means you are eating ashraya dosha food. Your intelligence will not work when you have a problem. When you have a problem. Then Bhishma says, now because of the Arjuna's arrows, because constantly individual consciousness is unclutched, I lost all that blood. The Ashraya dosa, blood has gone. If you constantly unclutch from your parental conditioning, the thoughts which are enriching your parental conditioning will leave you. You will see dharma comes out of your own parental conditioning. Your parental conditioning can put you in depression if you are enriched by negative thoughts constantly. If constantly you use unclutching, the same parental conditioning can help you to maintain your dharma, teach you dharma. That is what is the story of Bhishma. Bhishma is the parental conditioning. And he says, all that negative blood has left my body. That is why now I am able to tell you what to do and what not to do. Parental conditioning will fall, will lose its negativity, and it will be there only to guide you and help you by 10th day of unclutching, continuously unclutching. Then will appear your all the chota spiritual knowledge or logic which you read, the intellectual stuff about spirituality, which has not become enlightenment, but which is stopping you to surrender to enlightened master. You are there only. You are caught with Drona. The guys who had some spiritual reading, spiritual knowledge, but now the same knowledge is standing in front of you, you are not able to surrender to the living master. You are there. That is what is Drona. Your own Acharya is standing in front of you. What will you do? Let's see tomorrow. One revelation, let me tell this, then I will go to Mahabharata. See, your body has got an automatic intelligence. Whenever you feel you are about to fall sick, just pray to your body. Just make your body sit in your bed, like how you put your deities, and visualize you are in front of your body. Oh, the intelligence. Oh, you see, your body is the expression of the Mother Earth, the Bhudevi, the Mother Earth, physical thing only, na? Mother Earth. So just pray, please heal yourself. See that I am able to do whatever I want to do through you. You see, it's your mind is societal, body is natural. So your mind only is the culprit, cunning fellow. Your body is natural. So just pray to the body, like 5 minutes morning you pray to God. Pray to body, please heal yourself. Please see that I am able to do whatever I want to do through you, and you are accommodating me. Just see that you are able to accommodate me. Just 5 minutes, you will see that miracles will happen. Just miracles will happen. Your body will be so capable of or ready to listen to you, it will just do miracles. Whenever you feel like having headache or some any disturbance, small disturbances, day-to-day disturbances, just pray to your body 5 minutes. Completely it will become all right. And it will immediately sweat and clean itself. It will just sweat and clean itself. So, okay. Now let's enter into the Mahabharata. See, yesterday I was talking about this Bhishma, parental conditioning. If you look little deep, how Bhishma was conquered. Shikandi, gay guy was put in front and conquered. Who is gay? Gay is a person who said no to the basic parental conditioning, you are male or female. A rebel. So anti-social attitude or the hippie attitude is good to conquer Bhishma. but not anything further. Sometimes becoming little crazy, being little crazy like Muni is good. No, really. Little crazy is good. No, it helps you to conquer your Bhishma. It helps you to conquer your Bhishma. I was wondering, when you take sannyas, the path of enlightenment, you are asked to be completely, you are asked to say no to the society. So I was thinking, then hippies also say no to society. Then why they have not become enlightened? Sikandi is useful to conquer Bhishma, but not after that. So attitude of saying no to society, hippie attitude, is good as long as you conquer the parental conditionings, Bhishma. Then you have to drop Sikandi also. You can't use Sikandi for Drona. For Drona you need a different guy, different tactics, different technique. Drona is who? The intellectual knowledge which has not become enlightened in you. That is Drona. Your Acharya, who inspired you, but who has not given you enlightenment. He himself is not enlightened. The librarians who keep this knowledge and who give you, but who has not led you to enlightenment. So having the attitude of Sikandi is the best way to put the Bhishma down. See, in front of Sikandi, Bhishma cannot be active. Nobody else can conquer Bhishma. A straight, complete no to social condition, society's attitude. That is the only way to conquer Bhishma. So Arjuna put that in front. That is why in India, anybody wants to become enlightened, it becomes a basic condition of leaving the home and starting the travel. I was thinking, is it really a basic condition? In the initial level, it is necessary. Breaking from the social condition. Unless you go through a thorough change, break. Because enlightenment is not a development of your personality. It is breaking free from your personality. Enlightenment is not personality development program. What is the meaning of the personality development program? BULL. Your personality is not worthy of developing, understand that. It is worthy of dropping, not developing. Anybody who tries to do personality development will end up in worst depression. Let me tell you, give you some ideas about this personality development. What do we mean by the word personality development? Now these so many movies are becoming popular. What exactly happens in these guys, they will give you some thought which really clicks in you and which is an inspiration for you. For a few days that will work on your mind. Whenever you bring that thought to your mind, your problems will disappear. It's called initiation. But an important secret is missing in this. Those thoughts will be powerful, alive only for a few days in your head. Suddenly after a few days, you see that very idea that remembering, visualizing does not hold any more power over you. You just don't feel like doing it. You just don't feel like connecting with that idea. It has lost power over you. This clicks, this initiations can cause personality development but cannot lead to enlightenment. Enlightenment can happen only by a master who gives you constantly these clicks and who can take care of you even when the click is not working on you. Click means initiation. For example, I give you the idea. Everything is Maya. Everything is illusion. When I explain the concept, suddenly it clicks on you. You realize, for 10 days, whenever any problem rises in your inner space, you see, remember, everything is Maya, Swamiji told me. Immediately that problem disappears. But after 2 weeks, what will happen? Even if you remember, forget about it. No, it is reality. Your initiation will not work. A person who can hold you even while your initiation is not working only can liberate you. Initiations itself do not have capacity to liberate you. These books, these movies can give you initiation. Click. That is why the bestseller books, bestsellers and all. Any book which has got a click will become a bestseller. Actually, I can give you 10 lessons on how to make bestsellers. First thing, you need to be an idiot. No, you should not have intelligence. If you have intelligence, you will feel compassion towards people. Guys who are giving like this clicks to people and giving them the assurance that they will be liberated are spreading cancers, psychological cancers. Understand? Without enlightenment, giving like this 1 or 2 clicks and giving them big promises. See now, people 10 days when the click works, what will they do? 11th day, even if it does not work, they will only suspect them. They will not suspect the initiation. So the struggle starts between them. Inside them the struggle starts. 10 days before working on me. Why it is not working now? Then something is wrong with me. The struggle between you and you over a concept which was working on you but now not working is called sadhana. Understand? When it was working, now it is not working, but you are trying to make it work, that struggle is what you think as sadhana. Sadhana is not a struggle. If it was a struggle, person who initiated you is not enlightened. Person who can hold you even when the initiation is not working on you is enlightened. Understand? Now you can understand the personality development versus personality dropping. Guys who are helping people to do personality development are creating so much of conflict in the inner spaces of the human beings. They are spreading psychological cancers. I know people who suffer because of these concepts like creative visualization. For first few days it will work because the initiation will click. After a few days that will not have any more power over you. If you have read enough of this kind of nonsensical literatures and practiced, tried it on your inner space, you can understand what I am talking. You can understand what I am talking. First 10 days they will work on you. After 2 weeks when they don't work on you, what you will do? You won't suspect the author, will you? What will you do? You will suspect you. Then the struggle between you and you starts, the conflict, internal conflict, disrespect, losing confidence over you. That is why I always warn people, do not read, do not eat the books written by unenlightened beings. Do not swallow like a donkey, how donkey eats peppers. Do not swallow anything and everything which is written by unenlightened beings, because that will give you the click for 15 days. That is the worst danger. The initiation will happen. After 15 days, the initiation loses its power over you. What will you do? You are in danger. Enlightenment is not personality development, it is personality dropping. So, saying complete no to society, you being said that you are male or female, is the first conditioning happened to you. Saying no to that is a gay. Putting complete no to the society in front of Bhishma, parental conditioning. The parental conditioning is dead. That is what is the meaning of Sikandi being put in the front and Bhishma being killed. Then comes Drona. How Drona was killed? It's a very big drama. Understand? Drona's killing, if you see, it's a big drama. In the Drona's killing, 4 people need to be involved. Individual consciousness, Arjuna, enlightened master, Krishna, and Dharma, Yamadharma Raja, morality, and Acharya, the Drona. See, you have in front of you the knowledge which was inspiration towards the enlightenment, but it is not giving you enlightenment. The person who inspired you towards enlightenment, but he himself is not a person who can give you enlightenment. He is the Acharya, Drona. And Dharma, morality, how can I drop him? How can I drop him? But Dharma has to decide, now this fellow has to die. That courage has to happen. So many people I know who are caught in the Dharma attitude, no, it is Guru Droha. Understand, it is Guru Droha. But the problem is your Dharma will never accept to do the Droha. Now enlightened master comes to play, Krishna. He comes up with his tactics. See, you don't have to compromise from your Dharma, but just do what I say so that this knowledge dies and you take the jump. Understand? Now the 4 guys have to play this role. Because it is such a sensitive thing. If any of you are already had exposure to some spiritual literature or a guru and had connection, you would have faced the same struggle. You would have faced the same struggle. You would have had the same problem. If you had the same problem, now you can understand what I am saying. Now you can understand what I am saying. The Dharma part, morality part of you will justify continuously, no, I cannot drop, he helped me. He lifted me, he elevated me. How can I drop Drona? But unless Drona falls, you cannot have enlightenment. Now the living master comes to play. He inspires Dharma. He inspires Dharma. Hey, you don't have to tell a lie, but just tell something which is almost true for Arjuna, your individual consciousness, but a lie for Drona. So that technique, that tactic, for that Krishna need to trust Dharma. Understand? For me to tell you to drop from your old ideology or the personality or the master and move to me, I need to trust your individual consciousness and your Dharma, so that you will not play that same thing on me. You understand? So Krishna has to come up with a proper technique, because this is a very subtle drama. It's a very subtle drama. Here you need to play a very proper drama. A very proper step has to be taken. The person drops the old knowledge which has not led him to enlightenment, but able to catch the living master who can lead to enlightenment directly. It's a very subtle game. It needs to be done not verbally. You can't do it. You can't do it. So now the Krishna has to come up with the tactics. He comes up with the idea. He calls Bhima and tells him to kill an elephant, which is called Ashwatthama. See, the Ashwatthama elephant is killed. Now he calls Dharma. Hey, you go and tell in front of Drona, the elephant called Ashwatthama has died. And when the Dharma was telling, the elephant called Ashwatthama died, during that word, the elephant called, the Krishna blows his conch. So Drona heard only Ashwatthama Atakunjanaha. Ashwatthama died and Drona dropped. So now master needs to play a big role of moving you from that plane to the next plane. See, nothing is wrong with the knowledge which you acquired or the master who helped you. Nothing is wrong. But you can receive suck only that much from him. That many times the Drona himself can be enlightened. Means the person who inspired you, helped you, would have become enlightened. Maybe he would have been enlightened. But you can receive or suck only that much from him. That much juice only you can suck. So your attitude is only that much. After that there may be so many reasons. Not availability, or not able to connect, not able to relate, you are not able to develop yourself more than that. So many reasons may be. That's the reason. Now you have to go beyond Drona. Now Krishna comes to play and he comes up with the tactics. One more thing. Your morality has to agree that Drona has to fall. Your dharma has to agree Drona has to fall. You have to go beyond Drona. Only then Krishna can come up with a plan and say, chalo, start. Chalo, start. One more thing. Here, first time you cross even your morality for the sake of master. Understand? Even your morality is no more big thing. Even dharma is no more big thing. You go towards the master. Then Drona falls. You take the next step. Next step who? Karna. That is the most difficult part. Karna is your sattva. Your attitude of charity. Your attitude of compassion. See, even compassion is dangerous because it tells you the person outside is real. Person outside is a real. That is what is the base of compassion. No? He is real and you are showing the compassion. No. It is not the truth. It is not the real. Now, to bring the compassion down, different tactics has to be done. It's another one big tactics. When the compassion has got all his weapons in his hand, you cannot kill him. You cannot kill him because his weapons are very powerful than individual consciousness weapons. It will look almost like an individual consciousness is an egoistic, self-centered person if he is using some thoughts against compassion. Many times you can see, no. People come up with a very logical questions. Is it really needed for me to get enlightened instead of serving these so many poor people in front of me? Is it not? So many people are dying. Millions are dying. Should I serve them or I should get enlightened? It is too selfish for me to get enlightened. If you are stuck here, you are stuck with the 14th day of Mahabharata. Mahabharata war ends in the 14th day. Still there, few agroni, few crore Sena is left. You have not become enlightened. But you will have the protection of Dharma Devata. No arrow will come and hit you. All arrows sent towards Karna became flower garland and fell on you. Do you know that? The story says. So you also won't have any suffering from the world at this point. But you are not enlightened. This is what I call the space of heaven. You are in heaven by 14th day. If you have crossed Bhishma, if you have crossed Drona, you are in heaven already. But you are not enlightened. You are caught in a very wrong logic. Now Krishna needs to come into play. Next drama he has to do. He has to make your sattva armless. He has to make your sattva armless. Sanjaya means spontaneity. Understand? Sanjaya means spontaneous conqueror. Sanjaya is the driver of compassion. Compassion has to lose its spontaneity. Sanjaya has to run away. In between. Now create a trouble between Sanjaya and compassion. Spontaneity and compassion. Your spontaneous instinct says something, but your compassion says something else. This is the Karna Moksha starts. Now starts Karna Moksha. When you are spontaneity means the energy which drives you to do things. Is the Sanjaya. Sanjaya was the driver. Sanjaya was the driver for Karna. So now this guy, the spontaneity, if he leaves you, then compassion is harmless. It has no weapons. It is completely lost its energies. Now attack him. Now Krishna says, attack him. You need to go beyond even this logic. Why? Is it really necessary for me to get enlightened? Is it not too greedy? Instead of serving so many people, helping so many people, why should I get enlightened? Unless you are having that bliss or joy, how do you think you will be able to give it to others? There's a beautiful Zen saying, enlightened being, even if he kills others, it is good for them. Unenlightened being, even if he does service with the big hospitals, it will only be disturbing them. It will only end up in mess. So a person who is ready to go beyond his sattva, who is ready to jump beyond his compassion, also listening to the master. Now Krishna says, hey Arjuna, chalo, finish him off. Arjuna could have said, no, he is embodiment of compassion. One more thing, sattva is also the brother of the nature, but playing the other side. Karna is also the brother of Arjuna, but playing the other side. Compassion is your brother. The individual consciousness brother is compassion, but unfortunately playing the opposite side. That is Karna. Now, Master says, no, forget about compassion, finish. You can't be stuck even with him. Then when you take the courageous step and start even that, one more thing, understand, Gita was only the initiation. Every day, Arjuna obeyed Krishna's words. Means every step, he took the courageous, bold steps. That is what I tell people. Gita is like doing NSP or Atmaspurana. After that, coming up to Bhishma, maybe I can say Ashramite initiation. Becoming Ashramite. And then getting to the Drona, I can say having Manaprastha or Sannyasa. And coming up to the Karna, now living enlightenment. You start living enlightenment. You need to progress, continue. You cannot sit just because you become Ashramite. No. Then war ends in the 10th day. You cannot sit just because you become Manaprasthi. No. Then war ends in the 12th day with Drona. Now, even going beyond your own, what you call as compassion or sattva, your own, what was your own byproduct or brother, even elder brother, individual consciousness, elder brother is compassion, but ready to go, even throw even the compassion out for the sake of the master's word, because every step Krishna is inspiring and guiding. Arjuna could have said no to Krishna at any point, but did not say. Fortunately, he moved every step. When he says even no to compassion and finishes him off, he could have said no, he is not having any weapons and he is embodiment of compassion, dharma. He could have said no, but straight away went, finished. Here ends the Karna's disappearance. Then comes the final, ultimate, your ego. You will face your ego without any paraphernalia. Understand? By now, your ego directly comes up without any judgment. That is what is depression. Causeless ego is depression. You don't know the reason, but you just don't want to be around master. No, I am feeling disconnected. This is the word. You don't know the reason, but you say, I am feeling disconnected. You are now facing the Duryodhana. You are now facing the Duryodhana. Understand, big problem with Duryodhana is you cannot kill him through any weapon because his whole body is weapon proof. You cannot break him. No part of his body can be penetrated by any weapon. He has taken the vow. He has taken the boon. You cannot do anything with ego. Even individual consciousness cannot do anything with ego. Because what happens? Your ego is much more powerful than your own individual consciousness. How will you fight with you? Now, you need a complete protection and support and every inch direction of master. Every inch direction of master. That is what the story says. The Krishna just presses his thigh, taps on his thigh and says, Bhima, finish him, kick him there. Same way, when that last fight goes on with you and your depression, you see, the problem is now even master cannot directly guide you because you say you are disconnected. You are feeling disconnected. What to do? You are saying you are feeling disconnected. So he has to play the game till the Duryodhana becomes tired. Only when the Duryodhana becomes tired, he knows the right spot where the blow has to happen. Where the blow has to happen. He will tire you. Whenever people come and tell me that they feel disconnected, I will sit and talk and exhaust their logic. No, exhaust their logic. 3-4 sittings I will do. First sitting, I will send them, all right, see you later on. Now class is there. Second sitting, third sitting, exhaust their logic. Then I know where is the thigh point. Where is the thigh point? And the individual consciousness will receive an instruction, blast there. And blast there. Suddenly you will see Duryodhana falls and enlightenment happens. That's all is that. The 18-day drama ends. The 18-day drama ends. The blood of Duryodhana, after he falls, becomes Amrita. That is what is used to grow your very intelligence. That is why Draupadi applies that very blood and ties her hair. It is not vengeance. When the ego falls, after your ego falls, the very ego which was enemy to you can now become instrument for teaching and preaching. The very logic can become now instrument for your teaching and preaching. It can become Amrita and your hair can grow so that you can travel around the world. And taking classes. This is the whole drama. Now, the parental conditioning will be lying down there in one corner without its negativity. Without any of its negativity. It has lost all its negativity. It's lying there as a Bhishma. Bhishma, just like Bhishma lying, it's lying there. Then you can go and take even blessings from the parental conditioning. You can have even your mother in your own ashram, nothing wrong. And that will not cause any problem. Because there is no the parental conditioning has lost all its negativity. The Bhishma has lost all its negative things. And all the thoughts are disappeared. Then you can take even blessing from the Bhishma. Then Bhishma can teach you how to run the kingdom, how to live the enlightenment, how to spread more. It is possible. Even the Bhishma can give you tips. Then Bhishma gives the tip. You sit in the throne, coronation happens. Exactly.
Swami, the common thread amongst all these people seems to be the attachment. You take the attachment of Bhishma.
Clutching, getting clutched. That's a common thread.
Bhishma was always for the kingdom. And when it came to Dronachari, it was his son, the attachment. And similarly, Karuna for Duryodhana because he has given the protection. And similarly, if you Dronacharya, Bhishma, Karuna, and then
understand, parental conditioning will always bother about property and acharyas who gave you knowledge but did not give you enlightenment will always bother about disciples. That means the next generation and the compassion, karuna, will always bother about the friendliness. But you have to cross all these three to get enlightened. Dropping Bhishma means dropping all the properties, luxury, comfort, outer world. Dropping Drona means dropping all the next generation. You see, that's where he was locked. See, where these guys are locked, just see. Bhishma was locked in the property and samrajya, kingdom. So, when your parental conditioning, you will not be able to drop if you know that you are going to inherit the property. How can you say no to them? Only when you are courageous enough to drop the properties, the kingdom, you will be able to say no to him. The parental conditioning. What is Drona? Where the Drona was caught? The next generation. The Putreshana. See, Putra does not mean just son. Ideological son. Disciples are also Putreshana only. So always these acharyas will have problem. See, one small thing. If you want to find out whether you are caught with an acharya or an enlightened master, just go and tell him you are leaving. You are leaving him. If he suffers and wants to keep you under him, he is only acharya. If he feels compassionate and he himself does not bother, and he says, if it is good for you, otherwise it's okay, be happy wherever you are. If he is able to clearly relax and unclutch, understand he is a master. Putreshana, person who is always his acharyas will suffer if the disciples leave because the disciples are enriching their ego. Whose ego is not enriched by disciples is a master. Whose ego stands on disciples is a acharya. Usually when people come and tell me that they are leaving, first I will tell, understand, this all will be the suffering. So just for that I am asking. After that, it's okay. Be blissful wherever you are. That's all. And third day, I won't even remember them. I won't even remember them. The people who live around me, you guys know. People who left, have I even remembered about their names? Now, for telling, I can recollect and remember and tell. Bhakti-Nithyananda, I never even remembered his name. Yes, they lived around me. When they left, have you seen me remembering their names?
No, sir.
Means, my ego is not enriched by the disciples. By disciples. I don't even remember them. Now, just to tell you guys, I remember the names. Remember the names. So, if you want the acharya, start in Putreshana, means the next generation. So, only if you are ready to say no to that, you jump out of it. Then comes compassion. He will be clutched in friendliness. If you are compassionate, you will be clutched in the friendliness. Friendliness is another big problem. No. He is not become enlightened. How can I become enlightened? He is not traveling with me. How can I? No. There is no the friendliness after a certain limit. After a certain point, it is an individual path of loneliness, the path from aloneness to aloneness. No wife, no husband, nobody can come with you. It is just you and you. unclutching from that, Karana Moksha, liberation of Karana, then comes Duryodhana. Ultimately, the very ego, the very depression stands up with all its vigor, and the beauty is your individual consciousness will not know where to kick your ego. That is why you are suffering with your ego. 3 day and 3 night fight was going on. Only master knows where to kick the ego. And he will kick exactly in that spot, in that space. Then the liberation happens. Yes.
So a person living in a normal world, how do they conquer these elements of Maya?
See, this normal world, there is nothing like a normal world, separate world.
Some job they do just for sustain, still they can live the life and also take care of.
It's not a problem at all, ma. Understand this concept and assimilate. At one point, whatever is locking you, even in the normal life, will drop. Will suddenly give way. Tuck, tuck, tuck. Will give way. Yes, doctor.
Only two statements of it. At the time of, you said the numbers up to 8, and then when the 9 came, all the problems in Kali Yuga. Until each Yuga, there was only one master. In the Kali Yuga, there are several so-called masters, acharyas, and others, there are multiple of them. So that's where...
I cannot say in each Yuga there was only one master. No. Only 1 or 2 masters' biographies have been recorded and become popular. But I can't say there was only one. Parasurama and Rama lived in the same Yuga. Both of them met with each other. And Krishna meets with so many masters. And Rama meets with Vasishta. So I cannot say there was only one master. One has become hero. But there was no one master. It was not always one master. It was many masters. And it will be many masters. One thing, where it clicks you, that's all. Yes.
But if the Putra progeny is not to be there, but if everybody becomes a sannyas, or if they not have that ends at that level, then today the whole world and the progeny would not have a and also they say you are...
One more thing, doctor. One more thing. Please do not think God is dependent on you for the creation. He is not dependent surely on you for creation. That's first thing. Next thing, it's not that everybody will go to that steps, doctor. Everybody will not go to the 11th, 12th day of the fight. You understand? There will be millions of people who will stop with the 10th day of fight. They will die or they will stop. And they may not have life enough to go to the 12th day fight. So we don't have to bother about that. Whoever has got courage, proceed further. That's all. Yes.
Can you talk a little bit more about how to give up...
No, a little loud.
How to give up friendliness, compassion?
Compassion is alive just because you think the other person is reality. The other is not real as you think. See, the seer and seen. From seer, the consciousness takes a jump continuously because it is not able to relax into the seer itself. The taking jump, that restlessness gives life to seen. Because you are not Atmarama. The seer is not relaxed in the seer itself. It takes a jump and gives life to the seen. And the jump between seer and seen and seer and seen and seer and seen is seeing. Seeing the process. The person who stops this jump, Tribudi Veda, by dropping the scene is renouncer, sannyasi. There is nothing to be seen. He takes away all his taste to see things. So the scene becomes dull and the jumping stops. He becomes enlightened through renouncing. The person whose seer is relaxed, he becomes enlightened. That is bhakti. The seer dissolves is bhakti, seeing dissolves is jnana. But somewhere in these three, one has to drop, then the jump will stop. When the jump stops, the process also stops. Seer, when the seer is not completely in bliss with the seer, he starts becoming restless and jumps. And when he jumps, he gives life to the scene. Because he gives life to the scene, the process of jumping becomes seeing. Whenever the scene loses its power, it is renunciation. When you renounce, the scene loses its power over you. So, then there is no point to jump. When there is no place to jump, the seer relaxes in seer, the seeing does not happen, and seeing is not there, you are enlightened. When the seer drops in the seeing, is the master disciple. Devotion to the existence. Then seer dies, you are stuck with the scene. Again, because you are stuck with the scene, there is no seer, the jump stops and the seeing stops. You are enlightened. Whether you are stuck with the scene or seer, get completely stuck, you are enlightened. And if you are jumping, that is where the Tripudi Veda is alive. That's all. It's the whole drama. As long as the compassion is there, means the jump between Tripudi is happening. The seer and the seen is jumping. For any reason, the seer and seen jumping is going on. The seeing will be there. Ignorance is there. Either the seen has to drop or the seer has to drop. Dropping the seen is Vedanta, renunciation. Jnana, dropping the seer is bhakti, devotion. Yes, any other question?
How to differentiate between Drona and Sagadeva?
Aha. How will you differentiate between Drona and Sahadeva? This is a nice question. Drona can stand against you if you are not going to fulfill what he thinks as right. But Sahadeva will stand for you even if you are against him. Because Duryodhana comes to Sahadeva to fix a date to start the war for his success. And Sahadeva clearly, dharmically gives the right date for Duryodhana. Any of you know that story? See, Duryodhana, Sahadeva is supposed to be the master of astrology. So Duryodhana wants to know the date when to start the war. What is the right date to start the war for his success? He goes to Sahadeva and asks him, ask Sahadeva, oh brother, I know you are a great astrologer, please give me the date. I should start the war on the right date so that I will be successful. Sahadeva says, please come brother. And he sees the astrologer and gives the date, coming Amavasya day, start the Yuddha, you will be successful. And Krishna was totally shaken because his Sahadeva's words will come true. And the whole thing is now done. The whole plan of Krishna is now gone. Because Duryodhana will start the war on Amavasya and he will win the war. What to do? Now comes the Krishna with a drama. See, today, Sunday is Amavasya. They have to start the war. Saturday itself, suddenly Krishna is sitting in the banks of water tank and giving darpana. Usually darpana is given only on Amavasya. He has to give only on Sunday. But Saturday itself Krishna is sitting and doing darpana. sun and the moon, both of them got shaken. What is this? Only on Amavasya day, he has to give Darpana. And he is giving Darpana one day earlier. What is going on? Both of them ran and came to Krishna. Krishna, only tomorrow is Amavasya. Why are you giving Darpana today? Krishna said, what is Amavasya? Oh, Amavasya means sun and moon has to meet. Now are you guys are not meeting? Yes, today is Amavasya over. So war started on Pratima. Pratima and they got defeated. Understand? Sahadeva, even if he knows you are going to play the other side, he will be honest and give you the instruction. I know for sure sometimes some disciples may drop and go against, but I don't reject them. I see the potentiality that they can become enlightened. That is the reason I allow them in my fort. I allow them in my court and I continue to teach them. People ask me, sometimes my ashramites ask me, Swamiji, after 1 year he ran away. Don't you know that he is going to run away? Why did you train him? Why did you spend so much time with him? Why did you spend so much time on him? I tell them, no. Possibility. Possibility is there. So even if I know that he is going to play the other side, when he comes, we have to be honest in operating, giving, offering, sharing. This is Sahadeva. But Drona will not do that. Drona will stand the other side. If he knows that you are going to be this side, he will not bother to stand against you and play the drama. That's the difference between Drona and Sahadeva. Deeper insights from Mahabharata. Huh? Yes. Huh? Kundi's character. Chalo, let me answer now. What, doctor? I think, doctor, are you convinced by the answer which I gave? All the people are not going to play the drama till the 14th thing.
The lifespan of each and every individual.
See, lifespan, the people will not become matured. You see, people may not be in the body till they get matured to drop the family, these, that things, and then go to the next step. So whoever has got the opportunity, decide. Don't miss, that's all. Come on, doctor, what's...
When Krishna comes to the court of when he comes to the court and he's bargaining, he's also doing the meddling between the two parties. Only Bhishma was able to see the cosmic form of Krishna. Bhishma and Vidura. These two are the only ones who are able to see his real form. When Dronacharya was not able to even see when he showed his
cosmic form.
So that means he was still, obviously he is not enlightened.
Yes.
But is Bhishma and Vidura, were they enlightened?
No, but because the parental conditioning has got some good qualities of keeping the tradition alive. So those things can have glimpse for themselves for some time. Satori. But even if they had Satori, they can't be followed. Yes.
Swami, you said about 18 days war. That's the semantic of 18 days.
No.
Some people maybe 1 year, maybe 1 day.
No, it is not 18 days. It's 18 steps, like the ego which can count up to 8, connecting itself with eyes. That's a 1 day war. Connecting itself with the nose is a 1 day war. Like this, going through all the 10 karmendriyas. Now, jnanendriyas and karmendriyas. And not only that, this 8, one more thing, it has got the chittam, buddhi, mana, the parts of the mind, the ahankara. These 8 again gathers, you see this number 8 has got 8 parts. Chitta, buddhi, mana, ahankara, all these kind of 8 parts, individual consciousness, your memory and all these things. This 8 joining with one sense. One sense. That one sense joining and fighting, coming for a fight is 1 day war. Where you are going to get stuck is the thing. That's all.
The question I have is that until you meet a master's, where we were before, we do not know in the process.
That is not a problem. Actually, once the master, when you meet a master and start the process, only Yuddha itself starts. Because Yuddha is created by Master, Krishna. Till then you will not even know what is your worth, and you are not even asking for it. You are living in forest. You are in Anyada Vasa. Only Master comes and tells you, Arey, you are in Anyada. You have lost your freedom, Swarajya Siddhi. You have not achieved your Swarajya. You are not having your own rights. You are being excommunicated. You are cheated by your negative thoughts. Till then you will not even know. You have been sent to forest. You have been cheated in a very cunning way by your own. See, the courage of depression is Saguni, cunningness. Courage of individual consciousness is Bhima. Courage of individual consciousness is Bhima. Courage of cunningness is Saguni. Courage of ego, that is a cunningness. So you are not even aware that your ego and your cunningness has played game on you and kicked you out of your own property, which is enlightenment, and you are sitting in the vana and you are sitting in Anyada Vasa. You have lost even your idea that you own something. Then comes Master to remind you. He even goes as ambassador to the 11 crore thoughts, your negative thoughts, your ego. See, you live in one corner. Let us all live happily together. If ego accepts, yes, all right, I will also live, you also live, then ego becomes servant. Ego becomes servant. But the ego is not ready to accept. Then, only then, Master educates you. Fools, it is your property. Don't stop. War itself is created by Krishna. Created by Krishna. Till then, whatever is going on is not a war. It is just fight with Anyada Vasa.
So the fact that we are with masters, we are in the process of enlightenment.
Sure.
It's about to happen.
Huh?
And it will happen.
Yes, that's all. It will happen. You are supposed to just listen all the tactics which he gives continuously and execute it. And you should find out, hey, Bhishma is standing in front, Drona is standing in front, Karna is standing in front, and blast. You are done. Yes.
Mahabharata really happened.
I can say in a way, there was a fact, but some things are added. There was a fact, but some things are added. But now you can understand in this angle. It will become the whole thing is a reality. Yes.
In this angle, this becomes like a living Mahabharata, like living Gita.
That's all.
Living Gita.
Living Mahabharata. I have not started speaking on this our great kavyas of Mahabharata and Ramayana. Maybe I'll give some continuous sessions on Ramayana and Mahabharata later on, bringing the whole thing back to life. See the Guha helping Rama to cross the Sarayu river and becoming brother is the whole philosophy of enlightenment. Maybe later on we'll explore.
Maybe just that one line you can leave.
Doctor, I think if I start, I will not be able to end. That's why. If I have enough time, I can tell you elaborately, step by step. See, now I gave you a new insight into the gay ideology. Person who said no to the parental conditioning is a gay. He is successful in certain steps towards freedom, but not ultimate. He has to drop even saying no attitude. Then he can face Drona. See, it's like a father has to bring you up mother has to bring you up till the age of 7 with love and care and should hand over you to the father. Father should bring you up from age of 7 to 14 by giving you knowledge and intellect and hand you over to the master and move out. And master has to bring you up from 14 to 21 and make you enlightened and hand over you to God and move out. Whoever does not move out, they will be moved out. And they should be moved out. That's all. That's all is the Mahabharata war. Parental conditioning, dropping, then the master, he also should drop, then compassion also should drop and become enlightenment. Yes, doctor.
I'm sorry, Swami, I'm asking too many questions.
No, you can ask. You see, we have time for question answer. Means we have a few more minutes.
We can postpone the trip till we're going up to 12 o'clock. We want to continue. I just say
No, it's okay. We will go and see and come back and yes.
But one observation
Yeah.
is all the Pandavas, all the Kauravas, including all the Acharyas, everybody seems to have been married with kids.
No, see, that idea is totally different. I am not saying being married with kids is something wrong. See, I am not saying that at all. But these guys married with kids, but finally who stood? Even Krishna is married with kids. What will you say about that? So I am not saying married with kids. You see, that is totally different idea. So now what I am presenting is totally different idea. It's a totally different lifestyle. One more thing, Krishna is married with kids, I know, but he never bothered about it. He never bothered to drop it. He was able to leave everything in Dwaraka, straight away come and sit in a chariot as a charioteer for 18 days and run the show. That is enlightenment. And one more thing, when he says, Array, this 11 crore is standing in front of you has no power, he means that a negative thought which has no power over you, unclutch, and 8 crore is standing behind you. They are power for you to attack this 11 crore. That is what? The positive clutching and seeing. Just see sometime so that you will have the confidence and courage to unclutch from negativity. Third thing, both are not going to be alive in the end of the drama. For enlightenment, both have to die. That is why this has been made to fight with that and dies. That is what the story says. The purpose of the incarnation of Krishna is to reduce the gubara, to reduce the weight on your head. Means to destroy the number of TPS, thoughts per second, on your head. That is the purpose of the landing of Krishna on the planet Earth.
Can you tell us about Abhimanyu?
Abhimanyu can be placed as an immature individual consciousness, the son of individual consciousness, who did not have much maturity, just directly gets into the things and does something without even bothering about what am I doing? Without the advice of an enlightened master, when your individual consciousness enters into the drama of trying to conquer the negative thoughts, becomes Abhimanyu.
Personality
Also by
development.
design.
Yes.
Like personality development.
Yes. Maybe.
Couple of questions.
Personality development, and Abhimanyu is proper because he listens only the off. He knows only how to break and go inside. He doesn't know how to come out. He knows he has got only one initiation, not the whole. You need not only initiation, the charioteer sitting in front of you and driving your whole chariot for enlightenment. Not just one initiation when you are sleeping. And yes.
Such a beautiful the explanation of the great epic. I have two questions. One from the understanding point of view, the symbolism part of it, like shedding, material wealth, shedding family.
It is not even material wealth or, you see, it is not even material wealth or anything. Maybe I can say unclutching the fear of losing the wealth. That can be the right introduction, right interpretation. Unclutching from the fear of losing is enough. No need to renounce actually.
That's the point I was
Yes.
making, that person can go
Unclutching,
life.
no, unclutching from the fear of losing is okay. That is enough. You don't need to completely renounce. Doctor, now clear?
The second question is such a beautiful way, we call it Mahakavya, imbibed in the psyche of the whole the Hindu philosophy or the country called
Vedic
Bharat.
tradition.
Where did the things go wrong? Where people
Because the new meaning did not, the right interpretation was not given to people and it was not used for inspiration. That's the thing. That's one thing. Let me answer this Kundi. See, Kundi is a mother of individual consciousness, very innocent. Very innocent, and she is like a body on which individual consciousness can land, but there is no other big role to play. There is no other big role to play. That's all.
So this whole psyche of the country, how it got stuck on such a nonsensical meaning of it.
I think the always these kavyas comes to life when a masters land on the planet Earth. Otherwise everything is just skeleton. It is they who add flesh to the bones. Yes. Oh. Draupadi is a important role. Draupadi character now we have to unravel. It's a see, I can say Draupadi is a Maya. Draupadi is a Maya who can bind you or liberate you. If she herself is wounded, she can take vengeance and drive individual consciousness to liberate you. Till she herself is wounded, she will only bind you. Means that your own idea or desire or greed and fear, till it gets depressed, till they themselves get the blast, they will bind you. When they get the blast, depression of success happens. They themselves will drive you to become enlightened. Your home will bind you till it did not, the home or you do not realize that it is not end. At one point your home realizes neither that is end for you nor you are end for it. Then the same home drives you crazy to achieve enlightenment. Because every day being there, you don't find any juice. You don't find anything. And it just says, hey, get lost, quickly get enlightened so that you are also liberated, I am also liberated. So, Draupadi is a subtle character of Maya. So, she can be either binding or inspiring you to get enlightenment. She is the sister of enlightened master, Krishna. She can become a sister and drive individual consciousness to become enlightened. Or she could have even hidden the whole thing from enlightenment. Anything is possible by Draupadi. Gandhar and all is like a epic characters. You can't fix it with the enlightenment science. Only this main thread you can put it with the enlightenment science. Yes.
So any particular significance of Bhakta in the whole enlightenment?
I can say that step is the depression of success. Your own negativity proves to yourself that it is not going to be useful. Your Maya itself gets abused by your negativity. See, your negative, depressive thoughts stops you even making money and wealth in the planet Earth. Even the outer world success is not happening by your negative thoughts. Then the outer world also gets, hey, you are not even allowing me to hold this fellow. Let me take revenge on you. When the fight between the outer world success and your depression starts happening, then your seeking starts. Then even the Maya starts fighting for you. Because even outer world success is not happening. Then why should these negative thoughts be allowed on you? Chalo, When I can't enjoy, let nobody enjoy the individual consciousness. Maya decides. That's Vastrabharana.
Do you say that based on the enlightenment science, based on what you said, Vidura, it is the possibility exists for anybody, no matter what their background is.
See, I can say that Vidura is an enlightened mystic who is enlightened by himself but who can't help anybody. That's why he disappears.
By birth, although he...
Yes.
So potentiality exists for anybody.
Anybody. Potentiality exists for anybody, that is true. But what I am saying, Vidura is like an enlightened mystic. Even Balarama is an enlightened mystic. So, but they can't be useful for anybody. That's why both of them disappear from the war. Both of them disappear from the war. They are not there. All right. So, beautiful, epic, and beautiful story. So, today where we are going? Angkor Thom. It's a beautiful temple.
Yes.
I read about that temple. It's bigger than Angkor Wat. The stone used for construction is bigger than Angkor Thom. But too big means like a broad, not concentrated like this temple. So, a lot of beautiful things I saw in the
Nadi Shastra and all you talk.
Lemurian scrolls.
Yes, Buddhist inspirations.
See, basically few scenes I downloaded. These guys, I think I told yesterday in the temple itself, many things I was telling. The same thing, maybe I can put it in a few words. The basic stones, they got it here itself, and the majority of the carving work they have done in India using the gaze stones. There are three kinds of stone: male stone, female stone, and gaze stones. Gaze stones are easy to carve, so used the gaze stones and did the carving and brought the whole thing by ship, and few enlightened masters came here, created energy field and assembled the whole temple. And the temple which we went yesterday was supposed to be like a tomb of a king. That is why Vishnu was given more importance. The tombs of the master is given, Shiva will be given more importance. So yesterday's temple, Vishnu was main deity, but in the Garbha Mandir, Shiva was also there. Shivalinga was also there, but Vishnu was main deity because it was king's samadhi. But if the master's samadhi, then Shiva would have been given the top priority. That is why you see, even in Arunachala temple, east facing, in same Garbha Mandir, east facing Shiva is there, west facing Vishnu is there, and north facing Brahma is there, south facing Guru, enlightened master is there, Dakshinamurti. Even in Arunachala Garbha Mandir. That is the way it is there. So this temple also was built like that only. East facing Shivalinga, west facing Vishnu, north facing Brahma, and south facing Guru, Dakshinamurti. We saw the Dakshinamurti yesterday, the carving, it was south facing. So because this was king's tomb, the west tower was developed into a big thing. West entrance became big entrance, main entrance. So maybe the other temples which we are going, if it was master's tomb, it will have eastern entrance main, and that will be the main entrance for the people to enter and worship. These are the few maybe informations I can add. Then the information guides gave. The guide was telling yesterday, I was asking, hey, tell something whatever you know. He says, no, we want to listen from you.
That's what he was telling.
They learned quite a bit themselves.
They learned quite a bit from, especially the deities' names and mythological, all those things. Nice, that's a nice thing, they are open. And I can say that whatever history they know, as a fact they know, we can ask from them, then we can add the exact thing which happened. And not only that, they can take us without missing every place. We will not know what all is there now. That they can do. That's a good job. I think already Ahimsa has briefed them. Don't talk much, try to learn. That is why those guys said, no, you tell Swami, we will listen.
You know, the first day in the bus, brought us from the airport itself. They said, we are your tour guides, but we know your guru is there, so we won't be talking much. Your guru will be telling us, and we'll also listen to your guru. Swamiji didn't know from last year. I said, when I came, when I left.
That time itself, Ahimsa has planned, I will bring Swamiji here. And she did it. It's a wonderful thing. Give a good clap for. You see, for Ahimsa, you need to praise two things. One for her great work, and next for shutting Maheshwaram. For both, you need to give a good clap. All right. I think anything else? We are done. If you practice this complete acceptance just for 1 year, when people come to the ashram to stay and study, I create all possible difficulties. No, that's my work. No, because, you see, because I am compassionate, I have to do that. No, just to remind them, are you qualified? Are you qualified? Are you really seeking? Are you seeking? Because if you do the right action for wrong reason, whole thing is lost. Even if you are sitting in the presence of the master with the wrong reason, without having the clarity what for you are sitting, it's not good for you. So it is out of my compassion, I open the door for everybody. With the same compassion, I teach them, remind them to check whether you are qualified or not. Look, purify, raise yourself. Same way, when I create all possible uncomforts, I tell them, live for a year with an acceptance. You will never leave. You will never leave. Acceptance can be practiced in this AC hall easily, but not with the basic comforts, not with a emotionally strong atmosphere. When I say the word emotionally strong atmosphere, the whole group is emotionally inspired towards one goal. The so-called pseudo-seekers will feel uncomfortable. I have seen the pseudo-seekers running away. They will just escape with the word, I think it is a religious organization. Fool. When you entered inside, you did not realize it is a religious organization. Don't you see what I am wearing? Don't you see the way in which I am dressed? This very clearly shows I am religious organization. But when these guys only listen to the words, you see, just sitting and listening does not take much. You don't get any pain anywhere. And you feel greedy. Oh God, how? What energy this fellow is radiating. What grace he is expressing. I think I should also live like him. And sometimes people even feel, God, wherever he goes, flowers are put at his feet, offered at his feet. Sometimes people ask me, wherever you walk, flowers are offered. I tell them, you see the flowers which are put at my feet today, you never saw the thorns on which this leg has walked to come to this state. You have never seen the thorns on which this leg has walked to receive the flowers. That is what we call austerity, penance, tapas. People want enlightenment, don't want to do tapas. If you are listening, completely lost, your eyes won't blink. If your eyes are blinking, be very clear, still you are not lost. Shiva is saying, listen, while the ultimate mystical teaching is imparted, eyes still without blinking. If you are blinking, you are hearing, not listening. Hearing is different, listening is different. When you are listening, you are lost. That click happens. You just sit completely melting. Completely melting. You forget. You exclude the whole thing. Except you and the master, everything else is excluded. You are lost. Then just one word from the master is enough. You are enlightened. Eyes will become still only when your intellect is tired of processing the words. No moment. Eyes are there, just you are lost. If you are processing the words which you are receiving, then there will be movements in the eyes. If your eyes are completely closed, you are thinking something else. If it is blinking, you are thinking about what I am talking. If your eyes are still, you are receiving whatever I am speaking. Seen people, when they listen to some jokes, they understand the grammar, they understand the meaning, but the click does not happen. It happens next day when they are taking bath in the bathroom. And there they will start laughing. Suddenly for no reason. Because the click has happened only there. When the click happens about the joke, when you understand the joke and start laughing. Same way, when the click happens during the teaching, suddenly your eyes become still. For a few moments, this is what I always wanted to listen. I was waiting for this. When your eyes become still without blinking, those few moments are the time to have that click, satori, first experience.
Paramahamsa Sri Nithyananda, or Swamiji, is a revolutionary spiritual master of our millennium. He walks on a mission to heal the world through the powers of meditation.
Guru
Swamiji chose to be born as Rajashekaran in the sacred town of Tiruvannamalai in southern India. Mastering yoga and rigorous spiritual practices at a young age, Rajashekaran finally left home for the Himalayas in the quest of the ultimate truth. This quest led his feet to the holiest of pilgrimage spots and to great spiritual masters in India and Tibet. After years of wandering, study, and intense penance, the boy Rajashekaran experienced the ultimate flowering of consciousness on January 1st, 2000. Rajashekaran became Paramahamsa Sri Nithyananda. Guided by a divine vision, Swamiji set up Dhyanapita, a worldwide movement for meditation in Bidadi near Bangalore in India. At the ashram, seekers aged between 8 and 80 live and learn in the Master's presence. Ananda healing, a unique healing science formulated by Swamiji, has been baffling the medical world by curing diseases ranging from migraine to cancer. Qualified individuals are also initiated by Swamiji into Ananda healing. Today there are over 300 healing centers and over 700 healers worldwide. The Ananda Spurana program is an intensive workshop for chakra healing and meditation that brings together philosophies and techniques from the world's major spiritual streams. The Nithyananda Spurana program, or NSP, is an advanced level course where participants work on all their 7 energy bodies. Ananda Yoga is an introductory program to help integrate meditation into our normal lifestyle with practical and powerful techniques to cope with work stress, ill health, and failing relationships. Swamiji also reaches out to people with dhyana satsangs or mass meditation camps that take meditation to the remotest towns and villages of India. Swamiji travels the world, committed to spreading awareness about the role of individual transformation in shaping global communities. With a pragmatic vision that links Eastern philosophy to the Western scientific thought, Swamiji continues to awaken humanity to the significance of spirituality in our time.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Meditation, the plan for miracles. That's the subject for today. First, let us understand what is miracle. We'll analyze the word, understand the word miracle. Whatever happens in the universe has got its own reason. Nothing happens in the universe without cause. Only with cause any effect can happen. Cause and effect. Never directly some effect without cause or some cause without effect. No. Now the physics scientists are coming up with a new theory, parallel universe. They say anything moves this side, moves from the other side also. In this side of the universe something happens. It is the other side of the universe also, the opposite reaction happens. There can be no black hole without Big Bang, and there can be no Big Bang without black hole. They are coming up with a theory. Anywhere if black hole happens, somewhere else, the other side of the universe, there is a Big Bang happening. If somewhere Big Bang is happening, the other side of the universe, there is a black hole happening. There is nothing which happens without cause. If there is a cause, always effect. If there is an effect, always cause. Whenever you can't understand the relationship between cause and effect, you call that as a miracle or as a coincidence. Whenever you are not able to understand the relationship between the cause and effect, as long as it is obvious, open, if you can measure through your intellect, you call it as an incident, cause and effect. You know it. When the relationship between cause and effect is very deep, your intellect is not able to understand, your intellect is not able to penetrate, your logic is not able to analyze, then you call it as a miracle or as a coincidence. Look little deeply. Miracle and coincidence can never happen. Whatever happens always happens with cause and effect. How can there be something without cause? Everything happens only with cause and effect. Nothing is miracle in the planet Earth. But as I was telling you, when you are not able to analyze, when your logic is not able to understand the relationship, you call it as a miracle. Now I say, the meditation is a plan for miracle. What do I mean by this word? There's a beautiful saying by Einstein. Einstein is one of the superhuman beings. That's what I can say. Just because of him, the whole science has turned towards the mystics. It is because of him the scientists have started respecting the mystics and rishis. Otherwise, spirituality is always considered as a totality of foolishness, or scientists had a very wrong opinion or a bad view, very prejudiced idea about anything spiritual. They were always thinking whatever they know is the only universe, or whatever is universe they know. Einstein is the guy who declared first time, where science ends, there spirituality starts. One of the beautiful saying from Einstein, he says, there is only two ways of living. One is living as though everything is miracle, or as though nothing is miracle. Either you live as though everything is miracle, including the things which you know, the relationship of cause and effect. You live as if everything is miracle, or you live as though nothing is miracle. Be very clear. First, I am demystifying the idea miracle. Then I want you to understand every inch of your life is miracle. Even if you understand the relationship between cause and effect, what can you understand? Tell me. What can we understand? From mud comes lotus. You may understand, if the seed of the lotus is put in the mud, it will start becoming a plant, and rose will, lotus will bloom. You may understand, but how can it happen? How is it happening? Just out of mud, a lotus is happening. You may understand, if you eat a piece of bread, it will go into your intestine and some process will happen, it will become blood. You may understand logically, but how can the very process happen? Your bread, a piece of bread, is getting converted into blood. Whether you understand or not, even if you understand the cause and effect link, it is miracle. Even if you understand the link between the cause and effect, miracle is miracle. Either you live as though everything is miracle, or you live as though nothing is miracle. Only these two kind of life. There is no other kind. Either you live as though everything is miracle. Today morning I was telling in the radio, if you see the kids, they are continuously happy, joyful. Why? They don't take life for granted. Every moment is new for them. They have no judgment. They don't have intellect. They have no idea. They are continuously alive, fresh, new, not filled with yesterday's memory. Not filled with yesterday's memory. Today's sunrise is today's sunrise for them, not yesterday's sunrise. A small story. One enlightened master had a stomach trouble. So his doctor, personal physician, requested him to eat the same diet for the rest of his life. He started enjoying the food. Same diet, a little bit of rice and little greens, herbal medicine. That is the only diet for him. Continuously for 10 years he was taking that same diet. The disciple who was cooking for him, she got fed up. She came and asked him, Master, what is this? I am feeling bored cooking the same food. Are you not feeling bored eating the same food? Master says, what? Same food. I don't eat the same food. Every day it is something new. How can I eat the same food every day? It is new. It is your mind which labels it as the same food. Understand this one statement. How unconscious we are. It's the right word. How can I eat the same food every day? How can it be same food? No. It is new. Surely new. Maybe same kind of food, but not same food. Same kind of food, but not same food. But our mind is so unconscious. We label the things very easily. We take the things for granted. We take the situations for granted. We take the personalities for granted. Our mind is such. Very easily we take things for granted. Very easily we take things for granted. You should understand this. One example deeply. Child never takes things for granted. For him, every rose is new. Everything is new. Everything is fresh. Everything is alive. He is so excited to see everything. You can see the kids. They will ask you questions. They don't even wait for your answer. They put some more questions. They don't even wait for your answer. They are not bothered about your answer. Be very clear. Don't worry too much about answering them. We always take things too seriously. Either we shut them up, hey, keep quiet, don't shout. Or we go on try to explain things, making them also intellectual. Either you continuously try to make them intellectual, or you shout at them, keep quiet, don't ask all these questions. They don't even care for your answer. They are just happy telling something new. They are expressing, they are getting to know new things, that's all. By questioning, they explain to you that they are growing. They express, they are getting introduced to new dimension of their life. And you don't have to bother. Actually, when they don't expect your answers, they tell you very clearly, don't worry to give me reply. I am happy with my questions. They don't take things for granted. They don't take persons for granted. They don't take situations for granted. That is the reason their eyes are so alive, so fresh. When they look at things, they don't verbalize. Be very clear. When they look at things, they don't verbalize. When you verbalize, you miss the reality. For example, when you see a rose bush, the moment you see a rose bush, you start thinking about the roses which you presented to somebody, or somebody presented to you. Next, you start thinking about how that person reacted to your roses, or how you reacted for his roses. With love, or you shouted at him, what way you reacted. That emotions comes up, and the memory about that person comes up, and memory about the next person. It goes on, you miss the real rose, which is in front of you. When you start verbalizing, you miss the reality. Sigmund Freud, another important person, he says, of course, nothing compared to Einstein. Freud, he says, all our thinking is only association. It's only association. It is not thinking. It is not thinking. Of course, in the field of psychology, still Freud plays a major role, even though many of his theories are proved wrong. He created something, even to prove it as a wrong. He created some base. Freud says association, not thinking. He calls our thinking as association. For example, you see a dog in the street. Immediately you start thinking about all the dogs which you have seen from your childhood. Then you remember the dogs about which you are afraid when you are an infant child. Then you remember your childhood. Then you remember the teacher who taught you the lessons when you were a child. Then you remember where the teacher used to live. Just see how the link goes on. There is no logical connection between the dog which you have seen in the road and the teacher who gave you the lessons when you were a child. Of course, both of them have barked at you, that is different. But no logical connection. Your mind just moves. When you start moving in association, when you start verbalizing the things, you miss reality. You miss reality. Every day sun rises. Every day sun sets. Every day something new is happening. But again and again, you take the life for granted. You take the life for granted. You say, oh, one more Sunday, one more Saturday, one more Friday, you don't say one more day. When you label it as one more Friday, you think you know about the whole day. Actually, you think you know about the whole day. What do you know about the whole day? Except the 3-letter F-R-I, you do not know anything else. The moment you label that day as Friday, you think you know the whole day. What do you know about Friday except the word F-R-I? No, nothing else. But the mind is such, the mechanism is such, you take things for granted. You take persons for granted. You take situations for granted. The same way, when it comes to human beings, relationships, you take people for granted. That is why you don't enjoy any relationship. I always tell people there are 2 kinds of relationship. One is collecting the arguments about that person and passing the judgment. Another one is passing judgment about that person and collecting arguments to support your judgment. You have 2 kinds of relationship. One is collecting the arguments and passing judgment. Another one is passing judgment and collecting arguments just to support your judgment. Most of us relate only through the second way. We don't accept persons do change. That's a beautiful saying. You cannot step into the same river twice. Because by the time you put your second step, the river has already moved. Water has already moved. You cannot put the same step and put your second step in the same river. According to me, you cannot put even one step, because by the time you touch and your leg reaches the ground, the river has moved. The river has moved. You cannot even put your single step in any river, because by the time your leg reaches, by the time your feet reaches the ground, water has moved. Understand? Same way, how you cannot step twice in the same river, you cannot meet the same person twice. Be very clear. When you go to your office morning and come back in the evening, your wife is different person, not the same person. Your husband is different person, not the same person. Your kid is different person, not the same person. Something is added in them, either intelligence or foolishness. Something is added, either intelligence or foolishness. Person cannot be same. There is a continuous change. Of course, you will never believe the other person has become intelligent. It is very difficult to believe the other is becoming intelligent. It is very easy to believe other is becoming foolish, but very difficult to believe other is becoming intelligent. Anyhow, whatever you may think, whether getting foolish or getting intelligent, but other is changing. Other is changing. The other person always changes. And not only the other person, even you change. Continuously you change. But you don't accept, you don't agree, you change. You try to hold on to the same mental setup. You try to catch the same mental setup. 5,000 years ago, there is a beautiful scripture about the body. A great mystic called Sushruta, he writes, he is the person who did first time the transplanting the parts of the body. Surgery, even the brain transplanting the brain has happened in India. Of course, open heart surgery. All possible surgeries have been done by him. There is very clear record a medical documentary. Everything is clearly documented medically, how it does, and all the procedures and the instruments. He is the father of surgery. His name is Sushruta, a great rishi, a great enlightened master. He writes in his books, every 6 months your liver replaces itself. It totally rejuvenates itself. Not even a single atom is same. Once in every 6 months, your liver replaces itself. Once in every 21 days, your intestine replaces itself. And today, the modern day physiologists agree with this concept. They are agreeing with this idea. They say your body rejuvenates itself continuously. It replaces or rejuvenates individually every part. Every part of your body is rejuvenated. Every part of your body is replaced by its own intelligence. Every cell is replaced continuously. Of course, each and every part takes its own time. For liver, it's 6 months or little more. For intestine, 21 days. For blood cells, some time. But continuously, your body rejuvenates itself. And Sushruta says one more thing. Your mental structure plays a major role when the new part of your body is created. Understand these two theories. First thing he says, your body is continuously replaced by your mind, by your soul, by your energy, and your mental structure plays a major role when your body is getting reconstructed. One disciple asks him, Master, then why do we carry diseases for 4 or 5 years? See, this is the case. If your body is rejuvenating itself continuously, for example, we say liver is getting rejuvenated in every 6 months, then why should a person who is with liver cirrhosis carries his disease for even 4 or 5 years? Why not correct himself? Why not create a new liver without disease? Why is he carrying the disease? Sushruta says beautifully, you don't believe you change. You carry the same old mental setup. Even if your being changes, you carry the same frame about you. You are not ready to let go the frame about you. You have a clear frame. I can work only this many hours. After this many hours, I will be stressed out. I will have a headache. I will have body pain. I am going to get stomach pain. I cannot work after these hours. I am only this much. You have a standard frame about you. You carry that frame very strongly. You don't let go the frame. You have an idea how to react for every situation. You have a clear-cut frame how to move, how to handle every situation. You don't live spontaneously. You live based on your mental setup, what he calls samskara. Samskara means powerful, potential, mental root which again and again pulls you to travel in the same path. Samskara is not dead imprint. It is not dead mental imprint. It is a powerful, potential mental setup which again and again pulls you down to travel in the same route. There is a beautiful experiment done by a scientist. early morning, used to ring the bell and feed his dogs, all his dogs. He will put food in the plate. All the dogs used to have saliva in their mouth and eat. After continuous training, one day he just rang the bell. No food was given. But he saw the dogs are all pouring the saliva. And they are just enjoying the empty plate. They are just enjoying the empty plate. It has become a samskara. Same way, you also create a samskara. You create a samskara. Whenever you remember that memory or that mood or that persons, that situations, you react in a same way in which you reacted. You move in the same rut through which you used to move. For example, morning 6 o'clock means you start bothering about your office. Around evening 4 o'clock, you start worrying about your kids' education. Then by the time you reach your house, you start bothering about your vacation. Next day again morning, you start worrying about your office. If this is your routine, worrying routine, even in the vacation days, you will start worrying about the office. You will tell your mind, no, today no office, don't worry, relax. But the low mood will be there. You will continue to experience the low mood. How many of you have experienced? You can see in your life, it is just a mental setup. You don't live based on intelligence. You live based on informations. Please be very clear. You don't live based on intelligence. You live based on information. Information means a regular setup. Never think your body, your mind is an independent intelligence. It is just a mechanism. Just a mechanism. I always tell people, ability to respond spontaneously is what responsibility. Responsibility does not mean your name and fame or your status or your money or whatever you acquired. No, that is not responsibility. The ability to respond spontaneously. The guys who have got spontaneity, only they can survive in the planet Earth. People come and ask me, Swamiji, I had the best possible education. I had all the money. I don't know how this suffering came. Suddenly I lost everything. You may have education, you may have money, but it is not that your education and other things should bring you intelligence. Intelligence is something totally different. Intelligence is not the amount of information which you receive. Intelligence is not based on the information. Please be very clear. Intelligence is not something which grows with the amount of information which you receive. No. With information, only intellect grows, never intelligence. Intelligence is something directly related to spontaneity. How alive you are, how fresh you are, how much you are able to let go the frame of mind about yourself, the idea about yourself, the prejudice about yourself. How much you are able to face a situation directly without your prejudice. That is what is going to decide how much you are intelligent. Intelligence is not the totality of your experiences. It is the lessons which you learned from the experiences. In Sanskrit we have two words, Anubhava, Anubhuti. Anubhava means experience. Anubhuti means intelligence. Just experience is not enough to live the life. To have the experience, if you live on the planet Earth for 80, 90 years, that is more than enough. But that is not going to help. The number of incidences which happened in your life can give you only informations and experiences. But intelligence is totally different. Intelligence is something like learning the lessons from the experiences. There are people who never learn anything from any amount of experiences. For example, if you touch the fire of cigarette and say, oh, cigarette fire will burn. Then you touch the matchstick fire and you say, oh, matchstick fire also burns. Then you touch charcoal fire. Oh, charcoal fire also burns. Then you put your hand in the furnace and say, oh, furnace also burns. Then you put your hand in the oven and you say, oh, oven also burns. You go on touching all fires. You experiment with all the fires and finally come to understand all fires will be burned. All fire will burn. If you learn through this process, if you learn through this method, if you learn through experience, by the time you learn all fire will burn, your body will be ready to be burned. Your age will be over. You are ready to be burned. That is not the process to learn. This is what we call experience. Intelligence is different. When you touch first some fire, immediately you realize all fire will burn. That is what I call intelligence. So Anubhuti is totally different from Anubhava. Intelligence is totally different from experience. But we trust only experience, not the intelligence. We trust only the experience, not the intelligence. All our universities, all our colleges, all our educational system, all our way of life respects only information, only intellect, only the experience, not the intelligence. You are trained only to be more informative. You are trained to collect only more informations. You are trained only to be more intellectual, not to be intelligent. You are trained only in verbalization, not in visualization. When you learn how to be more intellectual, slowly, by and by, you lose intelligence. You create a frame about yourself and you create a frame about every situation. You try to move only based on that logic. But life has no logic. Life is paradox. Life is not logical. When you move based on your logic, you always fail. And you say, everything is going well. Everything was going well. I do not know how things messed up, Swami. How I missed it. Because your logic is your logic, not life's logic. If you are logically logical, you will understand logic is not enough logical. That is true. All your idea about yourself, your idea about others, when you take decisions with these prejudices, with these judgments, you fail to live the reality. You miss to live the reality. You forget to see the real person. There is every chance your wife would have been transformed. Who knows? 24 hours is too much to become enlightened. Even should have become enlightened. Who knows? But you don't believe. Leave about believing that she has become enlightened. You don't even believe she has become intelligent. We don't believe the other person has become intelligent because you don't believe you became intelligent. Day by day you can see, you always only underestimate yourself. Oh, earlier I used to work 20 hours. Now I am not able to. And everybody feels the childhood period was golden period. We always say the past was gold. Golden past. It's actually a cunning method to escape from the present. There was no golden past. Be very clear. There was no golden past. Hinduism says there was a Satya Yuga, means there was an age when everything was there, everything was perfect, everything was as it should be. And Christianity says there was an age of Adam and Eve. Everything was wonderful. And every religion gives the dream that there was a golden past. But all your idea about golden past is just idea. It's a wonderful method to escape from the present. And you can see every religion projects about the past and gives hope about the future. Hinduism says Krishna is going to come as Kalki Avatar. Buddhism says Buddha is going to come down as Maitreya the Buddha. Christianity says Jesus is going to come down. We are given the idea about the past and the idea about the future just to escape from the present, because present is too much. Nobody wants to live in the present. We want to hang over either with the past or with the future. You don't want to live with the present. You want to have some mental frame, some mental setup, some idea about something, either about the past or about the future, so that you can escape from the present. Your ideas about the past, about the future, about yourself, about others, makes you miss the reality, what we call life. Your ideas about yourself, which you are not ready to let go, that is what I call ego. Your idea about yourself, which is not true. Our fear is nothing but false experiences appearing like a real. False experiences appearing like a real. Appearing as a real is what is fear. All your false experiences, false expectations appearing like a real is what your fear. That is what is your ego. As long as you hold on to your ego, you miss what is called real life, reality. When you miss the reality, you feel nothing is miracle. You take everything for granted. Anything which happens in your life, you just take it for granted. You forget to see miracles. You forget to see miracles. Even if the miracles happen, you forget to see miracles. Look into your life, how many miracles are continuously happening. Small things. Suddenly you remember some friend whom you have not seen for a long time, and you hear a calling bell, you go and open the door, he will be standing. Suddenly you remember somebody's name whom you have not remembered for a long time. You will hear a telephone ringing. If you pick up, he will be there on the other end. You will go to some friend's house, you will feel as if you came to the same house already. And you know even sometimes where which things are placed, and you will see exactly the things will be there. And sometimes suddenly you remember in a party, I think I attended this same party already. And something is going to happen after a few minutes. You will see that thing will happen. Either that person will come or that incident will happen. How many times this happens in our life? How many times we experience these things, but we take these things for granted. We say, coincidence. There is nothing called coincidence happens on the planet Earth. There can be nothing called coincidence. Be very clear. Only miracles. Whenever you have intelligence to look, everything looks like miracle. Whatever happens is miracle. When you do not know, when you do not see little deeply, when you do not see with little intelligence, whatever happens, you take them for granted. There is only two kind of lifestyle. Either you see everything as miracle, or you see nothing as miracle. If you look little deeply, even the bread becoming blood is a miracle. Air going in and coming out is a miracle. Still you are alive, that is great miracle. There are thousands of miracles continuously happening inside your being. There are thousands of changes continuously happening inside your being. People come and ask me, Swamiji, I am not able to change my character, please advise me. I tell them, change is your nature. I am only surprised how you are able to hold on to the same mental setup. I am only surprised how you are able to hold on to the same mental setup. To hold on to the same mental setup only you need effort. You need to put your effort. You need to do something. Allow the change to happen. You will see that it will continuously simply happen. Because the life means change. Life is a river. It is flowing. It is just flowing. It is just happening. All the great changes in your life is continuously happening. Only you hold on to it. It is you who stops all the changes. Your body is changing. Your mind is changing. You are becoming more mature, but you never believe you are becoming more mature. When you try to make yourself more mature, when you try to become intelligent, you stop your growth. Your very trial or your very effort disturbs the whole process. By putting your effort, you disturb the whole process. If you just let go, if you just relax, if you allow, you will see existence will do the whole thing. You need to do only one thing. Trust yourself. Life changes you. Life teaches you. Life takes care of you. Trust yourself and relax. People come and ask me, Swamiji, please give me some teaching. How can I change my life? I tell them, relax, you will transform. They don't want to believe that. No, give me some technique. Give me some method. Give me some way. Give me some teaching. Give me some advice. Then what can I do? I give some advice to confuse them. So that they will keep quiet. See, actually, the ultimate teaching is only one. If you relax and trust, your heart will simply transform you. Because the very energy which moves your heart, the very life force which moves your heart is potentially capable of transforming your life. understand the very air which you inhale and exhale is potentially capable of transforming your life. When your body can be changed, can't your mind be changed? Your body is such a grass mechanism. See, just understand. Your body is such a grass, such a matter. When the matter can be changed, when your body can be changed, can't your mind be changed? Verily, your mind can be changed. You trust your intelligence that it will maintain your body, but you don't trust your intelligence that it can maintain your mind also. If you just relax from the mental setup which you created, which you are carrying by force, which you are continuously carrying with all your tension, with force, if you can just relax from it, if you can just trust your intelligence, you will see you are transformed in no time. People ask me, Swamiji, how long it takes to become enlightened? I tell them, you have a fire pot in your hand. You feel it is burning. How long it takes to drop the fire pot? The moment you feel that pot is burning, you drop the pot. The moment you feel your mental setup is disturbing you, your old mental setup is hurting you, drop it, over. How long it takes to drop the fire pot? That much only it takes to become enlightened. So now it is up to you when you want to drop your fire pot. Whether you want to carry and suffer or you want to drop and enjoy. It is just your mental setup. You know how is your mental setup and what it gives you. Just drop it, over. But we are not ready to believe so easily. We are not ready to trust so easily. We say, no, give us some technique, Swamiji. It cannot be so easy. It is not so difficult, Swamiji. I am not able to drop. The word difficulty is the greatest difficulty. Please be very clear. The word difficulty is the greatest difficulty. Do you say, I know fire will burn, Swamiji, but I am not able to stop resisting putting my fingers, hands in the fire? No. When you know it, you naturally drop it. Same way, when you know the reality, why don't you drop? Why don't you drop? When you ask for technique, when you say, I am not able to drop, it means you are not understood totally. There is some serious problem in your understanding. Start becoming a little more intelligent. Just be a little more intelligent. When you say it hurts, why don't you drop? When you say it disturbs, just drop. You know your whole old mental setup. How much it disturbs, how much it creates pain, how much it creates problems in your being. So when you understand it creates trouble, drop it. Just drop it. If you can trust your being, that you can be alive, you can live, you can exist without this old mental setup, you transform your whole being. You transform yourself into a new person. The problem is, people ask me, Swamiji, if I drop my old mental setup, how will I live? I don't feel comfortable. How can I live? Understand? Seed always asks, if I break, how will I become tree? But tree always says, unless you break, how can I grow? Always there is a problem between seed and the tree. Seed says, let you first come out, I will break. And tree says, let you break, only then I can come out. Unless the seed breaks, it cannot sprout. Unless it breaks, it cannot sprout, it cannot become tree. But always seed is feeling insecure. How can I break unless the sprout comes out? How do I know whether I become tree or I will die? Where is the guarantee? I tell you, trust and open, you will sprout. Trust and drop your old mental setup. Start living through spontaneity. You may think, no, I will do all mistakes. Don't bother. Few mistakes are worth doing. Don't be too much perfectionist. Perfectionism is nothing but neurosis. If you are traveling towards perfectionism, be very clear, you are traveling towards madness. The more you fail to be perfect, be very clear, God is saving you from madness. The more you fail to be perfect, more you have the grace of God. If you think you have become perfect or you reached perfection, be very clear, God has left you. Because you cannot upgrade, you cannot update the intelligence of God. You can update software editions, not God's creation. You can never update. You can never upgrade. All your search for totality is search for, all your search for perfection is search for madness. Where can you be perfect? Tell me. If you want to be totally perfect, safe, secure, graveyard is the best place. In tomb, you are total, perfect. See, everything is perfect as it should be. Nothing can go wrong. You are safe, secure. Graveyard is the place where you can feel totally secure. But graveyard is not the place to live. Even if you feel totally secure, graveyard is not the place to live. Ship is secure in harbor, but it is not created to live there. Ship is secured in the harbor, but it is not created to live in the harbor. It is created, it is developed, it is built to travel in the ocean, not to live in the harbor. Understand. Even if you commit few mistakes, nothing wrong. Start living through spontaneity. When you shift your mental setup from mental setup to spontaneity, from ego to spontaneity, when you shift, when the cognitive shift happens, there is a small gap which you suffer bit, as a little bit of problems, a little bit of imbalance, all these things happens. It's a period of transition. That period only I call tapas or penance. Nothing wrong. Undergo the penance. Undergo the tapas. You will see and experience a new life. New life is worth living. Living through spontaneity. Living through spontaneous intelligence. Living not based on your opinions and prejudices. Living based on spontaneous intelligence. When you start living spontaneously, you realize everything is miracle. When you live based on your ego, you will live nothing is miracle. When you take life for granted, the first thing which happens to you is boredom. Next, depression. Boredom and depression are the gifts of living based on your intellect, taking the life for granted. What next? What next? What next? What next? The moment you get Lexus car, you start thinking about Benz. The moment you sit in the Benz, you start bothering about Rolls Royce. The moment you get double cot, you start thinking about queen size bed. The moment you are in the queen size bed, immediately king size bed. Thinking about queen size bed, you lose your sleep. You lose your sleep in this bed. Thinking about the king size bed, you lose your sleep in the queen size bed. That is what is happening in our life. You sell your sleep to purchase beds. You work so much to increase the height of your beds, but you forget to decrease the depth of your sleep. You forget to increase the depth of your sleep. You increase the height of the bed, but you don't increase the depth of your sleep. Understand. Start living through spontaneity. Meditation is the plan for miracle. Meditation is the way to live spontaneously. Now you will ask, how can meditation be connected? When I say meditation, I don't even mean closing eyes or sitting. Even the intelligence with which you can live the life, living every moment, moment to moment, without bothering about the past and without bothering about the future, living the moment, living the life, moment to moment, is also a wonderful way. It is the ultimate way. Meditation is not something like a quantity to be added to your routine. It is a quality to be added to your routine. It's a quality which you need to add to your routine. Add this great quality, meditation, in your life, and you will see the whole life looks like miracle. Everything looks like miracle. Even the inhaling and exhaling, breathing in and breathing out is too much. It is just a miracle. One Zen master was given death sentence by a king. King pronounced, by tomorrow morning he should be killed. But he is quite happy, as usual, enjoying the life, doing the same routine. Disciples are asking him, Master, are you not afraid tomorrow morning you are going to die? He says, even this moment is too much for me. Who is going to bother about next moment? This moment itself is too much for me. 24 hours is too much. Who is going to bother about tomorrow? When you understand, even this moment will become too much. Breathing in and breathing out itself is great fulfillment. You will feel every moment is a great miracle. When you experience every moment is a great miracle, your whole being overflows with gratitude to the existence. No fear happens. First thing, all your fantasies about life drops. All your fears about life death. How can there be accident? You are going in a vehicle and he is coming in a vehicle and both of you look at each other and you hit. That's all. How can this be an accident? Naturally it's an incident. When you don't want it, you call it as accident. When you want it, you call it as miracle. See, if the result is favorable, you call it as miracle. If the result is negative, you call it as accident. If the result is so-so, you call it as coincidence. That's all. All the three are one and the same. If the result is too exciting, you call it as miracle. If the result is too negative, you call it as accident. If the result is just so-so, you can forget. Then it is a coincidence. That's all. But always with cause and effect. Even the great miracles like teleporting and all is based on cause and effect. Surely cause and effect. It is not without cause and effect.
Tell me how, one of the things that happens to people when they break their neck or something, and there's, people tend to stay paralyzed pretty much forever. I mean, they say that those particular fibers never regenerate or whatever. How does this, fit into what you were saying about the whole body changes?
Some portion of your body is directly associated to your mental setup. The root mental setup, the root ignorance, what we call ego. Only those portions never get replenished or rejuvenated. Wherever your ego plays a superficial role, all those portions are intelligent. They rejuvenate itself. Wherever your ego is rooted, that area never gets rejuvenated. You understand?
Not too well. Not really so well.
You see, in some part of your body, your ego is totally centered. For example, if a person is continuously worrying, his ego gets centered in the navel chakra. If he is continuously asking for others' attention, love, other certificate, he is rooted in the heart center. If he is too much sexual, sex pervert, he is rooted in the root chakra. If he is too much fearful, always afraid, he is rooted in the spleen chakra, swadhisthana. Based on his character, based on his attitude, ego, he is rooted at someone's center. Except that center area, all other center area rejuvenates itself. Only that center never rejuvenates itself. Are you able to understand? How to let go from that center. That is what is all about this 2 days class. This 2 days weekend program is all about how to let go and how to unlock, how to clear, how to energize all these 7 energy centers, how to unlock the chakras, how to remove the blockages in 7 energy centers. You have a standard mental setup, ego, mental frame of these 7 energy centers to remove the blockages, to unlock the chakras is what I call meditation techniques. To the techniques which you can use to remove the blockages is what I call meditation. These 2 days we are going to practice these meditation techniques which will help you to unlock the energy centers and to remove the blockages of the 7 chakras. Yes.
Is it important to journal? Is that helpful to write down what happens during the day, each day, to evaluate maybe?
Pardon, little loud.
Is it important to journal, to write out each day what happens to you, keep track of your, is that the question?
Oh, according to me, better not to keep the track. Have more fresh intelligence and life. Believe that every day is new day for you. Every day you are a new person. If you keep track, you may understand a little bit that you are growing. But if you don't keep track and forget and start trusting that you are intelligence, you will understand every day you are transforming. Growth is not growth. Always it is quantum. Be very clear. Transformation is always quantum, never step by step. As long as it is step by step, it is postponing the transformation. Only when it is quantum, it is total enlightenment. So,
I'd like to know about Kundalini energy. Kundalini energy. Can the Kundalini energy be awakened by a guru?
It can be awakened by 2-3 methods. One by guru, another one by your own meditation technique, and the third one, even the sincere seeking can awaken without master or meditation. Just the sincere search itself can awaken the Kundalini Shakti. The problem is, when you awaken, you must be able to handle it. Otherwise it is playing with a snake. That is why Kundalini is represented as a snake. According to me, there is no need to go for all those things. Just if you work with your intelligence, start working. See, when we can't awaken our intelligence, we start bothering about awakening Kundalini. Just awaken your intelligence. That is more than enough. You don't need to awaken your Kundalini. Just awaken your intelligence. That will take care of everything else. Okay. Now it is time to have a healing. Yes. Last question.
Yeah, I have heard you have met Babaji. So could you tell something about that?
Mahavatar Babaji.
Yes.
I have spoken about that in my pictorial biography. You can see. When I was in Gaurikund, I do not know how to explain that. It's in the Himalaya. It's a place in Himalaya hills. I was staying there. So suddenly one day I saw him. I've already heard about him, that he is living for last 2000 years, and many generations after generation people used to see him. There are very clear records that last 10 generation people are seeing him continuously. The same form. He never becomes old. So I heard about him. Suddenly I saw him. When I saw, of course, I'm a very intellectual guy, or I can say doubting Thomas. I never believe in anything, all these type of things. So I got out of his hand just to test him, and I got out of his hand and I put my hand into his belly to see whether I am really seeing or just an illusion. He started laughing. I started catching him. I started holding his hand and just started testing him whether I am really seeing him or just an illusion. He started laughing. Any other man means he would have fell at his feet and took the blessing. But I am such a type of person. I started holding his hand and testing him. He just laughed and told only one thing, Paramashivam Nithyananda. And he just walked inside and disappeared. And I was not able to understand what he meant by the word Paramashivam Nithyananda. Because that time I was not using this name. I was not initiated into sannyas. So I thought that he is telling me to go and meet somebody called Paramashivam Nithyananda. That is what first I thought. He is telling me to go and meet somebody. There must be some Swami with the name Paramashivam Nithyananda. So I started searching. Where is Paramashivam Nithyananda? Where is Paramashivam Nithyananda? But when I was initiated into sannyas, the person who gave me sannyas, he gave me the same name and told, you are Paramashivam Nithyananda. You are that person. So the name itself is given by him, Mahavatar Babaji. I always feel his energy and his blessings is the main reason for my enlightenment or the ultimate experience. It's one of such a personal, intimate experience. Nothing much can be said about it. Okay. Let you experience the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. I welcome you all with my love and respects. We'll have a small discussion, more than a discourse. It will be like a discussion on the subject meditation, preventive and curative. How meditation cures the illnesses and prevents the illnesses, physical and mental. I'll try to give you a few information, then you can put any questions you want. I'll try to respond to the questions. Hope you are able to follow my accent. First, let us understand the word curative and preventive. We all give so much of emphasis, we put so much of our effort, we spend all our money, energy, everything to cure the diseases. But we forget to put even 1% effort to prevent the diseases. Not only as an individual, as a group, or as a society, or as a country. We open so many hospitals. All the governments of the world, they spend so much of time, energy, money in curing the diseases. But somehow I do not know, they don't believe in preventing the diseases. Because first thing, we don't believe the disease can be prevented. People who are working on the medical field, whether in the field of psychology or in the field of physiology, they are continuously working only with patients, the scientists, the doctors, the research scholars. They are working only with the patient. So finally they have come to a conclusion, man as such is illness. That's a beautiful letter written by Sigmund Freud after the research of 30 years in the field of psychology. Of course, Sigmund Freud is considered to be a father of psychology. He says, according to my experience, man as such is sickness. Man as such cannot live happily. Of course, the specimens which he got, fortunately or unfortunately, he had only patients to do research. All his life he met with only patients, sick people. So naturally, he did not have the opportunity to interact with a Buddha, with an enlightened man, with a person who has achieved spiritual bliss in himself. Because he did not have the opportunity to have contact or connection with an enlightened man, with a spiritual person, he came to a conclusion, life as such is misery. Human being as such cannot be healed. Human being as such is nothing but the bundle of sufferings. He concluded, you cannot heal human beings as such. But Eastern mystics, the rishis, declare Amritasya Putraha, human beings as such. Human beings by nature are the embodiment of immortality. Human beings by nature, the embodiment of energy. human beings by nature, the embodiment of bliss. You see, after such a lot of research, psychology has come to a conclusion. The nature of the human being is sickness. But the rishis, they declare the nature of the human beings is bliss. Of course, which point of view you take up, based on that your whole life will be changed. Your whole life will be changed based on that point of view. The rishis speak about potentiality. Sigmund Freud is speaking about the reality in which we are living. The reality is the sickness. We have physical, mental sicknesses. But even though we have sickness, life itself is not a suffering. Just because you see the clouds, you cannot say sky itself is nothing but clouds. There is some space beyond the clouds which we call pure sky. There is a space in which sun shines, the silence, the beauty, the bliss prevails beyond the sky. Just because you see clouds from here, you cannot say sky is nothing but clouds. So rishis declare, any disease is nothing but a cloud in your body, in your mind. Just like clouds, this also will pass, this also will move. We work intensely to cure once we fall sick. But somehow we don't try to prevent. Because when you are healthy, you take your body for granted. You take your health for granted. When you are healthy, you don't even remember your body. The definition of health is, if you are able to forget your boundary, you are healthy. If you are able to forget your body, you are healthy. There's a beautiful saying in Taoism, when the shoe fits, leg is forgotten. When the belt fits, belly is forgotten. When the chain fits, neck is forgotten. You forget. If you are healthy, you forget your whole body. You don't remember your body. You don't remember your boundary. You don't think that I should do something to maintain my health. One more thing. We always think no diseaseness as a health. If you are not going to any hospital, if you are not taking any medicine, if you are able to manage your day-to-day routine without any medication, you think you are healthy. But according to me, the definition for health is a positive well-beingness. It is not only no diseaseness. No diseaseness is only one part of health. There is something more to health than simple no diseaseness. The positive well-being, more than no diseaseness is what I call health. Life, if you look at the life from the point of view of the masters, ancient masters, the rishis, they say it is just to be lived in a blissful way. They say Anandam Brahma Navyajanat. There is a quotation in Sanskrit. It means existence is bliss. Don't waste it by missing it. existence is, the very existence, your very life, your very breathing, your very living in this body is bliss. They say the body is filled with nectar, with bliss. The very life is bliss. And then they advise, please don't waste it by not enjoying it, by not experiencing it. If you are experiencing life as a misery, life as a totality of clouds, you are missing life somewhere seriously. You are sick somewhere very seriously. If you are feeling life is a suffering, then be very clear, you are missing the life somewhere very seriously. Only when you feel life is a great blessing, only when you feel life is a great energy, life is an overflow of energy, you are living it. Existence is bliss. You cannot exist without bliss. Because anything in the world can exist only when it has got the feeling that it is going to have some bliss or it is having some bliss. Even the early morning, when you get up, if you remember somebody who gives you inspiration, or if you remember some joy, some pleasure which gives you inspiration, only then you will even think of getting up from the bed. Otherwise, what will you think? Oh, let us lie down. Let us have a little more time. Only when you remember something which you are supposed to do, which is going to give you directly or indirectly the bliss, joy, immediately you jump out of your bed. Bliss is the one and only inspiration. Joy is the one and only hope with which human beings are still alive on the planet Earth. Life as such is bliss. Only when you understand life as such is bliss, we will be able to go forward, we will be able to move ahead in our journey of preventing the diseases. As long as you have a deep faith that life as such is a misery, whatever you do will be against the life. You will go against the current because you will think life as such is misery. Let me try to escape from the misery. But if you understand life as such is bliss, you will try more and more to relax. Only two options. If you think life as such is misery, you will try to escape from the earth. You will try to fly. You will try to escape somewhere. If you think life as such is joy, bliss, then you will try more and more to relax. Meditation. When I use the word meditation, what I mean, let me explain. Putting your mind totally at ease with your body and with your consciousness is what I call meditation. Now, your body and mind are not ease with each other. Let me give you the scale. What I mean by the word mind and body in ease with each other. If you are totally living comfortably inside your boundary, inside the boundary of your body, your mind is comfortable with your body. But as of now, just see the way in which your mind and body lives. If your body, if you are in the house morning, you are thinking about your office. What has to be done here, what has to be done there. If you are in the office, you are thinking of evening going to some party or some outing or to some beach. If you are in the beach, you are thinking when to go back to the house. When you are in the house, again you start planning for the next day morning. If you are in the house, you can be sure your mind is not in the house. That much is sure. You are not staying inside your boundary. If you are here, we can be sure of one thing, your mind is not here. That much is sure. Wherever your body is, you are not. Your being, your mind is not comfortable with your body. That is why it moves anywhere, here and there. You are not happy with the present moment. That is why either you indulge in the past or you try to brood over about the future. The pull towards the future or being caught up in the past happens because you are not happy with the present. If you are happy, if you are enjoying the present moment, this moment of your body and mind, naturally you will see your mind is eased with your body. Your mind will not be moving around. It will not be too much worrying about the past, or it will not be too much bothering about the future. If you are too much bothering about the future and the past, be very clear, your mind is not staying inside your body. Your mind is not eased with your body. There is a two kind of thinking. One is planning, another one is worrying. Planning happens based on your body. Planning means the chronological planning. You plan for your day-to-day routine. Tomorrow what I am supposed to do, day after tomorrow what I am supposed to do. You make a goal in your life. The planning is perfectly alright. That happens keeping your body as a center. Your consciousness, your mind stays inside the body and it works. You plan it. Planning never sucks your energy. If you know planning, it never sucks your energy. It never makes you tired. You never feel sucked by planning. Planning never depresses you. Planning never makes you feel bored, disturbed about the life. It just continuously gives you energy. I tell you, the people who do the planning in the field of construction or in the field of machineries, they feel a tremendous satisfaction. They feel deep satisfaction of creating something. A proper planning is creativity. One more thing. Only God can create. If you are creating, you are experiencing godliness for that few moments. Only when you experience godliness in you for few moments, you can also become a creator. Anything on the planet Earth can be created only by God. If you are creating, you are experiencing godliness for the few moments. That is why these great poets and great dancers, great musicians, they will have such a deep satisfaction in their being, such a deep fulfillment in their being. You cannot imagine the fulfillment and the satisfaction people get when they create something solidly. That is why the field of music, field of dance, the field of art. In the field of art, so many thousands travel. It is not that everyone is getting paid. There are thousands of people who do it as a hobby. Why that becomes hobby for somebody? Because it gives a deep fulfillment. Fulfillment can come only when you experience godliness which is inside you. People who experience godliness, only they can create. When you create, you experience godliness. When you experience godliness, you create. Because God is the one and only creator. Except Him, nobody can create. When a woman becomes mother, she feels totally satisfied. She reaches her fulfillment. Because she has created. She has realized her potentiality. When the seed becomes tree, it gets such a deep satisfaction because it has realized its potentiality. So when you start creating, you realize your potentiality. You realize the God within you. Creativity, creating makes you realize your potential energy, and creativity fulfills you, rejuvenates you continuously. Second type of thinking, worrying, means you will not be center of your mind. Your body will not be center of your mind. Your mind will be centered on something else, somewhere else. Your body will be here, but your mind is traveling somewhere, thinking something and brooding over about the future. Either you create imaginations based on greed, or you create fears, phobias based on fear. Greed and fear. When you travel in these two spaces, in these two zones, Rishis have beautifully described the greed, fear, anger, jealousy, all these emotions as a hell. You should understand, hell is not geographical, it is psychological. Hell is not geographical, it is psychological. It is the state in which your mind stays. It is the space with which your mind is staying. When you are filled with greed and fear, you are worrying. You are in the space of hell. You are not comfortable with yourself. You are not comfortable with your body. You are not happy with your body. So naturally, you feel a deep discontentment. You feel a deep discontentment. You create more and more troubles for your body and for your mind. When I say the word meditation, I mean your mind living totally ease with your body. You living inside your boundary. You living comfortably with your boundary. That is what I call meditation. There are thousands of techniques to reach that state. Those techniques are called meditation techniques. Let me explain how the meditation is going to cure you and how it can going to prevent you from the sicknesses. First, physically, there are thousands of researches which has proved meditation cures illnesses. In our own experience, in my own life, not only in my body, I have seen in thousands of people's body meditation doing miraculous cure and healing. Just a month ago, before I started my maybe 1.5 months ago. One lady, she came to meet me. She was having 20 years of psoriasis, skin disease. She said, I have tried all possible medications, Swamiji. Please help me, do something and help me. I was sitting and speaking to her. When I was speaking, I was able to identify, find out. She has got a deep self-condemnation. She has got a deep self-condemnation and low self-esteem about herself. After speaking to her, I just gave her a small suggestion. Please stand in front of mirror and shout at yourself, scream at yourself for 15 minutes a day. This is what I gave. Stand in front of mirror for 15 minutes and shout, scream as much as possible on you. Bring out the anger, the violence, self-condemnation which you have on yourself. I told her, shout, bring it out, express it, vomit it out, finish it off. Of course, naturally she said, no, how can I do all these things? I am already in depression and disturbed mood. You are telling me to do something impractical. Swamiji, don't tell all these things. I told her, please try just for 21 days. I am not asking more, just 15 minutes, 21 days. You are suffering 20 years. Why not give me 20 days? She said, all right, I'll try. I just told her, stand in front of mirror, feel as if you are going to jump out of your skin, shout, scream as much as possible, condemn yourself as much as possible, shout at yourself as much as possible, bring all the negativity out and throw away. You will be surprised, you will be shocked. We have recorded medically, 15th day she was totally healed. In 15 days she is totally healed and it never came back. Of course, she says, in these 20 years, not even one day her skin has become alright. Even if she takes strong medication, she will only feel a little bit of development, never a total cure. Now, without any medication, without any medicine, just by meditation, totally she has been healed. This is a technique from Sufism. The technique which I gave her is from Sufism. Totally she has been healed. Difficult to believe. But like the same way, thousands and thousands of cases were recorded. Actually, skin disease is nothing but a byproduct of self-condemnation and low self-esteem. Same way, we have thousands of written testimonials, written letters and medical reports for the power of meditation to cure the sicknesses physically. Of course, mentally, there is no need even for any testimonial. If you just practice, you will understand. To know the apple is tasty, you don't need any testimonial or certificate. Have a bite, you will understand. To know the meditation cures mental sicknesses. Meditation makes you feel the well-being inside your mind. You don't need to believe, just have a bite. Then you will realize what miracles meditation does. It gives you a deep fulfillment. Not only health, deep fulfillment. Almost all our psychological disorders are based on fear and greed. Too much of greed, too much of hope leads to hopelessness. According to me, all hope leads to hopelessness. Hope means path to hopelessness. Hopelessness is the goal to which you are traveling through the path of hope. Hope is the path, hopelessness is the goal. Any hope only leads to hopelessness. If you are hoping to have some money, if you have not achieved, God saved you, you will not fall in depression. If you achieve, you will have something called depression of success. You have achieved that money, but you have not achieved the joy which you expected you will achieve by achieving that money. There's a two thing. You don't work for money just for the sake of money. You think you will have something through the money. But only when you achieve that status, that number one, the top of the ladder, you feel like a fool. Oh, I have done, but what did I gain? What did I get? What am I getting? Only when you achieve your hope, you understand you have ended up in hopelessness. Till you achieve your hope, you will have the hope. At least you have hope. But once you have achieved the hope, all your hopes, you will see the hopelessness in it. That is why people who have had enough of outer world, they turn towards the inner world. Automatically they turn towards the inner world. Because fulfillment of the hope leads you to the hopelessness. Meditation, not only it takes you beyond the fear and greed, it gives you a deep sense of fulfillment, well-being. It just makes you feel the life itself is ecstasy. Life is too short to be spent in worrying. You can't afford to worry in such a short span. Life is so valuable, you can't afford to spend that in worrying. Your present moment is so valuable, you can't afford to spend the present moment in chasing the future or for the sake of past. You cannot waste your present moment for the sake of past or for the sake of future. Meditation makes you to realize the value of present moment. Meditation makes you to feel, to experience the ecstasy of the present moment. Of course, because we have never experienced this moment, present moment, what Buddha calls as tathata. Tathata means the suchness. We have never experienced the suchness. We are nothing but a link between past and the future. We are never an entity. We are never an individual in present. We have never experienced the suchness. Only when you experience suchness, you will understand the beauty and grandeur of it. Then you understand my statement, life is bliss, life is joy, life is ecstasy. Rishis always declare life is ecstasy. When you experience the bliss, you feel such a deep contentment, such a deep fulfillment, such a deep satisfaction. Not only you prevent diseases happening, the basic disease, the idea I am the body itself is cured. There are two kinds of diseases in us. One is sickness related to body and sickness related to the idea I am the body. First thing, sickness related to body can be cured and prevented by meditation. There are thousands of records. One doctor, Mr. Murali Krishna, is from Oklahoma. He has done a deep research on this mind matter. I know him personally. In his research report called Mind Matter, he has given so many proofs, scientific proofs, how your wrong thinking, your wrong mental setup, your mind disturbs your health. He says, in the moments of anger and violence and in the moments of vengeance, you have 220% more chances for heart attack. So many research scholars, so many doctors prove the mind over the matter, the mind over the body. What miracles, what power your mind has got over your body. If you look little deep, there is no such thing as mind and body exists. There is only one thing called mind-body. There is only one thing, mind-body. One end of your being is body, the other end of your being is mind. What you experience is mind, what you express is body. Expression of the mind is body. Experience of the body is mind. It is the same thing. This end is body, outer end is body, inner end is mind. There is no two separate things, body and mind. There is only one thing, body, mind, that's all. So when you know how to handle your mind, it does miracles on your body, on your health, to cure and to prevent. Above all, ultimately, the ultimate disease, idea I am the body, will also be cured. Because once you start feeling I am the body, you start feeling the boundary. Feeling the boundary is nothing but sickness. When you forget the boundary, you are in health. When you are totally healthy, you don't walk, you just feel like flying. In Zen Buddhism, they say if somebody walks, he cannot be Buddha. Buddha floats. Means don't think he'll be flying, literally. It more means not a physical flying, it's a being which floats. When you are really healthy, when you are really blissful, when you are in ecstasy, you don't walk, you just float. Because your being is so light, so beautiful, just like a flower, you float on the planet Earth. Normally, all the societies, all the communities, all the governments, they work to cure the people, but they never work to prevent the diseases. Meditation will prevent, will destroy very root of the disease. Actually, people want sick people so that they can serve. I have seen many missionaries. I used to ask the people, the voluntary organizations, the missionaries, you are spending so much of your money in curing, why don't you spend a little bit on preventing? They said, no, Swamiji, then our business will be gone. What can we do if the diseases are prevented? We need people to save. We need people to cure. So first they should fall sick. Only then we can cure them. We can help them. So it is the interests of the society. They wanted people to fall sick because they will have the opportunity to cure. That is the reason so many voluntary institutions, so many social service groups, they work to cure, but they never work towards the prevention. Meditation is a wonderful technique to prevent, because it never allows any suppression, any repression in your system. It continuously rejuvenates you and cleanses you out of, it cleanses your whole being. Continuous cleaning process of suppression and repression rejuvenates you and keeps you away from the disease and keeps you in a total well-being. Let you take up a little bit of meditation. If time permits, we will have a small technique. Let you take up some meditation technique as a part of your life, not only to cure, but to prevent the illnesses and reach the bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you. If you have any questions, because whatever I said is more or less like a hypothesis. If you have anything, you are welcome to question. I'll try to respond. What is time? Hmm? 8:45. Or we can go for meditation. If you have a few questions, you can ask. Yes.
You say bliss. And I have a little translation. I reach for that definition. If I have to ask, maybe I don't know. But describe bliss to me in your words.
Bliss.
Bliss?
I can describe in two ways. One is not feeling caged, bound. Swatantra means the freedom. Second, feeling blessed to have this body. You have a deep feeling that divine has blessed you. The existence has blessed you by your life. The very life is a blessing. The very life is a bliss. Somebody, a small story. One young man, unemployed, poor, went to the church and started praying to God. Oh God, please help me, have mercy on me. Somehow give me $100. I'll be able to manage my 1 week. Within a week, I'll find out my job. Then I'll give you the donation. First $100, please help me. Of course, priest heard the prayer. He really felt sympathetic towards that boy. And priest thought, after all, poor boy, let me try to help him. He put $50 in a cover, went near him and handed over the cover and told, oh, my son, God has told me to hand over this cover to you. Please have it. The boy rushed to his place, opened the cover and saw $50. Immediately he started praying to God. Oh God, next time when you send money, please send directly. The priest has taken off of his commission. Please don't send through the priest. You see, the boy is looking what is missing, not what is given. He feels life is a suffering, even when he gains, even when he gets something, he is not able to enjoy the life. So when the attitude is set in that way, if your mind is set for that, whatever you gain, finally you make the same comment like that boy. Oh God, next time send directly, don't send through priest. One person came and told me, Swamiji, you say life is bliss, but I have lost my diamond ring. What do you say about it? I am suffering. I told him, fool, feel that you have a finger. You have not lost your finger. Enjoy. Feel the joy and bliss that you are alive. Every moment is just a pure gift from existence. Can you earn your life? You can earn everything to live. But can you earn the life itself? No, not even a single breath. It is a pure gift from existence. Feeling blessed for having this body and life. First thing, not feeling bound, not feeling caged, feeling a tremendous freedom, inner freedom. Next thing, feeling blessed to have this life itself. These are the two feelings, I call it as bliss. These two put together and something more than these two, what I call bliss. In Sanskrit there is a word ananda. I broke that word ananda and gave you the meaning. Means feeling of blessedness, Ashirvada. Nanda means a feeling of freedom, unboundedness. By your very nature, you are in bliss. That is why you work for bliss. See, if you get a headache, you try all your best to come out of headache. Why? You know your nature is not headache. Your nature is headachelessness. So you work towards it. If your very nature is a headache, will you work to come out of headache? You will not even know that there is some period called headachelessness. You will just be in the headache. Now you work for headachelessness because you know that is your nature. So you want to go back to your nature. That's why you work intensely to come out of the headache. You take some pill, you take some medicine, you take some rest, you do something to come out of the headache. Same way, you know for sure in your heart of heart, you know bliss is your nature. That is why you work towards it. You work for it. You strive for it as a nature. Whether you search through meditation or you search through the outworld, money, anything, it is only search for bliss. Search for money is also nothing but search for bliss. You want to expand your boundary. If you have more money, you have more choices. You have more choice. You can choose this or that. That is the reason you want more money. More money means you have more freedom. Your boundary is big. So the expansion of boundary, the more freedom is what you search even through money. Money as well as the meditation. Both is nothing but the path to the bliss. If you go through money, you try through the outer world. If you go through meditation, you try through the inner world. Both are nothing but the techniques which you try to the bliss. But the problem is, money gives you choices choices between sufferings, that's all. You can choose this suffering or that suffering, that's all. But meditation puts you in choicelessness, which is ultimate bliss. Choicelessness is the ultimate bliss. Money gives you choice between sufferings. Meditation gives you choicelessness, which is bliss itself. Yes.
Can you explain something, the difference between pleasure and bliss?
Pleasure, which is between two pains, is bliss. Actually, bliss, when it is marked between two pains, it is pleasure. I can say in this way, the gap between two wars can never be called as peace. It's a preparation for the other war. Gap between two wars, if you call that as a peace, the gap between two pains, you can call that bliss as a pleasure. If I were to put it in a much more clear way, bliss is eternal. The small portion of the bliss is pleasure. Bliss experienced for a very short time is pleasure. When you try to hold the bliss, it just escapes from your hand. It slips away from you. Then it becomes pleasure. Anything which is experienced for a short time, the short-time bliss, part-time bliss is pleasure, full-time pleasure is bliss. That's all.
That's why we greet the people, pleasure to meet you. Short time.
See, the bliss itself is choicelessness. People always, actually people are greedy of my state. When they see me again and again, when they live around me, they are greedy of the state in which I am living. I have seen many people feeling jealous. Swamiji, you are continuously happy, continuously joyful. And they know it is not that I don't have problems. I have enough problems. And just yesterday somebody asked me, seeing the way in which we work, are you spiritual master or CEO? And we work almost like a CEO of a company. So much of work is done. So much of problems are faced. So much of problems are solved. It's not that I don't have problems. I don't have something to do. But people ask me, how are you able to maintain continuous joy, continuous bliss? How it happens? I tell them, it happens because I don't have choice. Choicelessness is bliss. But people choose bliss, then they fall in suffering. Choicelessness is bliss. But when you choose choicelessness, again you are trapped. You are in the trap. You try to work for choicelessness. I tell you, drop the idea to choose or to be in choicelessness. Drop even choice towards choicelessness. Then you will see bliss happening to you. Bliss is like a breeze. You cannot make it happen. You can only open the door to let the breeze in. You can only let the breeze in by opening the door. You cannot make the breeze happen to you. Bliss is like a breeze. You cannot make the bliss to happen. You can only create a space in which bliss can happen. So, if you open the door, the breeze will be in. So, drop the choice between choice and choicelessness. Then you will see bliss happening to you. have a small meditation technique. Is it okay with you all? Anybody, for any reason, if you don't want to meditate or if you can't meditate, you can leave the hall. You are free to decide. It's only choice. It's a very initial level technique which I always give, which I always prescribe for the people to start. A simple technique, but very effective, highly powerful. I call it Maha Mantra, means the greater technique. Mantra means technique. Very simple but highly effective. Let me give you the instruction, then you can start the technique. Just 20 minutes technique. 4 instruction. First, sit straight, let your head, neck and the backbone be in straight line. Next, close your eyes. Third, let me finish the instructions, then you can start doing. Third, create humming sound. Let your mouth be closed, but create a humming sound. Just like humming sound for 20 minutes as intensely as possible. Because this sound clears the energy and air circulation of your system. The energy circulation of your system is cleared by this humming sound. So intensely try to create humming sound. When you hum, you will have the cough, yawning, everything out. Don't bother about it. Let everything be cleared. Feel you are an empty vessel and create vibrations, humming sound, just for 20 minutes. Then finally, sit 10 minutes in a very relaxed way. You will see, you will have a glimpse of a very relaxed mood and a very relaxed body. It's a very powerful technique. Even scientifically they proved that this technique, 20 minutes practice, gives the energy, a rejuvenation of 6 hours of sleep. So 6 hours of sleep, the same rejuvenation, the same energy can be achieved by this 20 minutes of technique. Because it is conscious rest. In the sleep, you don't rest consciously. You fall and come out, you fall and come out. But here, consciously you rest. So, if you are interested, we will start practicing. Please sit straight. केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. I welcome you all with my love and respect. I am very happy to be again here in the midst of you all. Today's subject is surrender, the ultimate technique. First, let us understand what is technique. What I mean by the word technique. Then we will understand what is ultimate technique. In all the culture, in all the religions, in all the spiritual tradition, one thing is accepted: the man has come down from his level. Man is not as he is supposed to be. In Christian tradition, they say, in the time of Adam and Eve, we were pure, full of bliss, joy, ecstasy. Once the Adam tasted the apple, we came down. We are degraded. In Hindu tradition, in the Eastern mythology, they say there was a time called Satya Yuga. In course of time, we are degraded. We have come down from our level. In Buddhism, again they say we lived in the age of Dhamma, the pure righteousness. In course of time, we have come down. In every tradition, there is a faith, there is a belief that man is not as he should be. Man has come down from his level, from his conscious level or his being level. There is a beautiful Upanishad mantra which says, Shrunmand Vishve Amritasya Putraha. You are the children of immortality. You are the children of gods. In all the tradition, in all the religion, all the masters, they agree one thing: man has degraded himself. Man has come down from his nature. He was totally in a higher state, different state. He has come down from his reality. According to science, man has evolved from the animals. According to spirituality, man has come down from the God. Anyhow, if you understand one thing, you will be able to understand these two concepts. Whatever is presented in your mind in front of you as an ideal, your mind will naturally go only towards that. In all the tradition, the ultimate consciousness or the ultimate realization is presented in front of us as an ideal. Every religion, every spirituality, every group says we have come down from an original level. We have to again go back to the same consciousness. Christians use the word heaven, Hindus use the word moksha, Buddhists use the word nirvana. Each one has got their own words, but all of us understand we are supposed to reach the higher level than where we are existing, where we are at present. Technique means the method which can take us towards that higher level. That is what I call it as a technique. Technique is like a ladder which can take us to the higher consciousness, higher method. There are thousands and thousands of techniques in the world to elevate our conscious level. Even sitting silently is a technique to go beyond the mind, to enter into the consciousness, to elevate ourselves from the ordinary plane. There are thousands of methods. Every religion has got at least thousands of techniques. And everything we do in the name of religion is nothing but the technique to elevate yourself from the lower consciousness to higher consciousness, from man to God, from mortality to immortality, from mundane to divine. Doing arati, just now you saw, doing puja, everything is a technique, method to reach the God, to go near the consciousness. An ordinary breathing technique to the puja, all the level techniques, everything is just a method to reach the divine. The way in which we travel, the way in which we move towards the consciousness, towards the spirituality, is only called as a technique. There is a beautiful book called Bhagavad Gita from a great master, Sri Krishna. In that, about thousands of techniques, he is giving his teachings to his close friend Arjuna. About thousands and thousands of techniques, meditation techniques, and the method to evolve from the ordinary level to higher level, method to reach the higher consciousness, the method to reach the divine consciousness. He speaks about so many techniques, so many methods. Every chapter, every sloka is one technique, one method. After listening so many thousands of techniques, Arjuna is totally confused. He asks the master, "O Lord, after listening so many hundreds of techniques, after hearing about each and every method, I am more confused. Please tell me, what is the ultimate technique? What is the right technique?" Even in our ordinary life, we are totally confused because we listen so many methods, so many techniques. Every master gives his own technique as the best. Every religious leaders, they give their own techniques as the best. Every enlightened person gives their technique as the ultimate technique. There is a beautiful sloka. If two rishis says the same thing, be sure someone is fake. It's a truth. If two rishis says the same thing, be sure someone is fake. Because no two enlightened man can speak or can behave in the same way. Enlightenment means everyone flowers in their own way. It's a uniqueness. God never creates the same way. He creates only unique flowers. When a person becomes enlightened, he is totally unique on his own way. So each master give their method to the society, to the humanity. Each person present their technique. There are thousands and thousands of methods, thousands and thousands of techniques, thousands and thousands of ways to reach the divine. When Arjuna was confused, what is the method? What is the technique? I am listening so much from you, so many methods from you. At least Arjuna listened about the meditations from one man, but we people are in much worse situation than Arjuna. We listen from thousands of sources. What is the way? In earlier time, the meditation or spirituality was more or less like a seller's market. Now it is a buyer's market.
In the early times it was seller's market. The masters used to decide. Now the disciples can decide which is the best way. Go to the website and click meditation. You will find at least 200 websites which will be giving you the techniques or the methods or the details. So the total is different. What to choose, what to do, what is the way, what is the method. And more than 90% of the people, seeing such a big confusion, they stop entering into the spirituality. In no other field so much of confusion, but only here. Why? What is the actual method? What is the way? The confused Arjuna is asking the Krishna, what is the way? Tell me the final way, final method, the ultimate technique. A beautiful one sloka or one word. Krishna says, I think this is the gist of the whole Gita. Gita is like an unabridged dictionary of the world philosophies. You can see the seed of all the philosophical trend in Gita. All the philosophies of the seeds, all the philosophies, the seed of all the traditions, the seed of all the spiritual techniques you can find in Gita. It's like an unabridged dictionary of the world philosophies. Krishna says very beautifully, it's the last technique, the ultimate technique. Leaving all the dharma or leaving all the confusions, just surrender to my feet. I'll take care and I'll give you the liberation. The beautiful sloka. Agamtva sarvabhavebhyo moksha ikshyami masuchaha. This is the last line. Let me try to recollect the first line. Sarvadharman parityajya saranam vraja ahamtva sarvabhavebhyo moksha ikshyami masuchaha. I'll translate word by word. Leaving all the techniques, all the methods, all the route. Dharma means the method to live, the way of living. Leaving all the route, all the method, all the way to live. Drop everything. Don't bother about everything. Surrender everything at my feet. Sarva dharman parityajya. Not even a bit. Don't carry even a bit. Parityajya. Leave everything. Mam ekam saranam vraja. Just surrender your whole being to me. Agamtva sarvabhavebhyo moksha ikshyami masuchaha. I'll remove all the darkness, negativity, sin from your being and I'll liberate you in the ultimate sense. I'll give you the ultimate enlightenment. This is the last word given by the Krishna. I think not only by Krishna. This is the last word anybody can give. This is the last word of all the great masters. Same. Jesus tried to say, I am the gate and I am the path, I am the goal. In every master's life, you can see the last teaching, the last saying will be surrender. Just surrender, surrender, surrender. The last word of all the masters will be just surrender. Ramakrishna says, who came as Rama, who came as Krishna, is the same person who has come down as Ramakrishna. Surrender, I'll take care. Every master, in the end,
They finish only with this word. Sarvadharman parityajya mamekam saranam vraja agam tva sarvabhavebhyo moksha ikshami masuchaha. Surrender is prescribed as the ultimate technique. Surrender is said to be the ultimate method to reach. What is the meaning of the surrender? As soon as we hear the word surrender, we always think, oh, this is the easiest technique. This is the easiest method. For surrender, you don't need to do anything. Any other method, if it is a meditation, you need to do something. If it is a puja, you have to do something. If it is a yaga, you have to do something. For every technique, you have to do something. For the surrender, you don't need to do anything. So everyone feels surrender means doing nothing. So we don't have to do anything. And many people come and tell me, Swamiji, I have surrendered everything, but nothing is happening in me, what to do? The very word that I have surrendered everything, nothing is happening inside me is wrong. If you are really surrendered, you will not even have the expectation what should happen or what should not happen. When you say that nothing is happening, be very clear, you are not surrendered. Most of the time, the surrender word only is used, never it is understood. Now let us look into the mechanisms of the surrender. What is actually surrender? What masters mean when they use the word surrender? When they use the word surrender, it totally differs. When you use, it is totally different. Let us see the meaning of the masters, what they call it as surrender. 3 levels of surrendering is there. Surrendering the I. Second, surrendering the mind. Third, surrendering the I and mind both. Let me explain step by step. Surrendering the I, surrendering the ego, surrendering your mind, mental setup, surrendering your conditioning. Somebody went to Ramakrishna and asked, Master, I have the habit of drinking. How can I give up? He said, surrender it to Kali, automatically you will give up. You will become alright. The disciple asked, how can I surrender this to Kali? He said, whenever you drink, before drinking, take Kali's name and offer the drinks to Kali and drink. Strange solution. But the man went and practiced. Before he started drinking, he said, oh Kali, this belongs to you. So he offered it and started drinking as a prasad. The record says, in 3 days, the man not only he stopped drinking, he says, I am not able to drink anymore. I felt totally, I have forgotten the outer things. Of course, when you sincerely surrender, something starts happening in you. Some deep transformation starts happening in you. The change from the mind to the energy starts happening in you. It's a very deepest layer of transformation which is very difficult to be explained. Only when you have the taste, only if you have one glimpse of surrender, at least if you have tried, then you will be able to understand what I say. You may be surprised. How can a man give up addiction just by offering the alcohol to a god, to a deity? But when you offer, first your heart starts feeling, how can I offer this thing to Devi? How can I offer these things to the God, to the goddess whom I love? The next thing, if I can't offer to the goddess, how can I drink? After all, the same goddess is residing in my body. After all, the same goddess is residing in my body, in my system. How can I offer that to me? So naturally, third understanding is, when I can't give it to the God, the same God is residing inside me. How can I pour it and disturb the system? The surrender has given him intelligence. The surrender has given him the understanding. Naturally, the natural understanding has made him drop what he was doing. One more thing, when you really intensely offer your mental setup or your mental conditioning at the feet of the Master or at the feet of the God, you will see it gets totally disintegrated. The mind itself is nothing but the habit. Your I is nothing but the set of habits. Your ego is nothing but the set of conditionings. When you offer that to your Master's feet, when you surrender the I, you will see it totally gets disintegrated. A small explanation will make you understand. If you have the habit of drinking coffee, morning 10 o'clock, every day, as soon as it becomes 10 o'clock, you don't need to do anything. Just automatically inside, the mind will ask, now it is 10, get me coffee. The habit. Because of the habit, the mind will ask. The same way, even your thoughts are nothing but the conditioning. Even your moods are nothing but the conditioning. Even your mind is nothing but the record. Just like the habit. Just like the habit coffee. You have the habit of worrying. You have the habit of excited mood. You have the habit of responding to every situation. If you understand one thing, you will be able to understand. If somebody criticizes you, immediately you respond. You try to react. You get disturbed. Then you try to criticize him back, or you try to rebuke him. If somebody praises you, you feel immediately flattered. You just give him a good smile and started feeling you are somebody great. Or you start responding in the positive way. If he criticizes you, you choose, you decide to get disturbed and to rebuke. If he praises you, you choose to get flattered. Even this choice is nothing but your mental conditioning. It's nothing but your mental setup. Just like a coffee addiction. When that time comes, you choose to take the coffee. After choosing so many times, you forget that you are choosing, you become addicted to it. Same way, in the mind also, whenever somebody criticizes you, you choose to be unhappy. You choose to be disturbed. So after choosing so many times, you forget you are choosing, and then whenever somebody criticizes, automatically you get disturbed. You are upset. You start rebuking. So your choice, all your mental setup, all your mental responses, all your ego is nothing but your own choices, your mental habits. When you surrender the I, when you surrender your mental setup to the divine, you can't choose. When you are really surrendered, even if somebody criticizes you, you can't choose to be offended. You can't choose to feel that you are disturbed. You can't choose to rebuke him. You can't choose to get disturbed. A small story. Once in Vaikuntha, the place where the Vishnu resides, he was just resting, and the consort Lakshmi, she was massaging the feet of the Vishnu. Suddenly, Vishnu got down from his bed and ran. After 10 feet, he came back and again started resting. Lakshmi asked, what happened? Oh Lord, you ran somewhere and suddenly you came back and started again resting. What has happened? Vishnu says, in the earth, one of my devotees was just sitting and praying towards me. Other person threw a stone on him. When my devotee was attacked, immediately rushed to save him, to safeguard him. But when I went, I saw this fellow opened his eyes and he took the stone to re-attack. When I saw he's already ready to attack him back, I came back. I thought, let him defend himself. Why I should go there? Why I should bother? When he can save himself, let him save himself. So I come back. So whenever you bring your mental setup, you try to react in your own way. You try to react in according to your mental habit. You cannot say you have surrendered. A real surrender can simply transform your life. Now, whatever you choose cannot become your choices when you really surrender. When you surrender, you will be immune to the criticism. You will not be bothered by the criticism. After you being criticized, you cannot choose to be disturbed. You cannot feel that you have been criticized. If you feel after the criticism, you are disturbed, you are being criticized, be very clear, you are not surrendered. Again and again check whether you are really surrendered or not. Because the surrender is such a beautiful word, you can cheat yourself verily by it. We always say, I surrendered everything to my master, to the God. God will take care. But all our surrender is only mouth level. It is only skin deep. If you scratch a bit, then you will understand whether you have surrendered or not. When you really surrender your I, the mental setup, it totally gets disintegrated. The egocentric mind becomes God-centric. Egocentric means eccentric. The egocentric mind becomes God-centric. When you really surrender your I, your mind to the God, to your ego to the God, to your thinking system to the God, you will see it will be continuously bubbling with joy. Because divine is always bliss. Divine is always eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Whenever you surrender your mental setup, you will see it will be just bubbling with joy, life and vibrancy. You can see the kids. They are continuously alive, moving around, jumping, especially below the age of 7. Below the age of 7, they do not have something called mind. They have no mind. Just that is the time the mind is getting prepared, or the society is conditioning and creating the mind. See, around the world you can see, have you seen a single kid who is ugly? In all the tradition, in all the culture, even Ethiopia, where poverty is just dancing, where so much of poverty is there, even in that country, kids may be thin, lean, but they will never be ugly. You can see always a grace in the kids. Have you seen a single kid who is ugly? No. Have you seen a single grown-up man who is beautiful? No. Why? The mind enters. As long as you are not conditioned, you don't have mind, you don't have ego, you have a special grace around you. You have a joy, you have ecstasy, you have innocence, you have simplicity. A man who has really surrendered will become again a kid, again a small child. That is why there is a beautiful word in Sanskrit, Dvija, reborn. When you surrender, you are reborn. When you surrender, you are reborn. The first birth will be given by mother and the father. Second birth will be given by Guru and God. First birth will be by mother and father. Second birth will be by Guru and God. Whenever you take the physical janma, the physical body, it is called first birth, janma. Whenever you surrender your ego at the feet of Guru or the God, you will have the next janma, the second birth. It is called Dvija. 10 persons are always called as Dvija, who has taken the second birth. Whenever you surrender the I, the mental setup, you reach the immense joy, immense ecstasy, immense pleasure. Joy, ecstasy, pleasure, they are all different layers. Whenever the joy happens because of sensory objects, it is called pleasure. Whenever the joy happens because of the nature, a hillock, seeing a beautiful hillock, seeing snow, seeing beautiful ocean, seeing beautiful forest, it is called joy. Whenever it happens for no reason, from your inner being, it is called bliss. Pleasure, joy, bliss. All the three will be continuously happening in you when you surrender your I, your ego. When you surrender your ego, even your mind will have a life, spontaneity. Now, for every moment you prepare to leave the tomorrow, you make a big plan, you make a big list. Even to go to meet your friend, you prepare a script, what you are supposed to talk. You will be driving to your friend's house, what you will be doing? You will be mentally preparing what you should speak, how you should present yourself. And if you ask some one question or some other subject which you have not prepared, what will you do? You make the whole thing mess. That is why we don't have strength to face the situation. We always make a drama script and act or enact the same script, that's all. We try our best to safeguard ourselves from the situations, from the realities, by making a shield, by preparing a script. When you surrender, you will see without any script, without anything, just you move. Whenever you move just like that, whenever you move just in a simple way, you will see the tremendous courage and the trust works through you. A small story. Once a rat has entered into a king's palace. When the king was sleeping, suddenly by mistake the rat has jumped on the king's face. The king was terribly shocked and started shouting. But somehow the rat has escaped. When he came out of his bedroom, he called the army chief to kill that rat. The army chief entered inside the room. Again, as a coincidence, the rat has jumped on the face of the army chief. Army chief ran away, shouting, "Oh, it is too big, it is too big." And he came out of the room. He spread the news. There is a big rat inside the king's room, which is terrible. Nobody can do anything. And moreover, now he has to save his face. So he started exaggerating the power of the rat. News spread all over the country. There is a rat which can never be killed. Then the palace security, they called the palace cat to kill the rat. They already informed the palace cat. The king could not do anything and the army chief couldn't do anything. The palace cat was brainwashed. So when the cat entered the room itself, it was having terrible fear. So slowly when it entered, again the rat jumped on the face of the cat. Cat was totally shocked, frightened and ran away. He came back. When he came back, to save his face, he has to tell some more stories. He started telling, no, it is not an ordinary rat. It's almost double size than me. He started telling all stories just to save his face. Any of news spread like this? Finally, almost the whole country is frightened, afraid of that rat. King declared, anybody who kills that rat will be given a big prize, award. The news is spread all over the country. Finally, one farmer, a man who does the agriculture, he asked his cat, can you try, if you kill that rat, at least you will have one day food. I have nothing to feed you. Why don't you try? The cat said, all right, why not? Let us go. The farmer took the cat, went to the palace, but all the cats warned this cat, don't try. Even the palace cat could not do anything. The palace cat has got lot of training in hunting the rats. Even with all the training, with all the methods, techniques, it could not do anything. So don't go and try. But anyway, this cat told, let me see what is there. This cat entered the room, simply went, killed the rat, came out. So there was a big function to celebrate, to give award to this cat. Somebody asked, how did you manage? How did you kill? Even king could not do anything. Army chief couldn't do anything. The palace cat could not do anything. How did you manage? The rat very clearly replied, what? I managed. No, I am a cat. I can verily kill the rat. Over. One word. I am a cat. My nature is to kill the rat. There is nothing in between. It is our mind which makes everything big. A simple one word, if you understand this one word, I am a cat, my nature is to kill the rat. There is nothing. What is there? It is very nature. But the cat has understood and respected its nature. The very nature it can do, it can achieve. But what we do? Even to face a friend, we need a script. We don't trust our nature. We don't believe we are beings, we can achieve something. We need everything. For everything we need a script. Only with the script we try to act. We never feel, we never trust our nature. We never feel confident to achieve something, to do something. The cat simply said, I am a cat. I can really kill the rat. There is nothing special is necessary. There is no need for any technique. There is no need for any training. My very nature is to kill the rat. That is more than sufficient. The same way, your very nature can make you live in bliss. Your very nature can make you surrender to the ultimate, can surrender to the divine. But anything and everything, we know how to complicate it. We know how to complicate. Your conditioning, your mind, your working method makes everything complicated. Even to talk to your wife, you create a script. Before coming to the house, you make the script, what to tell, what to speak. And one more beauty, if you tell truth, you don't have to keep the things in memory. If you always speak truth, you will not have any problem. There are many people come and ask me, Swamiji, please help me some way to have memory. Why people want memory? If you look into yourself, you will understand. We want memory to remember what lies we told last time. If you say the truth, if you speak the truth, you don't need memory. You have enough of memory. God has given us enough of memory to live our life. But only remember the lies, we need more memories. More memory. Because where you told which lie, who knows? If you continuously tell lies, you need to remember all the lies. That is why most of the time we struggle or suffer and we complain, no, I have no memory. If you say the truth, you don't need any memory. If you live based on truth, you don't need any script to live your life. Why we are so much afraid to face the life? Every moment we show what we are not. That is the truth. With everybody, we project something what we are not. That is why we prepare a big script. Every day you have to project the same way. First day you projected some way to others. You have to keep the projection. To keep that projection again and again and again, you have to create your script. Around the world, I am traveling around the world. Hours together I am speaking. Of course, people who live around me, they know I have neither time nor interest in preparing for my discourses. I never prepare and neither time. Before entering into the hall, PRO or the secretary will tell, Swami, today this is the subject. All right, over. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, hours together you are speaking. How? How are you able to speak hours together without any preparation? And if you live around me, then you will understand. I have no time, nothing. How? Only one answer. If somebody asks you, what's your name? Do you need to prepare? No. You don't need to prepare. Your name has become your experience. To tell your name, you don't need preparation. Same way, what I speak has become my experience. Whatever is your experience, whatever is your personality, to express it, you don't need preparation. You need to prepare whenever you want to project something else which is not there in you. In our life, wherever we go, we carry a big mask to project which is not reality. That is why we need such a big preparation. Such a big preparation. And even with all the preparation, finally we make everything mess. We are so much bothered not to commit small mistake. Finally commit a big blunder. If you see, we will be careful, so careful not to commit even a small mistake. And end of the time, end of the day, you will be committing a big blunder. Big blunder is nothing but living according to your preparation. Enacting the drama. Whenever you prepare the script and go on enact, you will see, you will be only reliving, never really living. You will not live the moment. You will not live the reality. You will not live the life. You will be repeating what you have prepared. You will be reacting, you will be enacting your script. When you really surrender the I, the ego, you will surrender the mind which continuously prepares script for your life. You will have tremendous spontaneity, courage, trust your intelligence. Live the life as it is. Live the life as it comes. Accept and welcome the life as it flows into your living, into your life. There is a beautiful verse in the Gita. Ananyas chintayanto mamye jana paryuvasade desham nityabhiyuktana yogakshemam vahamyaham. If you just continuously merge in me, merge in the divine, all your needs and all your necessities, there are two things, yoga and shema. Bringing them to you and taking care of them with you is my responsibility. Divine says, Gita says, Krishna gives an assurance, I will manage both. how can this be? We may think, how can this be? Just by surrendering to Him, how can He take care of all our needs? When He says, I will take care, it means He will activate. He will let you have the intelligence and the courage to have everything, to live everything. Now, whatever you may have acquired, you may have all comforts, but you do not know how to live. Because you continuously live according to your script, not directly relating with the reality. Only when you surrender, you know how to live with the reality. You start living with the reality. Only then, whatever you have, even your physical pleasure, physical comforts, you will be able to enjoy only when you drop your mind. If you have your mind, anything, every situation, you have a script for it. You react only according to that. You never react, you never act from your being, from your very self. Only when you drop the mental setup which is already prepared, which is already created by the social conditioning, you will see the growth happens in you. Growth is never evolution. By evolution, how long it can happen? No, only by revolution. Evolution means slowly growing. Revolution means just surrendering. When you surrender, revolution happens in you. When you try to grow by yourself, only evolution can happen. In the process of evolution, it took 5,000 years for a chimpanzee to become a man. For a monkey to become a man, it took 5,000 years. If the same way if you grow, it is going to take another 5,000 years for man to become God. Who knows whether it is a 5,000 or 50,000? No. We cannot wait so long. So, never evolution, always revolution. Surrender your whole being. You will see the revolution starts happening in your being. Surrendering I, surrendering the mental setup, totally changes your being. It shifts you from the thinking to the energy, from mind to no mind, from mithya to nitya. Next, surrendering the mind. Here comes a big trouble. Mind means possessiveness, the things which we possess. Even we can surrender the mind, but never the possessions. We always think first is the ego, next is possessions. There is a saying in Tantra which says, your ego itself is based on possessions only. It's a strange thing, but I myself analyzed with the energy. It is true. Your ego is nothing but the byproduct of your possessions, of your mind. Whatever you think as yours, whatever you think as mine, from the possessiveness only, your mind itself originates. If you look little deep, you will be able to understand all your idea about mind only creates the idea about I. Even your mind is nothing but your possession. Even your body is nothing but your possession. So whatever you think as yours, if you think this is mine, that is mine, that is mine, that is mine, from that root only the ego starts growing. If ego is a tree, root is mine. If the tree is I, mine. From the root mine only, the I, the ego starts growing. That is why, if your wealth is growing, if your mind is growing, if your possessions are growing, you feel you are expanded. You have become solid. You become somebody. You have become free. But we forget to understand, by the expansion of the comforts, by the expansion of the outer things, by the expansion of the mind, by the expansion of the possessions, you have the freedom. It's not that you don't have freedom. You have the freedom. But you have the freedom to choose only your sufferings, not to choose between joy or the suffering. You have freedom. Of course, if you have more money, you can have a better car. You can have a better house. You can have a better accommodation facility. You can have better things. You can have better things. You have more choices. But choices between suffering and suffering, never between suffering and joy. If you want to have the choice between suffering and joy, it is always only by dropping the mind and I. Never by possessing the mind. Till you have the idea of possessiveness, even if you are enjoying the underneath the enjoyment, underneath the joy, you will have always a deep fear. When it will be lost, you don't know. The possession, the very possessiveness, the very feeling that it is mine will not let you enjoy. You can always see. The very feeling it is mine will not let you enjoy, because you will have the fear. When it will be lost, you don't know. The fear of losing it will not let you enjoy. I have always seen the man who does not have possessiveness enjoys the same object more deeply, because he will not have the fear when he will lose it. The person who continuously possesses it, person who feels possessiveness, who feels it is mine, 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 I have always seen he will be only having, never enjoying. There's two devatas, two ideologies in Hinduism. One is called Kubera, another one is called Lakshmi. Kubera means the man who possesses never enjoys. Lakshmi means the person who enjoys. Wealth has got two aspects. Wealth with possessiveness. Wealth without possessiveness. Wealth with possessiveness, the Kubera. Kubera is called Yaksha. Yaksha means the man who has got but who never enjoys. He feels so satisfied in possessiveness, he never enjoys. If you see the old grandmothers, the traditional system, you can see them. They will have everything, but they will never enjoy. I myself have seen in the villages, Indian villages, one old lady, she lived some few houses next to the place where I am born and brought up. Early morning she used to always call me and tell me, please get me some tobacco leaves. I will ask her, give money, let me go and get it. I was a small boy. She used to, no, take from your father. Anyhow, my father used to give, and I used to bring the tobacco leaves and give it to her. I used to think that she is a very poor lady. So she don't have money. So I used to bring and give tobacco leaf for her. Suddenly one day she died. She passed away. When she died, and before her death, in her house there used to be a big well. Such a big well, even if the whole city, all the wells have become dry, her well will never become dry. It's a very big well. She is so possessive, she will never allow anybody to take water from that well. She will never allow anybody to take water from that well. The village doctor, for some emergency, he was in the need of necessity of water. He wants water. He went and asked her. She did not allow the village doctor to take the water. But at the time of death, only that same doctor has to attend her. That time he asked, you didn't give water, but can you carry that water now? Nothing. Even at that time, she didn't feel that she has done some mistake. Even at that time, she didn't feel that her possessiveness is something wrong. Anyhow, she died. After her death, when the dead body was removed, a box was removed from under her bed, filled with jewelry and money. Just under her bed. So much of jewelry and money, you can't imagine. This same lady, she never enjoyed. They feel so satisfied by possessing it. When they possess, they feel they are somebody. They feel secure. The sense of security happens to them by possessing. The people who are like Kubera, Yakshas, they possess but never enjoy. The idea of possessiveness will never let you enjoy the life. You feel secure only if the things are there. You can see the man who possesses, he will be continuously counting the money. He will feel more energetic by counting, not by spending. Just again and again he will count. And after counting, again he will end up, keep it under the pillow. Keep it under the bed itself. The possessiveness, he will never enjoy. The person who lives with a possessive of Kubera. There is another one thing, Lakshmi. Richness is Kubera, wealthy is Lakshmi. Richness means you will have, but you will never enjoy. It is a Kubera. Wealthy means you will have, not only you will have, you will tremendously live. Lakshmi is called abundance. It will be there, the wealth will be there, but possessiveness will not. You will not have the possessiveness. You will not have the sense, mine, mine, mine. That will not be there. When that is not there, only then you can really enjoy. You can really live the life. That is why always represented by Lakshmi, never by Kubera. Never by Kubera. Whether you are a Lakshmi or a Kubera, only you have to decide. If you surrender your possessiveness, the feeling of mind, you will be continuously joyful, ecstatic, enjoying. If you have that, whatever wealth you may have, you will have only the fear. When it will be lost, you don't know. We work to increase the height of our bed. We forget to increase the depth of our sleep. If you have the possessiveness on your bed, you will never be able to sleep because you will have the fear when the thief will come and take away, when it will be lost from you, when you will lose, who knows, the underground fear, the fear which is underneath in your mind will never let you relax, will never let you enjoy. If you have the possessiveness on your bed, you will never be let sleep. You will never be able to enjoy the relaxed mood. Whenever you drop or you come out of the possessiveness, whenever you are relaxed from the feeling of the mind, only then you will be able to live even the comforts, even the joyful life. Whenever you surrender the I to the existence, understand this one word. Never think because of you world is running, in spite of you it is running. That's the only thing. 50 years ago none of you were here. World was not running. It was perfectly running. 50 years after, none of us are going to be here. Do you think world is going to stop? No. But we always think whole world is running only on our head. There is a proverb, an old traditional proverb in India. The cat will think if it closes its eyes, the whole world will become dark. Cat has got an imagination. If he closes his eyes, the whole world becomes dark. That's why you can always see when the cat sneaks inside the house and tries to steal something, it will close his eyes. When the cat tries to drink the milk, it will close his eyes. It will have the imagination. The whole world is become dark. So, when you think the whole world is running because of you, you are just like that same cat. You think if you close your eyes, whole world will be stopped. Never. It is never because of us. It is in spite of us. A small story. Once, Moore, the character whom I created to tell my stories, Moore was trying to cross a river. He was sitting in a boat. The boatman started rowing. After 2-3 minutes, he shouted towards the boatman, hurry up, hurry up. The boatman was also putting his best. Then after 10 minutes, he could not consist himself. He started walking inside the boat, front and back. This side and that side he started walking. After half an hour, he started running inside the boat. The boatman said, please keep quiet, sit silently, sit. Why are you running? The Moor replied, no, now I have no time to sit silently. I have to go urgently. I have to hurry up. If you run inside the boat, are you going to reach earlier? Never. Whether you run or sit, the boat is going to reach only its own way, in its own time. By running inside the boat, you are never going to reach earlier. In 90% of our life, we also run inside the boat only. It will be nothing but running inside the boat. Again, once Moore was traveling in the train. He was keeping all the luggage on his head. Somebody asked, a co-passenger asked him, why don't you keep all the luggage down? He said, no, it will be heavy for train. It will be too much for the train. He doesn't know, not only the luggage, he himself is carried by the train. So understand, not only you, your whole mind, I and mind, everything is taken care by the divine. It takes care. It is taking in its own way. But we, out of our ego, keep headaches on our head. Keep all the loads on our head. Ramana Maharshi used to say beautifully, the train is going, you are sitting in it. Why don't you put your luggages also on the train? At least you will have time to sleep. You will have the time to rest. Anyhow, the train is going to reach. If you carry the luggage on your head or on the train is going to take only its own time. Even if you run inside the boat or if you sit inside the boat is going to take only its own time. In Zen there is a saying, if you want anything to be done slowly, you can hurry up as much as possible. By hurrying it, you will know how to commit blunders. You may not commit mistake, but you can be sure you will commit blunders. When you rest, when you really relax, when you surrender at the feet of the divine, you will see 99% of your energy is available to you for positive creativity. Now, the whole 99% is spent only to waste unnecessarily worrying. There's a thing I read the other day in a book called How to Know God. That's a beautiful book done by a philosopher. Court of law could not prove that God exists, but more than 90% of the people believe the existence of the God. The result of their belief is their creativity tremendously improves. Their life is more joyful. Their life is more ecstatic. Their life is more flowing. Why? Because the energy which is spent in worrying is stopped. They start creating. When you surrender, when you have faith, trust in the divine, when you really relax in the name of divine, the energy which you are using, wasting in worrying will be turned towards creating. Towards positivity. I tell you, 99% of your worries never comes true. Whatever 1% comes true is always good. Is always good. But continuous worry only adds load, adds pressure to your life. When you surrender the I, your suffering is transformed into joy and ecstasy. When you surrender your mind, your richness becomes wealth. You start living your possessions. Whatever you have, you start really enjoying it. You start living. You start really feeling for the things which you have. You really feel ecstasy, joy from them. You go beyond the fear that when you may lose them. When you surrender I and mind both, when I say the surrendering of I and mind both, surrendering the whole life unconditionally. When you surrender I and mind, your whole life totally transforms, totally becomes different. The only one proof whether you are surrendered or not is you will not have worry and sufferings. If you are really surrendered, you will not have worry and sufferings. I tell you, to whom you surrender is immaterial. Don't bother. All this time I was speaking about surrender, I never spoke to whom. There is no need to whom you are surrendering. It's not at all considered. Whether you surrender to God, whether you surrender to Guru, whether you surrender to Shiva, whether you surrender to Krishna is not at all important. It has nothing to do with to whom you surrender. The very surrender has power to transform you. A small story. Once a man decided that he is going to surrender to God, to surrender to a master. But where to get the master? If he is a modern man, he would have immediately gone to the website to find how many masters are available. Of course, in olden days there is no website. So where he will go? He went to the forest and he decided, I will sit in this road. Anybody who comes in this road first, he is my Guru. I am going to surrender myself to him. He decided. Unfortunately, one thief was running towards that road, towards that forest. He jumped and caught hold of the feet of the thief and started shouting, "Oh Guru, oh Master, you have come here to save me. You are my God, I surrender my everything to you. Please take care of me." That fellow, just now he is running from the palace. He thought that some police has caught him. He started shouting, no, leave me, I am not your Guru, I am not your Guru. This man says, no, I know you are the God, you have come down to save me, please don't say like that, please somehow save me. You are my God, I surrender myself to you. The thief thought, what can be done? What type of situation is, I am caught. Then finally he said, alright, I am your Guru, now you do what I say. Sit, close your eyes, don't open your eyes till I say. Then the man said, perfectly alright. He sat, closed his eyes, sat silently. The thief thought, oh, this is the right time, he ran away. Escaped. The man who sat is sitting. One day over. Again, next day is also over. But his courage and his willpower, his decision is so strong. I know till my Guru comes, I will not open the eyes. This is a story from a Purana. It has got a beautiful meaning in it. You understand the meaning. Then Shiva appears in front of him. He gives darshan. Oh, my son, I am really pleased by your surrender. Just to respond to your surrender, to your devotion, I have come down. Please open your eyes and ask whatever you want. The man said, no, you are not my Guru. My Guru is that man who has told me to sit and close my eyes. Only when he comes I can open my eyes. I cannot open my eyes until he comes. Shiva said, hey, I am God, I have come down. You don't know he is a thief. I am God, I have come down out of compassion to you. Your sincerity, open your eyes. He said, no, whether he is a thief or God, that I don't know. I surrendered myself to him. You bring him. Then Shiva has to take his form. When Shiva took that form of the thief and told in the thief's voice, then only the man opened his eyes. Then the story goes, Shiva blessed him with a spiritual grace and everything else. The story has got a beautiful meaning. The concept. To whom you surrender, you don't have to bother. Nothing is what you don't bother about. To whom you are surrendering. The very surrender will do miracle. The very surrender has got the energy. The very surrender has got the capacity to transform you. Don't bother to which form you are surrendering. To which name you are surrendering. Nothing is required. A story from Ramakrishna's life. There used to be a Pandit who lived in the bank of Yamuna, in the river bank. Every day morning he should be supplied milk. One day the milkmaid, she came late, the person who brings the milk. So the Pandit asked her, what? You didn't bring milk? It is so late. I will do my regular routine if you bring like this. The maid said, no. There is a big flood in the river. That's why I am not able to make in time. The man very casually commented, what river? What flood? People cross even the ocean of samsara by taking the name of Krishna. Can't you cross this small river? Even the ocean of samsara can be crossed by taking the Krishna's name. Can't you cross the small river? The maid thought, oh, okay. She understood. She's an innocent lady. Nothing much intellectual or nothing much logical. Next day she came in time. Every day she started coming in time. After a week, the Pandit asked, how you are coming in time? How? The flood has gone. All right or what? She said, what? No. Flood is coming every day. Flood is there. Water is there. But you only taught me how to come now. You told that by taking Krishna's name, you can walk on the river. You can cross the ocean. You can cross the river. That's what I am doing. The Pandit got surprised. First he was not able to believe. He said, how can this be? Come and show me. The milkmaid, she took the Pandit to the river and she said, Krishna, Krishna, Krishna. She started walking on the river. The Pandit, he thought, when she can do, why not me? Let me try. He went near the river and he is telling Krishna, Krishna, Krishna and started lifting the cloth. His mouth is saying Krishna, Krishna, but he started lifting the cloth and then he fell in the river, was taken away. The story says, from the story you can learn one thing. You don't have to bother from whom you are learning or to whom you are surrendering. The lady, you can see the innocent lady. She was surrendering to the idea given by the Pandit, but she has mastered it. From the person from whom you are learning or to the person whom you are surrendering is nothing to be bothered, or you don't have to bother about to whom you are surrendering, to whom you are offering. The very offering, the very surrendering has got the tremendous power to transform you. There is no need to worry about what is after, what is the side effect, what is the next step of the surrender. Most of the time, we have, before surrendering itself, we calculate logically. After surrender, what will I do this? What will happen to that? What will happen to this? Can you logically calculate after surrender what will happen? Never. If you try to calculate, you try to project your mind beyond surrender. If you know what will happen after death, then only you can know what will happen after surrender. Because surrender and death are one and the same. When you surrender, psychologically you die. You are reborn. Can you say what will happen after your death? No. Same way, you can never imagine, visualize what will happen after surrender. If you are imagining, if you are visualizing, be very clear you are not surrendered. Somebody goes and asks a great master who lived in India, it's called Papaji. Master, how will I know whether I have surrendered or not? He says, this question will disappear, then you will understand you have surrendered. This question, whether I have surrendered or not, will disappear. You will not have the very doubt whether I surrendered or not. Your whole being will be just flooded, will be just bubbling with ecstasy and joy. Just the feeling of surrendering. Just the feeling of utter relaxation. Just the feeling of utter bliss. You will not think about the next moment. You will not bother about what will happen next. You will be totally relaxed. Not only duties, from your pains, from your sufferings, even from your responsibilities. You will see the responsibilities you will be doing, your body will be doing, your mind will be doing. It is not that just because you have surrendered, you will not go to your office tomorrow morning. You will go. You will be. The body will be carrying on. Everything will be happening. But you will see an utter relaxation in your system. An utter bliss in your mind. An utter easiness in your life. When you surrender the I, an utter bliss. When you surrender the mind, the utter relaxation. When you surrender the I and mind, a beautiful easiness in your life happens. This is the scale whether to measure whether you are surrendered or not. The surrender is only word or a deed. From this scale you can measure very clearly whether surrender has happened to you or not. It is just a decision, nothing else. A conscious decision. Surrender is nothing but a clear, conscious decision. The energy which can move my body, which can move this sun, which can move this moon, which is moving this planet Earth, can't it move my life? Understand? The bread which you are eating is becoming blood. It's not a small process. If you are a doctor, then you will understand how big this process is. The bread becoming blood is the biggest industry. Still now, human beings are not successful in changing the bread. Even if you are successful, you have to create an industry which runs miles. You have to create an industry which runs miles. But such a big process is happening inside your system. 6 feet height, in such a small system, such a big process is happening. The air is taken, the energy is, the prana is separated, the air is going out, the process is happening inside. If divine can manage so much inside your body, if divine can manage so much in this universe, your life, it can verily manage. Understand, existence is intelligence. Understand, the divine is intelligence. I have always seen people asking God, oh God, please give me this, oh God, please give me that. And first thing they will ask, next thing, oh God, if you give me this, I will give you that. And Balaji is the famous God in India for bargaining. Anything, bargain to Balaji. The third thing, they will start blaming God. I went to the temple 10 times. Every year I climbed that hill by walk, but nothing has happened. First you start praying, then you start bargaining, third you start blaming. All the three has nothing to do with devotion. I tell you a small thing. Why you pray? You think God has got capacity to give. God has got Shakti to give. When you pray, you ask, for example, oh God, give me $1 million. You know, God has got Shakti to give. That is why you ask, otherwise you won't ask. But when you insist, oh God, give me now itself means you believe that He has got Shakti, but you don't believe He has got Buddhi when to give. Most of our prayers, that is what it means. We believe He has got Shakti, but we don't believe He has got Buddhi. Many people come and ask me, Swamiji, why not God give now itself this, now itself that? I ask them, do you believe He has got Shakti to give? Yes, Swamiji, I believe. But you don't believe He has got Buddhi to give, am I right? They say yes. Because we don't believe that He has got Buddhi to give. We believe He is energy, but we don't believe He has got intelligence. That is what all our prayer means. When you surrender, you understand not only He has got Shakti, He has got Buddhi also. In every moment, something will be taught to you. When you surrender, you will not have anything called pain. You will have only something called lesson. There is a great lady who is devoted to Krishna. In her prayers, there is one beautiful verse. Oh God, let sufferings come from all the sides to me, to give the understanding, to give the experience that you are teaching through the sufferings. Every suffering is nothing but the teacher. I tell you 100%, every suffering is nothing but a teacher who has come to give you some more intelligence, some more understanding, to open one more dimension in your life. But we never receive anything with an open mind or welcoming sensation, welcoming sense. We don't receive it with a welcoming sense. When you surrender, you accept, you welcome everything with a welcoming mood. Whenever you receive your pain, your sufferings, your miseries with a welcoming mood, I tell you, they will become teachers. They will become masters. In one Upanishad, death, the Yama, the master of death, is called as a guru. Death is the greatest suffering. The greatest suffering, it will be a suffering for you. If you surrender, if you welcome, the great death will become a great master, great teacher for you. Anything in your life, when you welcome with a surrender mood, it will just change its quality. It will just change its quality. Whenever you resist, anything will feel or will be felt, will be faced as a devil. Whenever you welcome, anything will be faced or felt as a divine. Devil and divine, nothing much difference. Whenever you resist, anything will be felt as a devil. Whenever you surrender and receive, welcome, anything will be felt as a divine. It is you who decide whether it is devil or divine. It's not that it is decided outside, it is decided inside. So, whenever you relax, you transform your life from Nithyananda to Nithyananda. You transform your life from suffering to surge of joy, from depression to expression, from worrying to wondering. So, let you decide consciously. Don't bother after the conscious decision, once I surrender myself. Even after the feeling, after the decision, you will have a doubt whether I surrendered or not, whether really I did or not. I tell you one thing, first decide consciously, let me surrender from this moment everything at the feet of God, at the feet of energy which runs this world. You don't even have to have some name, some form. Don't have my name, don't have my form, don't have some name, don't have some form. Then you will have again conflict. Oh, I surrender to this God, then what will happen to that God? Will that God get angry on me? Will that God trouble me? Don't worry. Just surrender to the divine energy which runs the whole world. Then, under the title, everybody comes under the title. Just surrender the energy, to the God, to the divine which runs this whole world, this whole universe. Let it run my life. And then, after that, naturally you will have a doubt whether I did or not. Then you say, even this doubt is a gift by the divine, same divine which is running the world. This doubt is also given by him. The intelligence to surrender and to doubt my surrender, both are his gift. Let me offer my doubt also, let him take care. Offer your doubt also, then you will see the transformation starts happening. As you are. Don't think, I'll just change myself and then surrender. No. You can never do that. Surrender as you are. Consciously, totally. Whatever is in your hand, whatever mind is in your hand, whatever possession is in your hand, surrender deeply. You will see your whole being will be flooded with a new feeling, new life, new energy, new bliss. So let you surrender at the feet of the divine. Let you enter, be in the divine energy, divine consciousness. Let this surrender happen to you. Let you be in, become eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Few minutes we'll have for question answer, then we'll depart. Tomorrow onwards we will have everyday meditation. Can you get me the title? Tomorrow's title? Tomorrow's subject is from worrying to wondering. So tomorrow evening same 7 o'clock we will have a satsang. Because today we are a little late. We are not able to have the meditation. Tomorrow we will have a discourse, question answer, then meditation, then healing. Now we will spend few minutes. If you have any questions, you can ask. Then we will go for healing. Yes.
Why did you degrade ourselves to be born as human and going through all this suffering and trying to go back to where we shouldn't have gone?
Why did God create?
No, you said we degraded ourselves to come from God to be a human. I'm asking why did you do that? Because we are trying to go back to the same place where we left.
You are asking why did we do that?
Yes. How did it happen?
One thing, if you ask why did we do that, you have to ask that question. Why did we do it? Because it is we who did it. Even this idea that we have degraded ourselves, we have to go back. It is just a technique to make you understand, to push you to go to
Go inside to understand your real nature. It is not that actually you have come down. We have forgotten that we are really the ultimate energy. We have forgotten the true nature. That is why you are reminded you have come down. You can never come down. If you really come down, how can you go back? If you can come down from that state, even after some years you may come down again. It's not a permanent. If you can now, can't you come down after 500 years? You may. So that state is not a great thing. We have actually never come down. We are in the same state. We are continuously connected to the divine. Only thing we have forgotten. Why? The question why we have forgotten that we are divine. That question Vivekananda beautifully answers. That question cannot be answered from this plane. The question itself is asked from the logical plane. But in ultimate sense, you don't have logic. The problem, I will tell you from a small story. One man, a born blind man, went to the doctor and asked, "Doctor, can you help me to have vision?" Doctor said, "Yes, surely. I'll do an operation. You will get your eyes. After you get your eyes, you can walk without the stick." Blind people, they walk with a stick, man. You can walk without the stick. The blind man said, "Doctor, I can understand you will do an operation for me. I can understand eyes back. But how can I walk without stick? How can I walk without stick? Even if I get my eyes, how can I walk without stick?" The man, because of the long practice, he started thinking the stick has become his leg. The stick is necessary for his walking itself. Same way, this man be convinced you can walk without stick after the operation? You can never convince him. You have to just do operation. When he gets his eyes, naturally he will understand he can walk without stick. There are few questions which cannot be explained, which cannot be understood unless you experience. This question also is under that category. This question, how we have forgotten our true nature, how we have degraded ourselves, how we have forgotten we are God, can never be answered. Only when you experience that state, only when you become enlightened, then you will understand how we have forgotten or how we remembered. Now, the question from this plane can never be answered. You see, in the dream state, when you are dreaming, you feel as if you have become somebody else. As if you have become somebody else. Once when you come out of the dream, only then you understand.
Hello everybody, good evening and welcome to Hindu Temple. Today we have in our presence esteemed KAILASA Swami Nithyananda, who is visiting Seattle, and he'll be delivering this course for us and conducting a 2-day meditation program here in Seattle. We are all blessed to have Swami here, who is a revolutionary spiritual master from India. For those of you who don't know Swami, he experienced spirituality at the age of 12. You and I probably don't even remember what we did in the age of 12. But Swami being Swami, he experienced spirituality right then. He was born on January 1st, 1978. By January 1st, 2000, he was enlightened already. He is a young, modern Swami who uses email practically every single day and teaches techniques about meditation that you and I as common people can understand and relate to. Swami has founded a meditation multiversity where he teaches practical techniques that we could use in every walk of life, be it spiritual, intellectual, be it physical, for all kinds of wellness, Swami has devised practical, modern, applicative techniques that you and I as common persons can use in everyday life. Today Swami is going to talk about Shiva Sutras, which are basically scriptures that Shiva himself delivered to Devi on enlightenment. And Swami is going to bring us understanding to get to the Lord's level rather than bringing the God to our level. And without much further ado, here we have Swami taking over for us. Welcome to Seattle, Swami, and we are very glad to have you in our presence. Thank you.
Brahmanandam Paramashivam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Bandvadidam Gaganagatam Tattvamasya Vilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavadidam Trigunarajitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Welcome you all. My love and respects. It's nice to be here again in small joy. Today's topic is the Shiva Sutras. The how to enlightenment. Beautiful topic. Beautiful subject. First of all, we should know a few things about enlightenment. When I use the word enlightenment, I do not mean that you will grow new to arms. No. Or you will have some extra special powers. No. You will have some siddhis. You will have some new powers. When I say the word enlightenment, I don't mean you will have Shakti. I mean you will have Buddhi. There is a beautiful story. Somebody goes to Ramana Maharshi, a great enlightened master who lived in South India, Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharshi. He asked Bhagavan, please give me some Shakti, some powers, some siddhis. Bhagavan just laughs and says, the power which you have already, with that itself you are not able to manage, you are not able to be happy. This guy said, no, I don't have any power. How do you say I have some power? Bhagavan said, what job you are doing? He said, I am a manager. It means you have a power to employ 2 persons. You have power to remove 2 persons from job. You have power to handle certain amount of money. You have power to handle 1 family. That much of power you have. Are you happy, totally peaceful, blissful with the powers which you have? He said, no. Sometimes I am not able to handle the power which I have. I am not able to take the responsibility. I am suffering. That's why I came to you. Bhagavan asked, then when you know that you are not able to handle the powers which you have already, why do you want some more power? Ask for buddhi, not for shakti. There is a clear understanding which we need to know. Shakti to make your dreams into reality is one. Buddhi to realize whatever your reality is nothing but your dream is another one. Understand these two things. Shakti to make all your dreams into reality. This is what siddhis, shaktis, energy. Buddhi means intelligence to understand whatever is your reality, whatever you think as reality is nothing but your dreams. Making your dreams into reality, you need Shakti. Realizing all whatever you think as reality is nothing but your dreams, you need Buddhi. When I say the word enlightenment, I mean Buddhi, the intelligence or the realization. Whatever you are seeing is nothing but your dreams. Enlightenment means entering into the consciousness or awareness of beyond this waking, dream and deep sleep state, achieving the fourth state, what we call Turiya. Realizing whatever you see as reality is nothing but your dream is what I call enlightenment. Of course, when somebody becomes enlightened, he expresses many different divine powers and siddhis. That is allowed. You can express as an expression of enlightenment. But you can't think or understand if somebody has got power, he is enlightened. With enlightenment, power will express. That is different. But power does not mean somebody is enlightened. In our life also, we should intensely work for enlightenment. It is enlightenment which really means. And all other powers, whatever power you get without enlightenment is nothing but housekeeping in your dreams. You purchase a beautiful house, let your house, and you wipe, clean, keep everything nicely. Suddenly you wake up. What happens? You realize the whole thing is dream. There is nothing. Same way, all our Shaktis are nothing but housekeeping in dreams. Suddenly you wake up and the whole thing is black night. Look into your being deeply and work for Buddhi, not for Shakti. As long as you want Shakti, again and again you will be cheated because of your greed. See, many people complain. I have been cheated by this person, I have been cheated by this person, I have been cheated by that person. Why? We never understand. The moment greed enters into our being, we become gullible. Simply anybody can cheat us. It is greed for Shakti which totally destroys you. So greed for Buddhi, when you work for Buddhi, simply Shakti follows you. Simply Shakti follows you. Again and again, Bhagavan says, Sri Krishna says in the Gita, when you work to reach me, all the Aishwaryas, simply they follow you. But when you work to reach my Shakti, neither you get that nor you reach me. When I say the word enlightenment, I mean working for Buddhi, not for Shakti. When you work for Buddhi, simply Shakti will follow you. Shakti will follow you. The how to enlightenment. Many people come and ask me, Swamiji, first of all, why we are in bondage? Why this suffering? Why this world came into existence? Why? I tell them, you see, to tell you honestly, I don't know why. If at all God calls for a roundtable conference once more, I'll ask him and come and tell you. The why can never be answered. Whomsoever tried to answer the why, they created only philosophies. The why is asked from the level of logic, and the existence is beyond the level of logic. It is beyond reasons, beyond logic. So the why can never be addressed. The why can never be answered. We can't reduce the existence to our level of logic. People ask me, Swamiji, why don't you prove God with logic? I tell them, no, He is God because He can't be proved by logic. The moment you can prove Him by logic, the logic will become God. Logic will become higher than Him. When you ask why we are in bondage, why we are in suffering, why so much of differences in the world, the why can never be answered. The only way is how. There are two kinds of minds. One is why, who creates philosophy, which is intellectual, which wants only words, mere words, nothing else. The next is how, who want the immediate solution. The people who want solution, people who are really practical. When you ask how to enlightenment, you just want to liberate yourself. You just want to move towards the goal. You have no time to waste in just intellectual theories, intellectual philosophies. In India we use a beautiful word, Shastra Jala Maharanya, means a big forest of literatures. Big forest of literatures. Amazon of books. That is why I think that Amazon.com website, the right name for books. Now I understand why they named the books website as Amazon.com. It is actually Amazon. Shastra Jala Maharanya. It is just a big forest where you are lost. Neither you reach enlightenment, nor you understand how to go about it. You are just lost with words. I have seen people just wasting their life in words. Neither reaching the enlightenment nor working for it. And one more thing, the danger is they don't even know, they don't even understand, they don't even feel that they are not working for it. The intellect gives you such a deep satisfaction. It almost makes you feel you are working for it. Intellect is a poor substitute for intelligence. It gives you a almost just around the corner feeling. It is there. After all I know. So naturally, without even knowing, we are not progressing. We are just wasting our time. We will be wasting our time without even knowing we are wasting our time. When you ask why, you end up only in philosophies. When you whomsoever try to answer the question, why this existence is, why this universe is, they created one more philosophy. Whomsoever tried to answer, every one of them created one more philosophy. One more philosophy. On one thing, it is very difficult to live in this philosophy. It's very difficult to live with these professors, first of all, and philosophers. Because the difficulty is, see, you should understand the word philosophy first. Anything, if it is made complicated, anything simple, if you can make complicated, you will become philosopher. If you can complicate anything simple, With words, you can become philosopher. Any simple thing, you can make philosophy out of it. You can make philosophy out of any simple thing, just with a little bit of intelligence, how to make it more complicated. How to make things more complicated. The moment you catch the trick or a technique of how to make things more complicated, you are philosopher. You are a philosopher. And I have my own feeling. The philosophers have got something missing in their life. That is why they take up the path of philosophy. Otherwise, any intelligent man will only straight away start working to achieve the truth. Such a clear-cut thing. When you want to achieve the truth, straight away you only start working for it. If you are working for philosophy, somewhere something is missing. Once some young guy goes to Socrates and asks, "Sir, should I marry?" Socrates said, "Surely you must marry." The guy said, "But you are not having a happy married life." Socrates' wife used to beat him. And he used to always live outside the house, in veranda. And all his philosophy is only for the others. To his wife, he will just listen. He will just obey. He can't speak in front of her. The guy referred this and said, the young guy, "After all, you are not having a happy married life. Then why are you asking me to marry? Why are you recommending marriage for me?" Socrates said, "You see, only two things can happen. Either you will have good wife, happy married life, then naturally you will have a beautiful life. That's okay. Otherwise, you may have like mine. Even if that is the case, you will become a philosopher like me. It's good for society. Either way it is going to be good. Either have a happy married life or become a philosopher like me. Either way, it's going to help you. So I feel someday, when you are not enough practical, when we are not enough intelligent, we stop just with the question why. The why is not enough. The why is not going to solve. Why is going to only, it's like a itching. Any philosophy is like itching. For a few minutes it's okay. But again, it becomes more. And after half an hour, again you need to itch little bit. You feel very nice when you scratch. Philosophy is also, is nothing but intellectual itching. You feel nice, but it's not going to solve the problem. It's not going to end. It's not going to give the solution. How is the right word? When you approach the God or the Master with word why, you will never get an answer. You will never get an answer. When you approach the God or the Master with the how, you will straight away have not only the answer, you will totally solve the problem. Not only solve it, dissolve it. You will dissolve the problem. Here, Shiva was questioned by a great disciple, Uma. Devi is questioning Shiva's answer. She is questioning Shiva. All the questions are only based on how, not on why. You should understand an important thing. When you ask why, you get only philosophies, more and more confusion. Only when you ask how, the solution is given to you. Masters also wait till the disciples get mature. If you see the Gita, it starts with why. Arjuna is again and again asking only whys. Whenever you use the word why, Master has to speak only what you want to listen. See, with why, you are more intellect oriented. intellectual. You are not ready to go for solution. It means you have not suffered enough. They have to give you little suffering. That is why the early chapters of Gita is nothing but answers for why. Only when Arjuna says, I am tired, now I am more confused than how when we started. At one point, Arjuna says, enough, I am tired, now I am more confused than when we started. Please give me some solution. Then Krishna says, beautifully, drop everything and surrender. Sarva dharman parityajya mamegam saranam braja agamka sarvabhavebhyo moksha ikshyan masuchaha. Only then he gives the technique. Surrender is the ultimate technique for how to enlightenment, how to reach the enlightenment. But Krishna has to wait till the 18th chapter to tell the ultimate truth straight away to disciple. Because the disciple is not matured enough. Again and again, this guy is asking, Arjuna is asking, Kim tat brahma kimatyatmam kim karma purushottama. Again and again, he is stuck with why. He never comes straight away to the point how. When you are putting the why in different ways, again and again you get only philosophies. Again and again you get only more words. And I tell you, no question can be answered by word. These are simple. People come and ask me, Swamiji, we know people who continuously follow my programs. They come and ask me. All over the world, continuously you are doing discourses. Speaking. Every day in some place or other. You see our website. You can see the complete, this year calendar is full. Not even a single day is free. Till 2006, completely the calendar is full. Somewhere or other I am speaking. Giving public discourse or meditation camp, some program. People ask me, you continuously speak hours together. Of course, even speaking can be done because people just sit and listen. Not a problem. How do you answer the questions? Continuously people are asking you questions. You are facing a different level of minds, different people, different culture, different questions. How are you continuously managing? You have answer for every question. And I tell you one of the important secret. You can even take this as a business secret. It is simply a trick of diverting your mind from the question, that's all. No question can be answered. I straight away honestly tell you, no question can be answered by words. I just add more words so that you feel tired. You are just tired and you say enough, I understood. You just get bored and you say enough, I understood. Enough. It is nothing, answering a question is nothing but a technique of adding more words so that you feel tired. You feel bored. Let me be very open and I am honest. You cannot get the solution to any question by words. If you feel you are satisfied by hearing some words for any question, be very clear. You are just either you are cheating yourself or you don't even know you are cheated. That's all. No question can be answered by words. I can give you only little more words so that you feel little tired and stop asking questions. All technology or technique of answering questions is nothing but making you little tired or diverting your mind so that you will stop questioning. It is nothing, there is nothing called answering through words. If at all you have to have solution, it can happen only when you ask how, never by why. The moment you ask how, immediately the technique is delivered. You get a solid, clear-cut path through which you can solve the problems. You can realize and experience the ultimate. I tell you, if you understand this one knack, you can become a great preacher. Just learn how to make people tired. Whenever they put questions, use such a words. They should feel that they have understood, but they should not understand. We should give them an idea that they understood, but they should not understand. Then you are a great preacher. Over. Training is over. You are done. It's a simple technique, very simple technique. It's nothing but making people a little tired. Intellectually make them tired. See, that is what has to be done, no other way. Whenever you ask why, it can never be addressed. No whys can be addressed. Always you can create one more why. Always you can create next why. No whys can be addressed. Only one word can be addressed. How? Only how can be addressed. When you ask how, really you are also sincere. Master is also sincere. As long as you are stuck with why, you are beating around the bush and Master is helping you. That's all. When Arjuna is stuck with why, Krishna is also playing with words. See, after 18 chapters, Krishna says, Sarvadharman parityajya mamevam saranam vraja. He could have said this sloka in the first chapter. You don't have to memorize all the 18 chapters. You would have said that whole thing in the first chapter. But, let me translate that word. Sarvadharman parityajya mamevam saranam vraja means, drop all the dharmas, just surrender. I will take care of you, take care of everything. I will give you the liberation. It's a wonderful technique. It's one of the important techniques. You see, understand. You should not mistake when Krishna says, I will liberate you. He is not egoistic. The very surrender will liberate you. That is what he means. The very surrender will liberate you. Whether you surrender to Krishna, or Christ, or Shiva, or Rama, or whomsoever, or just a stone. If you keep a stone and think that stone is a god and surrender to that stone, that will liberate you. The very power of surrender can liberate you. It is not important to whom you surrender. It is important how deeply your surrender is. The simple surrender can liberate you. It is not at all necessary to whom you are surrendering. You need to understand only thing. The very surrender can liberate you. Actually, this Krishna could have told in the first chapter. We don't have to memorize all the 18 chapters. But Arjuna is not ready. He is not ready to listen the word. He is not ready to listen. He is not coming to the question of how. He is continuously stuck with the questions why. Here, unlike Arjuna, Uma Devi starts, straight away she starts with how. Oh Shiva, please guide me how to reach your state, how to achieve your state, how to realize the ultimate consciousness. Because the question is so straight and the questioner wants the solution, Shiva straight away starts giving the answer. He straight away starts with the technique. According to me, from my experience, this is the ultimate book ever I read. I can call this the book of books. Shiva Sutras is the book of books. If God asked me to choose only one book in the planet Earth, if He asks you have to choose only one book, surely I will choose only this book, the Shiva Sutras. Because if this one book is preserved, again we can create the whole human civilization. whatever is the root cause of the civilization, whatever, when I say whatever, I mean whatever, whether all the philosophies or all the science, all conscious growth, all possible growth, all the roots, I can say all the seeds are preserved in this one book. I can say it is unabridged encyclopedia of whatever exists in the planet Earth or the universe. It's an unabridged encyclopedia of consciousness. Straight away, Shiva starts this book with the techniques. No wastage of time, no wastage of energy, no wastage of words. See, you can always write a book called Gita Sara, means the essence of Gita. But you can never write a book called Essence of Shiva Sutras, because there is no waste. The whole book is essence. In Gita, Arjuna wasted a lot of time by putting intellectual questions. Krishna has no other choice. He has to answer all the intellectual questions. And one more thing, unless your intellect is convinced, you are not ready to listen. Unless our intellect is tired, we are not ready to take quantum leaps. People ask me, in our meditation camps, I tell the people, please stop reading. But in the public discourses, I always tell the people, please read all spiritual literatures. I encourage reading. They ask me, what is this one? In the beginning, you tell us you are encouraging the reading. Later on, you are asking us to stop reading. You are contradicting. Why? I tell them, I ask you to read so that you will stop questioning, so that you will start feeling tired. And one more thing, the beauty is when you read more and more literatures, you get so thoroughly confused. We get so thoroughly confused, we are tired of reading. We are tired of reading. And we come to a certain maturity to enter into the experience. Unless you are tired of reading, unless you are intellectually tired, you will not work for experience. We will not go for experience. As long as our intellect is not tired, we will be continuously asking only for intellectual stuff. Even if you are given techniques, you will create philosophy out of it. You will create theories out of it. First thing, our intellect should become a little tired. That is what Krishna does in 18 chapters. The 18th chapter, once the guy is totally tired, Arjuna is tired with all this intellectual stuff, he comes with a straight, clear answer. He comes with a straight, clear answer. Here, there is no need for any intellectual gymnasium. There is no need for any words. You don't have to play with words. There is no need for any brain candy. Again and again, that's what I say, brain candy. The intellectual play is a brain candy. When you ask why, you will get only brain candy. You will not get the truth. Only when you ask why, only when you ask how, not why. Only when you ask how, you will get the technique or the truth. Straight away, the solution. They ask straight away, how? How to reach the state of Shiva consciousness? How to reach the enlightenment? How to realize the enlightenment? Shiva starts speaking. He goes on, beautifully describes the 112 sutras, 112 meditation techniques. These techniques are created for past, present and future of humanity. All the minds can achieve enlightenment with these techniques. All the locks can be opened with these keys. Here is a set of 112 master keys. There is no lock which will not be opened by this set of keys. Such wonderful keys, such wonderful meditation techniques, such wonderful sutras Shiva delivers. It is, you can say, whatever you name, there is a solution for that problem in that book. Whatever way you wanted to reach the ultimate, there is a path, there is a clear-cut solution, an answer. Of course, I'll speak on one technique of Shiva. I'll try to describe one technique of Shiva. Surely we can't see all the 112 techniques in such a short time. We will see today one technique, one sutra. We will work on that one sutra so that we can have a glimpse of Shiva consciousness. We can have a glimpse of the experience of Shiva. After explaining this technique, we will have question answer. Because, see, listening to a discourse is like reading a menu card. Putting some questions and tiring your intellect is like eating. I asked you to put some questions. Just now I told the secret how I answer the questions. But again I am encouraging you to put some questions. Why? Whatever is said and done, unless your intellect is a little tired, you can't enter into meditation. Our mind moves only based on logic. It's like for example, there are 3 statements. First statement, all human beings have got one head. The second statement, Socrates is a human being. Now you know third statement, Socrates has got one head. First 2 statements you have to verify. Only then you will go for believing the third statement. Same way, here, whether my discourse or the question answer, you must participate intellectually. And your intellect must feel a little tired or bored, or it should start feeling enough. Now I feel logically convinced. Only then you will start entering into a meditation technique. Now, I'll give you a very simple but very powerful, very simple but very powerful technique of meditating or reaching the 4th state. When I say the 4th state, Turiya. Turiya means the state beyond dream, waking and deep sleep. Now as of now you know only 3 states. The waking state is the state in which you are now. Almost every one of you are in waking state, except you. The next thing is dream state, which you experience at the time of dreaming. The third is deep sleep state, which you experience at the time of deep sleep. So, when I say the 4th state, Turiya, I mean which is beyond these 3 states. Which is beyond these 3 states. Turiya is the ultimate state or enlightenment. It's a very simple thing. before entering into dream, or before entering into deep sleep, or before entering into conscious state. Actually, every day you go through all these three states. There are three. In every day, in your routine, you undergo all these three states. Waking state, dream state, and deep sleep state. Whenever you go from one state to other state, you always go through this fourth state called Turiya. For a moment, just you have a glimpse of this fourth state. You always experience the fourth state. Only then you go into the other state. It's like that is the way we launch, transit launch. Unless you enter into that state, you can't go to the other state. Whether it is from conscious to waking, or waking to dream state, or dream to conscious, whatever it may be, you have to go through only through Turiya, the fourth state. Every day, again and again, you are experiencing the fourth state. Only thing, you do not know how to experience it consciously and how to stay in it. The moment you experience it consciously, you can start staying in it. Only thing, we do not know how to start staying in it. It is like a fraction of second or microsecond in which that state disappears from you or moves away from you. If you can stay in the same state consciously, you are enlightened. You are enlightened. Let me explain the technique. When you sit with the open eyes, you will be seeing what you call as waking state. When you close your eyes, naturally you will be seeing your visualizations, your dream state. And if you can sit with closed eyes without visualizations, that is what we call Turiya, or the fourth state. How to do it? See, whenever you visualize, you can see in a very subtle way your tongue also will be moving. Because you can't think, you can't do the inner chattering unless you have a slight movement in your tongues. Whenever you think, there will be a slight movement in your tongues. Whenever you visualize, there will be a slight movement in your eyeballs. If we can stop both and relax with our being, straight away you can fall into the fourth state, Turiya. You don't have to struggle with your mind. People again and again ask me how to meditate. I am not able to meditate. My mind is not controlled. What can I do? It's a straight technique. Now, after explaining the technique and after having the question and answer session, I will guide you step by step. We can experience this technique. Stopping the eyeball movement, stopping the movement of your tongue, and just witnessing your inner chattering. When you witness, simply it will disappear. Just for a few minutes. Neither you will create a thought, nor you will sustain a thought, or you will try to destroy a thought. See, creation is Brahma, sustaining is Vishnu, destroying is Shiva. When you don't do all these three, you become Parabrahma. Neither creating, nor sustaining, or destroying. When you don't do all these three, you will become Parabrahma. So understand, you will enter into this technique, one of the techniques described in Shiva Sutras. Powerful, looks very simple. Only when you do, you will understand. It is very powerful. Powerful yet simple meditation technique. We'll enter into the technique before we conclude the program. Now we'll go for question and answers. Anybody who has got any questions, you are welcome. Yes.
Swami, did Shiva actually live a physical life on this planet?
Oh, nice question. Yes, Shiva lived in the planet Earth with physical body. Later on, we started worshipping him. Actually, God means nothing but enlightened masters. In the olden time, all the enlightened masters are only worshipped. Slowly, by and by, we start worshipping the masters and making them gods. So Shiva lived on this planet Earth in flesh and blood, with form.
Swami, how exactly would you describe surrender? Like when you say you should surrender, what
This
is
is a beautiful question. How exactly would you describe the word surrender? And what you are supposed to do? It's like this. If you are asked to choose only one person on the planet Earth, suddenly God says, whole planet Earth is going to be washed away. You can be alive. Only one person can be alive with you. Whom you will choose? Tell me whom you will choose. It means you are surrendered to him. That's all. Whom you will choose, you are surrendered to him. If you will choose, if you honestly decide, give a thought to yourself. If you will choose your husband, be very clear. You are surrendered to him. If you choose your child, be very clear. You are surrendered to him. It is like a whom you will choose. You are surrendered to that person. A deep, positive attachment or feeling connected completely to that person is what I call surrender. Surrender does not mean giving away all your properties or giving away all your time, giving away all your energy. All those things does not mean by the word surrender. And I have seen many people, it is very easy to give away the properties because it gives you such a lot of trouble and headache. It is very easy to give away, but feeling totally connected is what I call surrender. It's like a, so you can easily give the outwardly things. That's not a big deal. I have seen many people giving away the outwardly things. They write all their property to some temple, to some church, to some spiritual organization, to some institution. That's not a big deal. That easily can be done. And one more thing, they will write only will. Means after their death it will go. After your death, you know it is not it's not going to help you. It's like a useless for you. When it is useless, naturally, why not give it to some spiritual institution? But I don't think that is surrender. Surrender means feeling deeply connected with the master or with the God, whomsoever you trust. It is the moment you remember that, your whole being will feel that flowering consciousness, feel elated. The moment you remember that person, you just feel something is happening in you. You just start smiling, and people start looking, what happened? Why are you smiling? You just feeling like flowering. It means you are surrendered to that person. That's all. The moment you remember him, if you are lifted to his consciousness, you are surrendered. You are surrendered to him. That's what I mean by the word surrender. Surrender does not mean giving away your time, giving away your property, or giving away your energy, or giving away anything else. It is just feeling totally, deeply connected to that Guru or to that God. And one more thing, you don't even have to bother to whom you are surrendering. If you just totally surrendered, feeling connected, that's enough. Many times, this is one more difficulty in the modern mind, in the modern day. You surrender to some Guru, you feel connected. Suddenly you hear some rumor about him. Your whole faith is shaken. You are in a great difficulty. Your trust is tested. But I tell you, first thing, you don't have to bother about the rumor. Next thing, even if it is true, you don't have to bother, because your very surrender will transform you. You don't have to bother to whom you are surrendering. You don't have to worry to whom you are surrendering. Your very surrender will transform you. The very surrender has got a capacity, potential energy to transform your being. You don't have to bother to whom you are surrendering. You don't have to continuously keep watching. You cannot be a peeping Tom. That you can't be a peeping Tom to see what's happening. No. The very power of surrender can transform you. The very power of surrender can liberate you. Yes.
Anybody want me? Sorry, I can speak louder.
Yes, Swami, you used the word quantum leap. You used the word quantum leap. Do we have it actually from our Puranas, from our Vedas or Puranas? Do we have the concept of quantum leap? Like
yes.
Krishna is here at the same time he's elsewhere. Is it possible? Is it something that
not only it is possible, Vedas and Upanishads are based on the concept quantum. See, the first Veda is Rig Veda. First Upanishad is Isavasya Upanishad. The first mantra, Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Whole quantum physics is over. This one sutra is complete quantum physics. See, here they say the whole remains as a whole when the whole is removed from the whole. You can't explain this based on mathematics. No. You can explain this only based on quantum. You see, the last word of science is quantum. The first word of Vedas is quantum. First word of the first Veda, first Upanishad is quantum. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. Sorry, I don't have a right words to translate the whole thing. The word whole is not equivalent word for Purna. Purna cannot be translated. It's only a concept. There are few concepts which can't be translated. The whole quantum physics is explained in this one sloka. Very clearly this sloka says, this aphorism says, the whole remains as whole when the whole is removed from the whole. When the whole is removed from the whole remains as whole. A clear Big Bang and black hole theory. You see, in the black hole, everything goes and merges, and the black hole also disappears. Logically, you can't explain. And the same way, Big Bang. Simply out of nothing, the whole thing is created. But the whole remains as a whole. When the whole is taken out of whole, the whole remains as whole. It is pure quantum physics. It is pure quantum. And is one more thing, I tell you. A yogi or a Vedanti is more practical, more straight than a modern day quantum physicist. Because he knows not only the why, he knows the how also. With quantum physics, they are stuck only with why. They are not able to go to the step how. The other day I had an opportunity to meet one of the great scientists, a wonderful person. He discovered laser, and his name is Dr. Charles Towns. And I had a nice time with him. I had an opportunity to have lunch with him. I was talking to him, sir, how did you come upon with this discovery? How it happened? He told me, Swamiji, it is just a revelation. It is just a revelation. I do not know how it has happened. I was just sitting on a park in Washington, D.C., on a bench early morning. I was tired. My intellect was totally tired. I was thinking about this problem. I was supposed to address a meeting on that discovery. They are going to ask me about the updates, but I don't have anything to speak. I was continuously worrying. Finally, I was tired. When I was tired, I stopped thinking. I just sat on the bench in Washington, D.C. in a park in Washington, D.C. on a bench, morning, sunny day, early morning. I was just sitting. Suddenly something came out of my being. I know for sure, without any doubt, this formula will work. And I simply penned it down. I wrote it down. That day, the meeting was there, but I was not able to speak about this in the meeting because I don't know the logical steps. I know only the conclusion. I don't have the logical steps. So I went and took few days to work the logical steps. After that, I presented to the group, or I presented to the community in which I am supposed to address. He says, Swami, it is a strange thing. In science, we always speak steps, then conclusion. But when I had the conclusion, it was just delivered to me as a conclusion. It's a revelation. I don't know the steps. Later on, I have to work to patch up the gap. I was not able to give logical conclusion. That's what I told him. This is what our rishis call Shruti. Shruti means just heard. You experience. You don't know the logical conclusion. You don't know the logical steps. It is just revealed to you. It is just revealed to you. The first sutra of the Upanishad, the first Upanishad is quantum physics, the quantum concept. And one more thing, at least with physics people, they are only stuck with why. Once in a while they get the glimpse, but with masters, with mystics, they know the how also, how to get in tune with the revelations. How to get in tune with the revelations. They are one step ahead. The mystics are a little deeper in the quantum area, in the quantum science. Yes.
What does it mean when you wear the white over only one eyebrow?
White?
Yeah, isn't there...
Oh, still not it is. I didn't apply it properly.
Oh, okay.
That is the meaning. It's actually a reminder for you again and again that the whole world, whatever you see, is nothing but ashes. So again and again remember the ultimate. Don't be just stuck with what you are seeing. See beyond what you can see. When a person sees beyond what he can see, he becomes seer. A rishi is a man who sees beyond what you can see. It's just to remind you, you are supposed to see beyond what you can see. Yes.
Why is there a snake wrapped around Lord Shiva's neck? What is the significance of the snake?
I think you should ask him only. I don't know. snake is used as a representative of Kundalini Shakti in Sanatana Dharma. But I don't know why it is wrapped around his neck.
Is there any significance of 3 knots around his neck?
No, I have no idea. I can give some significance, some connection, but I don't want to give unless I feel convinced about it. I can convince you, but I will not be convinced. So let me be very clear. I don't have an idea about why that 3 knot or why that it stands like this and why Shiva is having hand like this, all those things I don't know. Maybe they have taken still at that time, that's all. They captured him at that moment, that's all. Yes.
How can the mystic be in relationship to the rest of the world, which is not the mystic?
Oh, see one thing. With intellect, with a philosopher, you have always this problem. He can't relate with the world. After some time, he can't relate with the world. Either he becomes eccentric or he starts having pride. That is something more than others. With the mystic, always there is something called compassion happens to you. If you have only intelligence without compassion, you are a philosopher. If you have compassion also, you become a mystic. In Sanskrit they say 3 words, beautiful words. Physical strength, Bahubala, physical strength. Buddhibala, intellectual strength. Atmabala, spiritual strength. If we have only physical strength without spiritual strength, we become a gunda, a rowdy, gangster, criminal. If we have only intellectual strength without spiritual strength, again we become a philosopher or cunning politician. If we have spiritual strength, only then we can be called as mystic. Spiritual strength means compassion. When a mystic happens, when somebody becomes a mystic, the compassion starts radiating around him. He can simply relate with the world. The compassion just oozes out. He can relate with the people. Only when we don't have compassion, the pride and the ego stops us relating with the world. When we have the compassion, you become such an authentic being. You start radiating love and you start relating with the whole crowd. You can start relating with the mass. And from my experience, I can tell you, only a mystic is a person authorized to relate with the world. Nobody else can relate. Everybody else only can pretend. They can't relate. Only a mystic can relate with the mass, with the humanity, with the rest of the world. Yes.
How to get the Atma when the person decides how long it will take?
First thing, how to get Atma. You don't have to get because you have. If you don't have, only then you need to get. You have, so you don't have to get. All you need to do is just start expressing. Next thing, if somebody decides how long it is going to take, with a right conscious decision, with your clear-cut choice, simply this moment, there is no need for time. The moment you think it is going to take time, you know only how to postpone. You will only postpone. There's a beautiful story. Somebody took some loan. The guy who gave money, he came to his house, take the money back. He put a board, come tomorrow. Every day that guy will come and see the board, come tomorrow and go back. Come tomorrow, come tomorrow. The moment you know how to postpone, you will postpone forever. Either now, here or nowhere. I tell you, let your struggle, let your decision be so strong, so intense, simply you can realize it now. And with these sharp techniques, especially the techniques from Shiva Sutra, you can straight away start working in your being. You don't even need some particular time. I can't say like 1-year course or 2-year course, nothing like that. It is just your intensity. So with intensity, now here. Without intensity, nowhere. It is just the quality of your intensity. It is just the quality which is needed, not the quantity.
It's said that the Vedas have come only by word of mouth or by passing along generations, and there's no written record. Similarly, is that the same with the Shiva Sutras, or do you have written records of it?
No. The Vedas are written down just few hundred years ago. Same way the Shiva Sutras are also written down few hundred years ago. These are also just, it is what to say, Shruti. Just heard, and by heart repeated. Why they are not written, there is no, you can't write them. So much of slokas, it is very difficult to write them. That's why they are not written down. Yes.
So I'm continuing on that question. So what is the authenticity of the original mantra and what is it now?
We respect it so much. Nobody is allowed to add even one letter, not only letter, even the modulations cannot be altered. If you know the mantras, then you will know there is a thing called the swaras. Even the swaras can't be changed because of the sanctity associated with that mantra. Even the swaras can't be changed. We preserve even including the swara, including the tune, it was preserved. So according to my experience, you see, I have read enough of scriptures, enough of books. I can say thousands of books I read. Vedas are the only scripture true to the original because of the sanctity associated with it. And the techniques to preserve. A separate group of people dedicated their life just to preserve it. Just to preserve this literature. A big group of people, they have dedicated their life. So this has never happened in the humanity. No book, no book was preserved by a special group of people like Vedas. Just to preserve the Vedas, a big group took the responsibility of preserving it. Nothing but just continuously, constantly repeating and preserving. So we can be sure of the authenticity of these words. And one more thing. See, when the formula works, you know it is true. Same way, this has worked in my life. So I can be sure it is true and authentic. Because the techniques have worked and it has given me the result. You can be sure. I can be sure at least. If you also try and when it clicks, you can be sure. Yes.
As people experience higher consciousness, do you expect possibly for there to be...
Can you use the mic so that everyone can...
As people experience higher consciousness, would there possibly be a more expanded language, new words that come forth from God possibly to share experience or to help? Do you see a new language or more expanded expression?
Can you just tell a person? Accent.
Do you see new words?
No, it is just this is creating a disturbance. Can you come a little far? Yes. Now please.
Yeah, do you see new words, new language coming forth as we have more expanded consciousness?
Oh,
Communicating.
that's a nice question. She's asking, in the expanded consciousness, do you see any new words or new language or new words appearing? No, I'm not able to see, at least in my experience, I'm not seeing any words or any language. I just see only the ideas. And when I translate those ideas into words, it gets translated into words.
But otherwise it is just a pure inspiration, or I can say energy. Just a lump of energy. When I try to verbalize it, then it gets translated into words. Almighty Shiva consciousness, to the divine energy, to the existence, God, let Him shower His blessings on us and let us understand His ideas and reach the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you.
सुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. I welcome you all with my love and respect. Rites and rituals, an updated understanding. Let's analyze this topic completely. Let's look deep into the roots of rituals, why rituals are created. Why rituals? In ancient time, meditation techniques which are used by masters to feel the divine connection within themselves. In course of time, when the meaning is lost, if the idea or concept behind, if the philosophy behind the ritual, if it is not transmitted to the next generation, if only the action is transmitted, not the philosophy is transmitted, then those meditation techniques became rituals. Understand? When the philosophy behind the ritual is not transmitted, only the action, the physical action is transmitted, then meditation techniques became a ritual. When you do it with understanding of the philosophy behind and full of heart, any ritual can become meditation technique. When you do without understanding and without your consciousness, awareness, even meditation technique will become one more ritual. There is no difference between meditation technique and ritual except your interest in it, that's all. With your interest, any ritual can become meditation technique. It can directly connect you with the cosmic energy. It can put you online or in tune with the ultimate energy. There are so many different kinds of rites and rituals. I think our religion has got at least few millions of rituals. Please understand, not few thousands or not few lakhs. Few millions of rituals. So many thousands of mudras. So many thousands of types of homa. So many thousands of types of pujas. Millions of rituals. I was telling you the other day how we worship all the 5 elements. The whole existence is made of these 5 elements. We can relate to the existence, we can relate to the cosmic energy through all these 5 elements. When you try to relate to the cosmic energy through a stone or a metal idol,
It is called puja. When you try to relate to the same cosmic energy through a river, through a pond, through a water body, it is called Tirtha Snana. When you try to do some ritual standing in a water or sitting in water and meditating, repeating some mantra or offering some puja to the water, it is called Tirtha Puja, Tirtha Snana. When you try to fall in tune with the cosmic energy through fire, it is called Homa. When you try to fall in tune with the cosmic energy through air, it is called repetition of mantra. Through repetition of mantra or japa, you can fall in tune with the air energy. Through chanting the mantra. When you try to, you can fall in tune with the cosmic energy through ether using visualization. That's what we call meditation. Through meditation, you can fall in tune with the ether. We fall in tune, or we connect ourselves to the cosmic energy through all these 5 methods. Mainly, we can classify our rituals as rituals done for human beings. When you take birth, when you are given a new name, when you marry, when you are given food first time, they call it Annaprasna, or when you are given the food. The rituals done for human beings, when you die, these are one set of rituals. There's another one set of rituals done for the gods to invoke their presence in temple and invoking their presence at the time of puja. There are so many things. Puja is nothing but you receiving a guest with all the respect. Actually, what priests do in the temple is nothing but you receiving a guest with all the respect. When a guest comes to your house, very elderly, who is supposed to be respected, you receive that person, give him a chair and give water to wash his feet or wash his hands. You are asking, you want to use the bathroom? Giving him the chair is only asanam samarpayami. Priest will give the seat. You ask him, do you want to use the bathroom? You want towel? That's what they say, bhadyam samarpayami. They offer the water to wash the feet. And then you are, of course, when a person comes, you offer flowers, you offer little flowers as a respect. They give argyam samarpayami, the flowers are offered. Then naturally you arrange for his bath and comfortable stay. That's what we say, snanam samarpayami. Then naturally you ask him to eat. Food is served. Naivedyam samarpayami. Then he give betel leaf and betel nut. Tambulam samarpayami. Then in the end of the day, you put him to rest. The same thing. That's why we say the puja in our system is called seva. It has got one more word. Serving the Lord. Serving the deity. We need to understand this concept of serving. Of course, for a logical person, it's very difficult to understand that energy can be alive in one stone and continuously, day in and day out, you can serve that energy. All these things are very difficult to understand. But I have seen people really feeling, not only feeling, expressing that feeling in the physical world, in physical form. Ramakrishna, when he used to do puja, he says, sometimes I used to think whether really Devi is accepting my puja or I am just wasting my time. I used to suspect whether she is really alive here or I am just sitting and wasting my time. He says, I used to take a thread out of my cloth and keep near her nose to see whether she is breathing or not. Whether she is breathing or not. And of course, Ramakrishna achieved the peak, achieved the ultimate experience just through rituals. Let me tell you this one incident. If at all you get a chance, you must go to Calcutta and see the Kali temple in which he was doing puja. And don't miss, of course, you will be allowed very near. In North Indian temples, you can go very near the deity. You can touch almost in all the temples. Here you can't touch because they have covered the deity with gold and silver. That's the reason you can't touch a lot of gold jewelries and silver jewelries. But you can go very near. Almost you can go near 1 or 2 feet. In other many temples you can touch the deity and do puja by yourself. When you go, don't miss an important thing. Let me narrate the incident, then you will understand. In Calcutta, they have a habit of offering conch bangles, bangles made out of conch. The conch shell will be cut and they will make bangles out of it. And they will offer the bangles to the deity, to the Devi. Some devotee brought 4 pieces of conch bangles for Devi. Kali's 4 hands, the right side will be Abhaya and Varada. The left side she will be holding sword and head of a Asura. The sword is removable. So he was able to put the bangle in all the 3 hands except the hand which is holding the head of the Asura. Except that hand, because in that hand the bangle cannot go. All the other 3 hands he put the bangle. Some priest was asking, why you are not able to put the bangle for the mother in the 4th hand? He said, oh, that hand is holding the munda or the head of the Rakshasa. The priest said, oh, you are a great devotee. You can say, mother will open her hands and you can insert the bangle. And he is so sincere, you will be surprised. Of course, still I am not able to understand. Even after seeing, I can only just believe and respect and do namaskar and come out. Really, he asked the mother and she dropped the head. Bangle was inserted. Again he gave the head to the mother's hand. She is holding. Neither the statue is broken nor the bangle is broken. It is there in her hands. If you go, please don't miss see it. Of course, when I went to the temple, I was in an ashram, a famous ashram. I went as a part of the ashramite. So I was allowed to touch that bangle and see. Not only I touched the bangle, I completely rotated that bangle and saw whether it is broken at any point, whether he broke and pasted it. I inspected. I tell you, the bangle is complete. It is not broken. And the statue is also full. It is not broken. Stone statue. Statue is also there as it is. Bangle is also there as it is. But it is there inside. Very difficult to believe. And it is not some 300, 400 years old. Just 130 years. Just 130 years ago, in 1886, he passed away. Only 130 years. I don't know We have no logical explanation, but it is there. That much only we know. The power of mind, the devotion can express physically. See, if you have a darshan of Devi and if you feel that Devi is here and all those things are very subjective. You can't see it in the physical way. It is an individual's experience. But here, physically it is expressing. We heard a lot of stories that Udupi Krishna turned for the sake of Kanakadasa, or Vittal was waiting on a brick for the sake of his devotee. All these stories we hear. But this is something which I have seen with my own eyes. Very difficult to believe, but which is there. He has reached such high peak just by rituals. Just by rituals. Vivekananda says beautifully, if you can create Ramakrishnas, not one idol, have thousands of idols and start doing rituals. If you can create one Ramakrishna, not one idol, have thousands of idols, start doing rituals. And there are so many other experiences of Ramakrishna related to these rituals. But this one is enough to explain the power behind the rituals. Physically he is able to alter the whole structure. Physically he is able to command the Murti or the deity out of his devotion, out of his power. It's only one incident. There are so many other incidents which you can say. Once he requested a nearby hibiscus plant to give hibiscus in both colors. From same branch, 2 different color hibiscus came up for the sake of puja. So like this, so many incidents, he was just able to command the power of meditation or the power of mind. When we intensely do the rituals, we completely fall in tune with that deity, with that energy, with that murti. She just listens to you. The vigraha, the murti, just listens to you. Of course, there are incidents about Madurai. One great enlightened master came and was staying in Madurai. The Madurai temple has got beautiful elephants, 8 big stone elephants in the Garbha Mandir. Actually, the story goes, the 8 big elephants are holding the Garbha Mandir of the Madurai temple. So, Nawab, he comes and makes fun of these statues. What is this? Elephants are standing here unnecessarily. He just makes some comment. Then the master says, don't think they are stones, they are living elephants. They are here to serve Chokanada. This Nawab laughs. What are you talking? Then this enlightened master, he gives sugar can and the elephant eats. The story says the elephants eat the sugar can. Of course, this all story, we don't know how much they are true or whether they are fact or truth. We don't know about all these things. But this one thing, I myself have seen the bangle, unbroken bangle in the hands of Devi. All our puja is nothing but receiving and respecting and serving. That's why we say seva, serving. And Ramakrishna says, when I fan the mother, I feel that she is experiencing the cool air. I could see very clearly she is experiencing the cool air. And I could see very clearly she is adjusting her sari. He says, I can see she is adjusting her sari. So many beautiful experiences. All the rituals done to the gods one side. The other side, rituals are the rites done for human beings. Especially the Pitrudarpana. I think that is one of the important ritual. This Pitrudarpana is done to give a beautiful farewell or to release the soul from the bondages. When a person dies, let me describe the whole scene, what happens. First, his soul leaves the physical body, then it moves to the subtle body. They call it Sukshma Sarira. In Sukshma Sarira, it stays for a few kshanas. When I say kshana, I don't mean second. In Vedas, we don't calculate time chronologically, we calculate it psychologically. Kshana means gap between one thought and the other thought. If you have lived peaceful life, your kshana can be even 100 years. Your one kshana can be 100 years. If you have lived a restless life, your kshana is not even microsecond, less than microsecond. That is why they say a person who lived a peaceful life will have a peaceful death. Because you will be allowed to stay only for 3 kshanas in your subtle body. The 3 kshana will be decided based on your life, how you lived your life, how long you can manage without having thoughts. Kshana means gap between one thought and the other thought. In our system, we measure time in a totally different way. You need to understand this time concept also. For example, if you are sitting with a friend whom you like very much or you love, you feel in tune, even if 4 or 5 hours pass, even if 4 or 5 hours are over, you will not even know. Suddenly you realize, oh, 4 or 5 hours are over. I don't know how the time passed. If you are sitting with a person who is boring and torturing you, after every 10 minutes you tend to see the watch. You see what's happening, why he is not leaving. So actually time is more psychological. It is not chronological. Here, if you are in the state of bliss, if you are here and now, you will not know how time passes. If you are restless, if you are continuously moving from past to the future, future to past, time will never move for you. That is why we say, for us 1 full year is 1 day for Devatas, because they are in higher consciousness. The number of thoughts is less for them. They are in more joy and peace. That is why time just flies for them. For us 1 year is 1 day for Devatas. That's why in all Nataraja temples, they do only 6 puja per year. Because they follow the calendar of Devatas, not the human beings. When the number of thoughts come down, time just flies. If you are more restless, time never moves. For people who are in the hell, for them, our 1 day must be 1 full year. That is why we say eternal hell. Hell is always used with the word eternal hell. Hell is not eternal, but it feels like eternal. Because time never moves. You are continuously waiting, but time never moves. They have too much of restlessness. Actually, the hell or heaven is only based on your mind. If you have less number of thoughts, you are in heaven already. If you are too much restless, if you have too many number of thoughts, you are in hell already. It's not that you go there, you carry with you. Be very clear, we don't go to hell or heaven, we just carry our hell or heaven with us. Wherever we go, we carry our tent, open it and just stay. Same way, we carry it with ourselves. When a person dies, he stays in his Sukshma Sarira for 3 kshana. If we have lived a restless life, we will stay only 3 microseconds. In 3 microseconds, we will not have time to choose about our next birth. We will just choose in a very opposite way. Just whatever comes to our thought, just like that we will choose. If we have lived peaceful life, we will have time to look into our complete samskara structure. We will be able to see how we lived this whole life. One more thing, the moment you leave the body, you will have the capacity or the energy to see your complete life, how you lived. You will be able to have a complete overview of your 60, 70 years of life. If you have lived peaceful life, if you are leaving the body peacefully, you will be able to see the whole structure. You will be able to see the whole life. Then you can decide whether to take human body or whether to stay without body or whether to become enlightened and relax, liberate yourself, or whether to take any other type of janma. You will be able to choose because you have freedom. You are relaxed. I always tell people, live peacefully, don't run continuously. If you are continuously running, you will not have VIP lounge when you leave the body. You will be again running. Whatever train comes first, you will be put in that and sent. You will not be able to stay there. If you have lived peacefully, you will be able to relax. You will be able to stay there. You can choose. There are many reminiscences of the masters. They say, even 300, 400 years they wait to take the right body. They wait for right parents. They wait for right place. If you have lived peacefully, you can wait and choose your parents, the place to take birth, and the right body, right social setup. If you have lived in a restless way, naturally you will not be able to wait. And one more thing, if we have lived restless way means continuously we are dependent on body and mind. You depending on the body and mind is what is restlessness. You are totally dependent on body and mind. So naturally you can't be without body and mind. So you tend to take some body. You don't bother. You are not interested in waiting. Let us have some body first. Later on we'll think about it. What we should do or what we can do, all those things later on. First let us catch some body. So whatever train comes first, you get into that and start your journey. If you have lived a deep, peaceful life, you can wait and choose the next body and take birth according to your decision. Kathopanishad beautifully explains the whole process, how we leave the body, how we can choose, and how we miss the opportunity. How we miss the opportunity also is very clearly explained in Kathopanishad. That is why whenever a person dies, we always repeat the Kathopanishad. Even at the time of Shraddha, the Kathopanishad is repeated. These last rites are done to liberate the soul, to give a good farewell. Actually, if you are continuously bothering about the person, if you are continuously worrying about the person, that soul also can't continue its journey. It is a farewell we are giving to that soul. Yes, you lived with us, really great. Now it is time. You can carry your life, and even though we are not able to digest it, we respect your decision. We are here just to respect you, just to support you in your journey. It is a good farewell. It's a positive farewell we are giving for the departed soul, so that the soul can continue its journey. In every ritual, again and again, rishis impart their knowledge to us. And one more thing, our rishis, our masters, don't leave even a single opportunity to impart the concepts or the truths to us. They don't miss even a single opportunity, whether it is birth or death or naming ceremony or marriage. In every step they give us that knowledge. They give us the wisdom about the life. Even in the Saptapadi, the other day I was telling, in Sanskrit we don't have equivalent word for divorce. We don't have word for divorce because the very concept divorce is not existent. It is not there in our system. In Saptapadi, when you take the vows till the end, till the death, you decide to be together. You can separate yourself only if you take sannyas. There is only two chances, either death or sannyas. No other way, no other permission or no other possibility that you can separate yourself. There is one more beautiful sloka. At the time of marriage, they repeat. Of course, I don't know. In some customs, they use this, all the mantras. In some customs, we have different tradition. But in the Vedic system, they use this mantra. They bless. It's actually a sloka from Tantra Shastra. They say, the 11th year, in the end of the 11th year, let you become mother of him. Let him become son for you. A new dimension of relationship. See, the wife is asked, blessed, to become mother. The husband is requested to become a son. It's a very strange thing. Very difficult to understand. How can wife become mother? Actually, if a real love happens, if a real intimacy happens, women reach the state of mother. She flowers into the motherliness. There are some more deep concepts which Tantra explains. How, when you reach the depth of love, you become more motherly. You became more like a Devi. That's what they say. In the East, women is always called or respected in the form of, only in the name of mother. She is respected more as a mother because we respect the motherly dimension of women. Of course, only when she reaches that dimension, she expresses the fulfillment. This is a beautiful statement asking women to reach the state of mother and man to reach the state of child. he needs to come back to the innocence. He needs to achieve his innocence. She needs to achieve the motherhood. That is the purpose of the whole marriage system. Of course, let me explain the Gurukula system, how the whole thing starts. At the age of 7, we are initiated with Gayatri Mantra. Between 7 to 14, we have to continuously practice that mantra. By 14, if you achieve the first experience, first conscious experience or divine experience, you will be asked to study Brahma Sutra, means training for sannyas, training for spiritual life. If you have not achieved the first divine experience, then you will be asked to study between 14 to 21 the Kama Sutra. 14 to 21, the people who achieve the divine experience will study the Brahma Sutra. The others will study the Kama Sutra. The people who study the Kama Sutra will go for the Grihastha life, the Grihastha Dharma. The persons who study the Brahma Sutra, they will go for sannyas life. By that time they finish the Brahma Sutra, at the age of 21, they are expected to achieve enlightenment. If they achieved enlightenment, they will be given sannyas. They will go for the sannyas life. If they have not achieved enlightenment, again they will be asked to study Yoga Sutra. They will have to continue their spiritual practice. This is the way our whole structure is created. Then each one will take their life. Neither a person who lives sannyas life feels he is unfit, nor the person who lives in the Grihastha life feels he is missing something. Each one takes his own way, his own path. Of course, there is one more chance given for the people who are in the Grihastha life. At any moment, after 10 years of Grihastha life, if he feels he wants to take sannyas or a spiritual life, he wants to enter into the spiritual life full time, if the family agrees, he can take initiation called Vanaprastha Dharma. Means living towards the eternal life. Vanaprastha is not sannyasa. It is living towards the eternal life. Then after the Vanaprastha life, he can decide to take sannyasa. Once a person takes sannyasa, he starts running Gurukula or university for next generation kids. This is the way our whole structure is created. There are so many beautiful things in our rites, in our rituals. We can explore if we have the interest and if we go deep into it. It's a big science, ocean. It is just endless ocean. We can continuously explore. I think it is time for me to stop, but I will answer your questions because I don't think I will be able to explain all the rituals and rites. It's a big ocean, but I can explain whatever you ask. Those few things I'll try to explain. You can ask any question about rites, any rites or any ritual. I'll try to explain whatever way I understand. You are welcome to put your questions on this subject. Of course, you can use the mic, it's not okay.
When we do the final rites, so we do the tarpanas, and people say when you go to Badrinath, if you do that, you don't have to do anymore.
Actually, Badrinath is like a center through which you can relate to the Pitruloka. It's like a runway from where you can take off. It's just like a runway from where you can take off. You can relate with the Pitruloka. Of course, what they say is true. But one more thing which I wanted you to understand. Continuously doing darpana, whether it does good for the parents or not, it does good for you. Let me describe how. Till the end of your death, some part of your energy, some portion of your energy represents your father, mother. Now the latest studies, few studies, they say, if your father or mother dies in a very young age, there's more chance for you to have paralysis stroke. Because one part of your energy is disturbed. One part of your energy is disturbed. One part of your being is a gift from them. By doing this Pindadarpana and Shraddha regularly, you make that part, that energy, that portion peaceful. You invoke peace in that area. Whether it does good to them or not, we don't know, but it does good to you. So please don't miss our traditional Shraddha or Pinda, all these things. You see, these mantras, vibrations which you create, they heal your energies. They pull you out of depression. They relax. They create a positive vibrations inside your being. So, to console ourselves, we can say once you do it in Badri, there is no more necessity, or you don't have to do. But from my experience, I'll recommend, even if you're done in Badri, don't miss at least once in a year. Continue to do. That's why they do the Shraddha rituals in the Amavasya day. See, Amavasya is the time when you are facing the low energy. See, have you heard the word lunar and lunatic? Why people are called lunatic, People whose mind goes up or low along with the lunar is called lunatic. See, when in Purnima and Amavasya days you can see the ocean will have big waves, especially in Purnima days, because of the moon rays. Of course, there are a lot of scientific explanation. According to our system, they say that the moon creates an energy in which the salt water is aggravated. If you see, your body is filled 80% with salt water. When that salt water is aggravated, this salt water is also aggravated. That is why people who are this half mad and all these people, they feel aggravated in Amavasya and Purnima days. Even very funny way we will say in the house, I think today Amavasya, that's why too much of sound in the house. Today is Purnima, that's why too much of noise in the house. People who are having the problem of depression, they feel the depression in Amavasya and Purnima day. Some way, moon is associated with our mental setup. People whose mind goes up or low along with lunar is called lunatic. In Amavasya days, naturally you will be in the low energy. That's why you are asked to do the rituals, the Shraddha and Darpana and all those things, so that you can create little peace inside your being. You can pull yourself out of the depression. So better to continue these rituals. Don't drop. At least repeat those mantras.
So, I know the picture that was done by the sons of the house. What if the family doesn't have a...
It's a nice question. Here I have to be a little clear. In my system, I allow women also to do. I'm little open, and I feel women are qualified to do because they are more emotionally attached. Attachment of the son is more like a professional attachment or a business attachment. But attachment of the daughter is more based on the heart and emotion. I think they should do. They must be allowed to do. At least in our system, I am allowing. I am encouraging. I am encouraging women to do all the rituals. You can do. Yes.
A similar question arises. The Vanaprastha and Sannyasa, is it applicable to both genders?
Vanaprastha and Sannyasa?
Yes. Is it also applied to both
men? Oh, man, yes, sure. Yes, sure. In our system, Maitreyi, Gargi, there are so many women rishis. And the other day I was reading a book. And there is mention about the Sulabha, a great enlightened master who challenged Janaka. Bhishma tells about the story of this lady Sulabha who challenged Janaka Raja. So there are enough of record. We have enough records about the women rishis who took Vanaprastha life, Sannyas life, who were even lived unmarried life, who have directly taken sannyas from Brahmacharya state, who are called Paramahamsas. There are enough records. Women can take Vanaprastha life, Sannyas life, or women can take directly sannyas from Brahmacharya life. Nowadays, in the modern day, all Hindu missionaries, all the missions are giving sannyas to women. And it is allowed. Even in the Dasnami Sampradaya, in Amnaya Patadi also, there are very clear mantras to give sannyas for women. Set of rituals are available to give sannyas.
Individuals doing pujas in their homes, in the puja homes, as compared to attending pujas in the temples. What is the difference?
It's like you go to hotel and get a beautiful food, 5-star hotel, and eat, and you yourself cook and eat in the house. What's the difference between these two? Of course, when you can't go to the 5-star hotel, you can cook and eat. But once in a while, go to the hotel also and taste, enjoy the food. When you go to the temples, you can enjoy elaborate, beautiful way. You can see every inch and understand, and you can enjoy. But when you can't go, at least don't miss the food. Eat something in the house. Whatever you can cook, cook and eat. That's all. This is the difference between doing your own and attending the temple rituals. Yes.
What difference does it make when going to the temple when God is supposed to be everywhere?
Please, can you be a little loud?
God is supposed to be everywhere, right? So what difference does it make when you go to the temple or
That's nice. This idea that God is everywhere can become truth only after your realization. See, God is everywhere only when you reach that state. One more thing. I have seen many people coming and telling me, Swamiji, I love the whole world. Loving the whole world is very easy. Loving your wife is very difficult. Loving the whole world is very easy. You don't have to do anything. Just make few statements. Oh, I love the whole world. I care for the whole world. You don't have to do anything. First thing, loving your family is a very difficult thing. First, create love, then you can love the whole world. Without even creating the idea love, we just say that we love the whole world. That is the way. Without even feeling God in one statue, how can you feel in the whole world? First thing we need to do is feel God, feel divine in one place. Then you can project the same feeling with the whole universe. Ramakrishna says a beautiful example. In cow's body, throughout the body the milk is available. But you can't get the body by catching the ears. You catch the ears and try to do whatever you want, you won't get milk. Try to catch the horn and do whatever you want, what will you get? You won't get the milk. you will be able to get the milk only through one source. Same way, God may be available everywhere, but you will be able to get His energy, you will be able to get His blessing only through temples. First, try to relate through one source. First, establish that relationship. Then you will be able to project the same feeling, same relationship with the whole world. If you don't relate, even with one statue, I will be able to relate with the whole world. So please understand, God is everywhere is only concept, ultimate truth. It is not the relative truth. There are two kinds of truths, absolute truth and relative truth. As on now, you can't experience the absolute truth. Start with these simple things, then you will be able to experience the absolute truth. But till you experience the absolute truth, you can't use the absolute truth to escape from your duties. I've seen many people, they use all these big words just to satisfy their life, or just to satisfy their mind, just to justify what they are doing. We use these big truths, what for? To justify what we are doing. So please understand, start relating first with the temples, then you will be able to relate the God who is existing everywhere. Yes.
In this world, Swamiji, rituals are done mostly for material prosperity. That's one good way to start, probably asking God for what you want. But is that
it's a nice thing.
Into spiritual growth?
First thing, Ramakrishna says beautifully, he says, where else you can go even for that? Asking God for material benefit is not wrong. It's okay. But stopping there itself is seriously wrong. Starting your devotion in a Kamya way, Kamya Bhakti, is nothing wrong. But just stopping there itself is something seriously wrong. That's what I always tell people. When you start praying, your religion starts. But when you start giving your gratitude, your spirituality starts. With prayer, your religion starts. With gratitude, your spirituality starts. After some time, you should feel how much He has given you. You should start feeling the gratitude. One more thing, asking is nothing wrong, but forcing is something wrong. See, why do you pray? Because you believe God has got Shakti to give what you want. That's perfectly alright. But sometimes we force, I want this, you have to do. Why do we force? We believe that He has got Shakti to give what we want, but we don't believe He has got Buddhi also to give when He wants. When it should be given. We believe He has got Shakti, but we don't believe He has got Buddhi. That is where the problem starts. When you believe He has got Shakti, you start praying. When you believe He has got Buddhi also, you surrender. The real surrender starts. You reach the peak of devotion. You reach the level of gratitude. So, of course, it is good to start, it's a good way to start as a Kamya Bhakti, but that is not the way to end. That's not the way to, that's not the place to stop.
Okay, I have a question. You talked about the journey of the soul after death and the various phases that it goes through. Isn't this the same thing that happens during meditation? Because we hear about the transmigration of souls.
Not only at the time of meditation, at the time of sannyas also same thing happens. Even at the time of sannyas, we go through a ritual of complete death. You will be asked to drop your past name, everything related to past. You have to live 3 nights and day without taking food, just like a ghost, to lose your identity. To lose your identity, you will be asked to live in smashana for 3 days without taking any food. You have to only eat through smell, eat through nose. You can smell, that's all. You can't eat. Then after that, you will be given a new name, new form or a new meditation technique. Then this Kavyastra, all the next rituals will be done. At the time of death, at the time of meditation, at the time of sannyas, all the 3 times you undergo the same, you go through the same path. You undergo the same transformation. In meditation also, practically you die. Meditation is nothing but new birth. You take a new birth, that's what. See, the mother carries you in Bhugarbha. Teacher carries you in a Hridgarbha. He teaches you all the culture, art, dance or anything. He carries you in the Hridgarbha. Master carries you in the Jnanagarbha and gives you the birth of spiritual realization. So you undergo 3 different ways. First thing Bhugarbha, the next is Hridgarbha, third is Jnanagarbha. So the meditation is Jnanagarbha. You really take new birth. You are no more same old person.
When I was in Bangalore, I learned the Vayusati, and I asked my Acharya if
Can you be a little loud? Because the accent.
I learned the Vayusati in Bangalore, and I asked the Acharya if women can learn this as well.
Can you translate?
He learned the Vayustuti, Vayu, Mantra, Vayustuti, that is usually very famous in Mantra.
I understand.
And then he asked his guru whether ladies can also say that, and he said no.
No.
Yeah, he said the energies of the women will be unbalanced or something like that. What would be your response to that?
I don't know. I have to. But I don't. One thing I can be sure. Surely the energy of women cannot be imbalanced by a mantra. Surely I don't think it will happen. I don't know for what reason he made this comment. What for he told this? That I don't know. But I can be sure all mantras can be chanted, used by everybody. And you see one thing, mantras comes out of the experience of the rishis. In that experience state, there is no male or female. It's pure consciousness. It comes from consciousness. Directly it will work on consciousness. So the body is nowhere related to these mantras. The seed by itself has got its own power. But when it is processed in some agriculture university, it grows very quickly. So when a master gives, it's a process in the agriculture university. It will surely grow. The power is more, that's all. But if you don't have the master also, it's okay. The very mantra can do miracles on your being, on your consciousness.
So Vijay, what is the difference between chanting the Gayatri just by itself and doing it with the water, chanting the water? What's the difference?
These are all different kinds of rituals, different ways of repeating. Some people will chant with water, some people will chant with fire by doing homa, different methods. You can do it in any way, but you need to repeat, that's all. That's the important thing. You need to repeat. Repeat the mantra, that's enough. Nothing else is necessary.
What is the significance of the Shaligrama Puja?
There are special stones which hold energy and radiate it for a long time. It's like a batteries. See, when whenever you need, when you don't get the electricity, you use a battery in place of electricity. Same way, when you are not able to go to temple, when you are not able to visit the energy centers, you can use these batteries in your house to recharge yourself. They are actually techniques, methods to recharge yourself. They are called healing stones, the Saligrama and this Banalinga. All these things are healing stones. They hold energy and radiate for a long time. I have seen many times, especially these stones which are available in the Omkareshwar. They call it Banalinga. If you have knee pain or headache, back pain, just keep that stone for 2-3 minutes. Just the pain will be taken out. I have experimented with hundreds of cases, not once or twice. I brought a lot of stones from there to our ashram. I used to give it to people. Just keep that stone, that Banalinga, the Omkareshwar stones, the stones which are available in the Omkareshwar river, Narmada river. Just keep that stone on the pain area for 2-3 minutes. Simply the pain is taken out. Even arthritis, so many arthritis have been healed. Of course, I don't know the mystery behind it, but it does. I don't know how to explain, but one thing is sure, it works. That much only I can say it works. So these stones, somehow they are filled with energy. Maybe because they are continuously flowing in the river, some reason they are filled with energy. When they are filled with energy, you can use them to heal yourself or to relate with the higher energy. That's the reason we worship Salagrama or all these Banalinga, all these things. From different rivers we get the stones and worship. The other day I was talking to you about the messages from water. Did you hear that? How the water responds to the sacred words. If you understand that experiment, one scientist did a beautiful research. He kept 10 different glasses of water, same type of water, same type of glasses in 10 different rooms. He will go to one room and use beautiful words, nice words, like peace, silence, bliss, all these words. And he will create that type of waves. He will go to the next room and shout terrorism, violence, war, this type of words. He will go to the third room and chant some sloka from Dhammapada. Like this he does. Then he freezes that water and photographs through microscope. There's a beautiful movie released, What the Bleep Do We Know? In that movie, they beautifully describe the whole scene, the whole research they have described. And he says the amazing findings, he is able to get the amazing results. The water with which he related very positively shows like a diamond pictures. The water with which he related negatively shows like a devil. The water with which he related with Dhammapada, that shows like a Buddhist temple. The pictures like Buddhist temple appears. It's amazing how water can respond to your energy. Understand, an ordinary doctor, 15 minutes, uses some word and water is responding. Thousands of rishis and sannyasis are standing in the Ganga river and continuously repeating so many mantras. What will happen to that river? By now it's a living energy. What will happen to that stones? That is why they get so much charged. Millions of people standing continuously in that river and chanting some mantra, doing some puja, repeating God's name and offering their prayers. Understand, from Gangotri to Ganga Sagar, every day at least 1 million people are standing in the banks of Ganga and repeating these mantras. Then understand how much the river will be energized. What will be the energy of the stones? Ordinary one doctor's 15-minute chanting of one word can change the water so much. Millions of people standing and offering their prayers. What will happen to that river? It will become a living river, energy. That is why you experience that energy in that water, in that stone, in all those things. It can help you to relate with the higher energy. And one more thing, there is British people, when they come from London, the water which they bring in their ship, it will be spoiled. Half the way, by the time they come half the way, it will be spoiled. But when they go back from Calcutta, the water which they take from Calcutta, it will never be spoiled till they reach London. Even after reaching London, it will not be spoiled. Then they started doing research. How can this happen? When they understood the Ganga water only they carry when they go from Calcutta. The Ganga water has got beautiful quality of purifying itself continuously. It has got quality, it has got a special energy to purify itself continuously. So, with so much of mantra, so much of worship, not only the river, even the stones have started vibrating with this high energy. That's why I say India is a spiritual incubator. So much of holy vibrations, spiritual vibration, it is a spiritual incubator. See, in the other countries, the whole city is developed, centered on the university will be the center and the whole city will be developed. In India, all cities are developed around temples. Go to Madurai, the temple will be the center and the whole city is developed. In every city in India, cities are developed based on temples. Here cities are developed based on universities. The whole culture is totally different. Our kids receive the fantasies of Markandeya, Prahalada, Dhruva, Kannappa, all these things. These kids receive the fantasies of Tom and Jerry, Mickey Mouse, complete violence. See, Tom and Jerry is complete violence. And especially these video games. They were shot continuously with rifles, shooting these video games. What will happen to their heads? What will happen to these kids? Their whole body, whole blood will be filled with violence, violent thoughts. From the young age, we teach our kids the stories of Nayanmas, the stories of Meera, stories of Andal, stories of this Prahalada, stories of this Markandeya. At least God saved me. In my life, that's what happened. When I was 3, my grandfather used to carry me to the Arunachaleshwara temple. He will show me every pillar and tell the stories of the gods. Still I remember vividly, when I heard the Markandeya story, it made such a deep imprint on me that, what can I say? It actually transformed my whole thinking. Of course, that's why we say Punya Bhumi. Yes.
Swami, I've heard that saints are buried and ordinary human beings are cremated.
Why? Our bodies are filled with memories. One thing, if you are filled with positive memory, you will attract positive energy and radiate it. Almost like a satellite, relay center. If you are filled with negative energy, you will attract and radiate negative energy. Enlightened masters, their body, they say in Tamil, Jnanam Vilenda Bhumi, the land in which the wisdom has grown. So when an enlightenment has happened in their body, when a spiritual energy has happened in their body, it can continuously attract spiritual energies and radiate. That's the reason their bodies are buried. Because we need them. We need that energies. Ordinary people, we just want to get rid of them. We first wanted to get rid of them. So first, finish them. Let's get rid of them. That's the reason we burn them and put the ashes in the Ganga. Let them be liberated from the world. Let the world be liberated from them. It is good for both. Nice. I think it is time to end the session. The Pradosham function is also there. You all have to go and attend. Let us pray to the ultimate energy, the divine energy, to bless us all with understanding of all these great truths in our life and the experience of eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.